March 1960. Nanluo Guxiang. Courtyard number 97. I opened my eyes. An unfamiliar ceiling. Peeling paint. A smell of wood, coal ash, and soap all mixed together hit my nose at once. Terrifyingly familiar. Where am I? My head was splitting. I braced myself against the Kong and sat up, looking around. A wooden lattice window papered over with newsprint, blue curtains washed pale, a pitted brick floor, a heated brick bed taking up half the room, a wardrobe with the paint flaking off and pasted to the top of it, an advanced producer certificate. The memories came flooding in, slamming into my brain like a sledgehammer. I got it. I'd transmigrated. The year was 1960. My name was now Jiang Wan, fresh out of a vocational school, just assigned to the Red Star Steel Mill as a factory doctor. And the kicker, right next door stood that notorious courtyard. A few famous neighbors lived in there, and I knew exactly what kind of people they were. Could be worse, I sneered. At least I landed in number 97 and not next door. I took stock of my situation, and honestly, it wasn't bad. Both parents alive, a younger brother and sister, friendly neighbors. My old man, Jiang Dashin, was a projectionist at the steel mill, pulling in 40 or 50 yuan a month. My mom, Hua Jing, kept house. My brother, Jiang Wu, was 15, a good-natured kid who'd quit school early. My sister, Jiang Bei, was 5 and trailed after me all day going gidge, gidge, big brother, big brother. In my last life, I'd been an orphan. This time around, I had a family. I walked over to the wardrobe and studied myself in the cloudy mirror. Decent-looking, sharp features, just pale and sallow. My medical instincts diagnosed it in a glance: malnutrition. These days, 8 out of 10 people were short on nutrition. Nothing unusual. Do I have a system? The words were barely out of my mouth when an interface materialized out of thin air. It looked exactly like the inventory screen from the games I used to play in my last life. 6 slots. 2 of them filled. Barefoot Doctor's Manual. Once equipped, you master the contents of this book and can put them to practical use. Roving Bagua Palm Manual. Once equipped, you master the roving Bagua Palm and improve your physical condition. I sucked in a cold breath. These two, weren't they exactly the things I'd been idly flipping through before bed in my last life? And they'd actually followed me here. I patted my pockets, a pack of Desheng Chan cigarettes, a box of matches. Scritch. I lit one up, took a deep drag, and slowly the chaos in my head settled. The original owner's medical training, the cheat system, plus the worldly knowledge of 2 lifetimes. That was enough. In this era, I wasn't just going to survive. I was going to make sure my whole family thrived. Gidge. Dad's home. Big bro, come out here. My little brother and sister's voices carried across the courtyard. Something in my blood stirred, and the corners of my mouth turned up before I could stop them. I stubbed out the cigarette, pushed open the door, and stepped into March 1960. My old man wheeled in a second-hand bicycle that had clearly passed through more than a few owners, a grin on his face. Faded blue work cap, work clothes washed pale, a cotton vest over them, and a small burlap sack strapped to the rear rack. Old John's back. You look beat. You bet. Think being a projectionist is easy. My old man laughed and pulled fistfuls of wild greens out of the sack, shepherd's purse, purslin, handing them out door to door. The stuff was worthless on paper, but precious in times like these. The wild fields outside the city had long since been picked clean. Wang Taiju, the driver who lived in the West Wing, took his share. Thanks, Master Jiang. Next time I'm out on a run, I'll bring you back some local specialties. Li Kongzhan, in the main room, was a full-time worker at the coal yard. Old Jiang, I've got your coal ration coupons set aside. 2 young teachers from Red Star Elementary, Zhang Zhigua and Wang Wenbin, lived in the side rooms. They had nothing to trade, so all they could do was thank him sheepishly. When my youngest starts school, you two just keep an eye on her. That's all I ask. My old man waved them off magnanimously. That was the vibe of our courtyard. Next door? Heh, wasn't even in the same league. Having seen off the neighbors, my old man strolled toward the house humming a little tune. Lined up at the door was a whole row of people, his wife and his 3 kids. His grin stretched ear to ear as he made a beeline for my mom. Honey, my mom, Hua Jing, laughed and pushed him away. You're filthy. Go wash up. Dinner's ready. You got it. He turned to me. Head still hurt. Don't worry about me. I'm the doctor here, I said, grinning. I start work tomorrow, won't miss a beat. He clapped me hard on the shoulder. That's my boy. Tomorrow your old man's taking you to the steel mill. Dinner was simple. Wowatoo, steamed cornmeal buns, cabbage stewed with tofu, and a pot of cracked corn porridge. In times like these, a full belly was nothing to complain about. After dinner, I went to scrub the pots and heard my parents rummaging through the burlap sack inside. So many wild greens. I'll pickle them tomorrow. My mom's eyes lit up. Look at this, too. My old man fished out a few red-shelled eggs. Boiled, for the little ones to build their strength. Eggs. A rare treat. My mom stared at them like she could cook them with her eyes alone. He gave the sack a shake, and out tumbled 3 more packs of Deshengchan. The folks out in the countryside, the people at the commune, they were always pressing things into a projectionist's hands. In times like these, anyone who could screen a movie was a man in demand. While scrubbing the pots, I poked around at my cheat system on the side. The equipment could be unequipped, but the moment you took something off, the skill got rusty. You lost that feeling of it being an extension of your own body. I tried unequipping the bagua palm, and my scrubbing arm instantly went weak. Yeah, I still needed practice. I quickly equipped it again. Much better. Then I stuffed a bowl into one of the empty slots. The result? It was just an ordinary bowl. Completely useless. The logic of this inventory system wasn't something I'd crack overnight. Once I cleaned up, I headed back to my room humming. Tomorrow, report to the steel mill. After graduating, I hadn't started work right away. I'd spent another 6 months or so helping out my teacher. In the end, he not only arranged a job for me, he said he'd prepared a big surprise, waiting for me at the mill's hospital. I was looking forward to it. The next day, at the front gate of the steel mill, my old man handed the gatekeeper a cigarette. Brother, my son's reporting for duty today. Mind giving us a hand? Ah, it's projectionist Jiang. No problem at all. The gatekeeper glanced at the paperwork and waved us through. Inside the mill, my old man wheeled his bike alongside me, talking the whole way. These security section guys hand out a smoke now and then, keep on good terms, and it pays off. Plus you're a doctor now. Offend the physician and you won't be getting any good prescriptions, heh. He said it with pride. And he had a point. Who didn't get sick these days? A doctor was in even higher demand than a worker. He walked me to the personnel office, got me through the hiring paperwork, then led me to the door of the mill hospital. Past here, your old man can't help you anymore. Just put your head down and work. I'll be waiting at the front gate after your shift. Don't worry. The mill hospital was a small standalone building. Clutching a fresh set of cotton work clothes, I stood at the entrance and froze for a second. People coming and going. Every bit as busy as a big city hospital. A mill of 10,000 people. How could there be any shortage of patients and accidents every single day? I went in, found the reception desk, and knocked. Come in. Inside sat a middle-aged woman. She looked up, and her eyes brightened the moment she saw me. She took my documents. Comrade Jiang-1, you're in internal medicine, 4th floor. The new director's been waiting for you. Word came down before you even arrived. Something clicked in my mind, but I didn't ask. I headed straight for the stairs. 4th floor. The internal medicine director's office. I knocked. No answer. I stood there holding my stack of stuff, wondering whether this director was even reliable when the door creaked open. A face appeared in front of me. Familiar. Way too familiar. Teacher? Du Weihua looked thoroughly pleased with himself. Well, little Jiang, your teacher said he had a surprise for you. Does this count? It counted. It counted big time. He'd been my teacher in vocational school. I'd spent 6 months at his side. I knew his whole family, knew which alley they lived in, the works. It counts. You're going to be my boss from now on. Definitely counts. I sighed. But could you scoot over first? I'm still holding all this stuff. Huh. Come in, come in. There's more surprises. He yanked me into the office. Doctors, every one of them strong as an ox. Inside, Du Weihua lit a cigarette and tossed me the pack he'd just opened, though his eyes were sizing me up. Say what you will, I'm still your teacher. Why are you so down in the dumps today, kid? Surprise not surprising enough for you. I caught the pack, pulled one out and lit it, then tucked the rest into my pocket. Kid, he said, tugging at the corner of his mouth. Those are peonies. You need a grade A cigarette coupon just to buy them. Director, this time last year you and I were sharing the same com. Our bond went past teacher and student a long time ago. Your cigarettes. Aren't they basically mine? I pocketed them without a shred of guilt. With Du Weihua covering for me at the hospital, this was a connection I had to hold on to tight. Out with it first. What surprise have you got cooked up? Can't just be that you made director, right? What's the hurry? He settled back into his chair. Let me test you first. See if you've let your skills slip lately. I grabbed a stool and plopped down right in front of him, totally at ease. I'd inherited all of the original owner's memories, and I had a cheat embedded in my inventory. Test me. Go right ahead. Barefoot Doctor's Manual, activate. Ask away. I took a drag, the picture of a master. Acupuncture instruments. Start easy. Stainless steel needles. Filiform needles, three-edged needles, dermal needles. Patient positioning. Sitting, supine, prone, side-lying. Whichever lets the patient stay comfortable longest, exposes the acupoint, and makes the procedure easiest. Needle insertion angles. Perpendicular for fleshy areas, oblique for the chest and back, horizontal for the head and face. Come on, give me something serious, don't hold back. Du Weihua's expression shifted. Stroke patient, unconscious. Where do you needle? Shaoshang point, on the radial side of the thumb, about 1 fun from the base of the nail. Oblique insertion, 1 to 3 fin deep, or prick to draw blood. Tinnitus. Zhongzhu point. Loose fist, on the back of the hand between the 4th and 5th metacarpals, in the depression just behind the knuckle. Perpendicular insertion, 5 fun to 1 cun deep. The more he asked, the more stunned he got. Kid, you've been loafing at home for half a year. How are you sharper than when you left? Gotta keep improving at all times, don't I? He stared at me for 2 seconds, then suddenly stood, walked over, and flicked me on the forehead. Down on your knees. Bow and take me as your master. I was dumbfounded. Huh. I'm a director taking you on as a disciple. You feel hard done by or something. Only a fool turns down a living, breathing connection like that. Thud, 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 3 solid kowtows. Master, please accept your disciple's respects. Du Weihua's leg was bouncing with delight. He waved a big hand and pulled open a drawer. Good grief. Filiform needles, 3-edged needles, dermal needles, a full set of each. A stack of coupons. And 1 gleaming Shanghai brand A581 wristwatch, the most popular model of the era. Master, you're far too generous. My voice actually cracked. You think I'd be stingy taking on a disciple? The watch, the needles, the coupons, all yours. He waved it off. Grain and meat are hard to come by these days, otherwise your master would have thrown in more. But once you're at the steel mill, that'll all be a non-issue. Even in a famine year, the cook doesn't starve, and we're no worse off than the cook. I picked up the stack of coupons and took a look. All cigarette coupons. 20 of them, exactly. Master, what's the deal here? Why are they all cigarette coupons? He gave a couple of dry coughs. Look at the times we're in. Having smokes at all is a blessing. Don't be picky. You're still the same man I always pictured. Haven't changed a bit. I grinned and pocketed them too. Free stuff, all good stuff. Business handled, we got to talking about pay. You're set at grade 16 now, 50.5 yuan a month. That's not bad at all, he said with feeling. I didn't make that much when I first started working. A health technician isn't the same as an ordinary worker. All those years of school, all those books I memorized, the suffering wasn't for nothing. True enough. I hear your dad's a projectionist? From now on, you'll be the breadwinner of the family. That's a good thing. A health technician's salary left an ordinary worker's in the dust. Even the lowest rung, grade 19, basically an apprentice, fresh into the field, paid 37 yuan a month. That was a notch above what a cafeteria cook made. I was at grade 16 now, 50.5 as a base. Add my dad's wages, and the two of us were pulling in close to 100-some yuan a month. And this was the early 60s. Master, what grade are you at now? Du Weihua waved a calm hand. Just serving the people, that's all. A mere grade 6, 177 a month. And attending physician isn't the finish line. Your master's working his way up to chief physician. 177. I clicked my tongue inwardly. These days, even a top-tier grade 8 worker maxed out around 100 yuan. And a chief physician, now that was a real heavyweight, the kind who could pull a man back from death's door. Medic, physician, attending, deputy chief, chief. I was standing on the very bottom rung, a total rookie. But with a master like this, My starting line was a different story altogether. All right, quit yapping. It was nearly noon. Time to get to work. Mind getting me settled? Starting today, you're in internal medicine. Department 3 has just one medic right now. Came on last year, also grade 16, situation a lot like yours. I'll take you over to meet him. Du Weihua clasped his hands behind his back and led me to Department 3 with slow, mincing little steps. First floor was emergency, second was pediatrics and obstetrics, third was surgery, fourth was internal medicine. All the aches, fevers, and chills landed on us. He pushed the door open and walked right in. The medic inside was busy at the moment, but the second he looked up and saw who'd arrived, the patients didn't matter anymore. The head of internal medicine had come in person. Director. He and the nurse beside him sprang up together. Carry on with your work. We'll talk after. Du Weihua led me toward the back of the office. This is the steel cabinet. Put your things here. 2 single beds, for examining patients, and for grabbing some rest when you're worn out. I'll have the nurse bring you a thermos and an enamel mug this afternoon. Master and disciple lit up cigarettes and sat down to wait. Nobody minded smoking in the office these days, and the patients didn't object either. What objection could they possibly raise? 10 minutes later, the patient left, and the doctor and nurse came over briskly. Little one, let me introduce you. Du Weihua pointed at the square-jawed fellow. Department 3's doctor, Su Jincheng. Vocational grad, joined the mill last year. If you hadn't spent half a year helping me out at the school, you'd have come on within days of him. He pointed at the nurse. Little Su's partner nurse, Wang Xiuli. Little Su, little Wang. This is my disciple, Jiang Wan. He's your comrade from now on. Get along well. Hey there, brother Wan. I'm Su Jincheng. Look out for me down the road. His square face split into an earnest grin. +1 to first impressions. Dr. Jiang, I'm Wang Xiuli. This afternoon, I'll take you to the nurse's office to pick out a partner nurse. The two of them were exceedingly courteous. The director's disciple, and someone who'd been kept on at school to help out, both background and ability, all there. In short, not someone to cross. Come on, let's go get you some meal tickets. Can't have you going hungry at lunch. Du Weihua patted my shoulder and pulled me out the door. The moment we left, Su Jincheng and Wang Xiuli exchanged a glance and smiled knowingly. A new colleague with connections who was also easy to get along with. That was a good thing. As long as he didn't stir up trouble, things would be smooth sailing. Xiuli, I'll leave picking out Dr. Zhang's nurse to you. No worries. We're in the same department. Helping each other out is only right. Su Jincheng glanced at his watch. The director personally taking the new guy out to eat. That was the director throwing his weight behind him. Nobody liked to cross a doctor to begin with, and this one had a big shot standing behind him. Who wouldn't want to latch onto a connection like that? From here on, Jiang Wen's footing at the mill was rock solid. The cafeteria was already pretty crowded. The cooking here's decent. A cook nicknamed Silly Zhu finished his apprenticeship and now holds the whole place together. Even the bosses go to him for their private meals. Du Weihua walked with a light step. The moment he came through the door, the greetings didn't stop. Director Du, care to eat together? Afternoon, Director Du. Head of internal medicine, solid gold credentials. No matter how big the boss, when he got sick he had to come begging the doctor. Everyone understood that logic. No, just showing my disciple around today. Du Weihua smiled and waved off every invitation, introducing me around as he went. This kid should have come on last year, but I held him at the school for half a year to help me out. What a handsome young man. Gentle as jade, clearly got real talent. Anyone Director Du kept on back in vocational school. How could he be anything but good? I flashed an earnest grin at the circle of big shots. The mill director, deputy directors, department heads, they crowded one table. Even deputy section chiefs couldn't squeeze in. Full section chiefs could only stand at the door and nod. This was the surprise my master had given me, standing in my corner. From today on, in this little patch of turf, I wouldn't say I'd be untouchable, but I'd absolutely get a fair shake at the basics. Anyone who dared bully me, Master, thank you. Don't mention it. Now get back to your nest. I need a nap at noon. This afternoon, have that little Wang in your department take you to pick a nurse. Skip the male nurses, dump those onto the surgery crew, that bunch of meatheads. We in internal medicine are all cultured folk. We don't compete with them. That afternoon, 4th floor, Department 3. I knocked and went in. Wang Shili wasn't there. Su Jincheng had his head buried in a medical textbook. Brother Wen. Hey, Jincheng, real eager to study, huh? You don't slap a smiling face, and besides, we'd be stirring the same pot in the same department from now on. A good relationship made everyone comfortable. I tossed him a Qianmen. He struck a match with practiced ease, lit up, and took a satisfied drag. He'd smoked Diamond's before. Connections like this one, he hadn't latched onto before. These days, no proper doctor at a proper work unit was ever short on money. Even the lowest rung, grade 19, out-earned a cook, and on top of that the patients brought thank-you gifts now and then. Cook or doctor, who really came out fatter was honestly hard to say. Brother Wen, in our line of work you keep learning your whole life. Right you are. I sat down across from Su Jincheng, puffing away. A mill of 10,000, yet the number of actual patients each day wasn't large. Internal medicine alone had 6 departments, and split among them, there was nothing to do all day. Brewing tea, reading, smoking, chatting. The days passed easy and pleasant. When Wang Shili gets here in a bit, she'll take you to the nurse's station to pick a sharp one. Register the assignment. Then bring her over to the 4th floor nurse's office. Patients go to the nurse first, then get brought over to us one at a time. Except for those few days when the seasons change, we're always at our leisure. Su Jincheng took a swig of water and grinned. That patient you saw today, he was my first in 3 days. What could I even say? Nice gig, hands down. A pure desk job. Beautiful. This is the life. Not bad at all. You said it. Be even better if there were a little more grain to go around. Su Jincheng smacked his lips. Even a doctor like him had a sallow tinge to his face. Made sense. This was 1960. A famine year. Count your blessings. I stretched out my arms and poured another mug of plain hot water. How could I not count my blessings? The cheat system was all in place. My days ahead were set to be just fine. I'd just been busy these couple of days and hadn't gotten around to studying that inventory screen closely. Tonight when I got home, I'd give it a good once-over. Shame there's no tea. I smacked my lips. Tea was precious these days. Needed coupons, needed connections, or else the black market. And even then good leaf wasn't guaranteed. Around 3 o'clock the door opened and Wang Shili came in her nurse's uniform. I glanced at the new watch my master gave me. Shift should have started at 2, but her showing up at 3 was fine, as long as nothing got delayed. The nurse's station wasn't far from the medical building, a cigarette's walk away. A stack of files was laid out in front of me, all female nurses. No photos, just name, address, education, and specialty. A few had comments penned in by their school teachers. That put them among the elite. Zhou Xiaoyan her. Got a teacher's comment, good at injections and internal medicine nursing. Perfect fit. All right, hang on a moment, Dr. Jiang. I'll go arrange it. Much obliged. Before long, Zhou Xiaoyan came in carrying her bundle. Pretty, with delicate features, 2 braids down her back, and a pair of eyes that were clear and a touch innocent. Not long out of school. Let's go, up to the 4th floor. I'll show you the nurse's office. You'll be in internal medicine from now on. Yes, Dr. Jiang. I had no other intentions toward the girl. My family hadn't climbed out of poverty yet, and I was only 19 or 20. What was the rush? On the way back to the medical building, I checked the watch again. Getting the housing sorted today was probably out of reach. I'd have to jump on it tomorrow. Our little courtyard still had 2 empty days Wofang, the south-facing back rooms across from the main house, and I wanted to grab them. Don't knock the back rooms for their poor sunlight. Housing matters were easy to handle down the line. As for number 95 next door, even if the main room opened up, I couldn't be bothered to move in. A courtyard that toxic, whoever wanted it could have it. The moment the end-of-shift bell rang, the silent steel mill instantly came alive. 4th floor, Department 3. Su Jincheng and I exchanged a glance and a knowing smile. All day long, we'd handled exactly that one patient of his from the morning. Brother Wen, the life in internal medicine's not half bad, eh? Pretty darn good. I gave him a thumbs up. Trade it for a busy job, and you'd be in for a world of misery. See you tomorrow, Brother Wen. See you tomorrow. I slung my bag over my shoulder and headed for the director's office, running into a cheerful Du Weihua getting off work halfway there. Master, come on, let's head out together. The whole way down the stairs people were greeting him, and by extension me. You get the housing sorted? No. Got held up at the nurse's station this afternoon. I'll go tomorrow. General Affairs section, in the logistics department. The guy from the table yesterday. That's him. He leaned close to my ear and dropped his voice. Good or bad, claim it first. Housing in Beijing is always in demand. Swapping for something better comes later. Just a matter of a few words. The old man was a sly fox. Don't worry. I'm not picky. Now you're talking. He winked at me like a mischievous old kid. I hadn't even reached the courtyard before a neighbor was calling out. Little one's back. How was the first day on the job? It was Li Tsohua, the wife of Wang Taizhu, the driver from the West Wing, a down-to-earth woman in the courtyard who loved a bit of gossip, but never spread tales about her own neighbors. Anytime there was the slightest stir in this alley, she was sure to be the first to know. Auntie, works great, contributing to society and all. The words rolled right off my tongue. Auntie Li chuckled. You've got the slickest tongue in the whole courtyard. My dad was deep in a smoke-and-chat session with Li Kongjian from the coal yard. Fewer people in the courtyard, yet the warmth between them ran even deeper, miles better than next door. Mid-conversation, Zhang Jigua and Wang Wenbin from Red Star Elementary came home from work, a whole pack of people streaming into the courtyard. You wouldn't believe it, that Yin Bugue at our school, he's stingy beyond belief. Wang Wenbin rolled his eyes. Today he collected the chalk dust from every classroom. The bag was practically leaking. I asked him what he wanted it for, and he just shook his head like a rattle drum and didn't say a word. I smacked my lips off in the corner. That really did sound like something Yin Bugue would do. Just an ugly look on him. Little one, you're a vocational grad. You've got book learning. What's chalk dust good for? All I know is it absorbs moisture. Wang Wenbin wasn't about to let it go. If he learned of some other use today, he'd be racing Yin Bugue for the stuff. Zhang Jigua jumped in. I know one. It prevents rust and cleans up grease. I gave a thumbs up and tossed in offhandedly. Keeps things from slipping and drives off ants. Those two are all I know. Perfect. Next time I race old Yin for the chalk dust. Old Zhang, you'll help out. You bet. Zhang Jigua puffed out his chest. Better to scatter it around our own courtyard than hand it all to that miser Yin. Anybody from next door comes looking for trouble, we round up the crew and take him on. Li Kongjian chuckled. My dad grinned and nodded. I blinked. I'll hit their funny bone pressure points. I'm a professional. The whole courtyard burst out laughing. A proper doctor hitting pressure points. How could he not be a pro? The East Wing. Son, you get the housing sorted? My mom was on it the second I walked in. Too busy today, but my master's got it locked in. I'll head straight to logistics tomorrow. He's the director of our internal medicine department, the top man, and his word carries real weight at the steel mill. The whole room went quiet. My dad even forgot to puff the cigarette in his mouth, and it went out. You're not pulling my leg. Why would I? Remember how I got kept on at school last year to help out the teacher? His name's Du Weihua, and he came to the steel mill this year too. He's the real deal, grade 6, 177 a month, close to 200 with subsidies. And today, he officially took me on as his disciple. I beamed. From now on, your son's a man with connections at the steel mill. The East Wing filled with the sound of breath being sucked in all around. Jiang Wu and Jiang Bei didn't get why everyone was gasping, but seeing both mom and dad do it, the two of them hurried to suck in a breath too, terrified of being left out. The smell of liquor filled the whole room. Bottled liquor was precious these days, and the bottle in my dad's hand wasn't ordinary ergot either. It was Shifeng, one of the country's 4 great liquors. The perks of being a projectionist, on full display. Your dad couldn't bring himself to drink it even at New Year's, and today he's living it up. My mom set out the bowls and chopsticks, spilling his secrets. My boy's got real ability and good fortune to boot. He's earned it. My dad huffed proudly. Dad's right. Just wait. Your son'll bring you back some Mao Tai. That I believe. 1 bottle of Shifeng, polished off clean by the 3 of us, mom, dad, and me. Northern women. Either they don't drink, or once they start, one of them can lay out 3 men. Getting up in the middle of the night, my gaze landed on the big camphor-wood chest in the corner, and I fell deep into thought. No sooner thought than done. I walked over and gave it a tap. The chest vanished. The inventory screen popped up, and the camphor-wood chest slid neatly into the 3rd slot. 200L, capacity camphor-wood chest. Once equipped, the host gains 200L of personal storage space. I went silent for 2 seconds. So that's how you get a personal storage space? You could play the inventory system like this? Excellent. I waved a hand, unequipped the chest, and restored it, then headed out to relieve myself. The family's chest was off limits. Tomorrow I'd find time to make a trip to the consignment store and dig up a big secondhand camphorwood chest. Spending a little money to get it done beat saving up industrial coupons to buy a new one. If I was going to do it, I'd do it right in one shot. Go for 300 liters. What transmigrator could turn down a personal storage space? The next day, the steel mill's logistics department. The small office in charge of housing assignments wasn't big, but it was a fat little post. I knocked, all courtesy. Come in, Dr. Jiang. Sit. Deputy Section Chief Zhao Daiju was all smiles. From yesterday's circle in the cafeteria, he'd been on the outer edge, nodding at me again and again. I've been waiting for you. First day's always busy, perfectly understandable. Have some water. Sorry to keep you waiting, Section Chief Zhao. I smoothly handed him a Daqianmen. The cigarette wasn't anything special, but it mattered who was handing it over. No trouble at all, no trouble. Here, let's take a look at our options. Half an hour, and the housing was settled. Wherever I wanted, that's what I got, and then came a little surprise. I'd only meant to ask for the 2 back rooms, but Section Chief Zhao gave a grand wave of his hand and threw in both back rooms plus a gatehouse room. His reasoning was downright lofty. Dr. Zhang's sacrificing the sunlight in his own room out of consideration for his fellow workers. Our mill can't go letting a good doctor down. Well then, a free extra room. Turns out there really are more good people in this world. Staying on good terms with a doctor, absolutely essential. Forget the medical skills. Just the face of an internal medicine director was reason enough to roll out the courtesies. And besides, would someone with poor skills ever catch a heavyweight's eye? I slipped the gatekeeper a couple of cigarettes and walked out of the mill without a hitch. The neighborhood committee could wait. First, I made for the consignment store, holding off until now to go hunt for a personal storage space. I'd been patient enough. 300 liters of space. Even if all it could do was hold things, with no other features, nobody alive would turn it down. It was my first time at the consignment store. Gray walls, wooden doors, a modest storefront, and above it a dark wooden plaque with Beijing Consignment Store, written in upright regular script, the lacquer mottled but the characters still clear. I pushed open the door, and the distinctive smell of secondhand goods washed over me. Treasure hunting at a secondhand market is a fine time. With the big 300-liter camphorwood chest in hand, I dragged it over to an empty corner where no one was around. Equip. The chest vanished into thin air and slid neatly into the 3rd slot of my inventory. A homemade personal storage space. Done. No desk duty today, so I headed straight for Nanluo Guxiang to get those 3 rooms locked down. In the alley, I ran into someone I knew. One of the leading ladies of that beastly courtyard, Qin Huairu. The 1960 version of her had a figure that had gone a bit soft, but the face still held up, above average, all in all. Jiang, little brother? She tested the waters with a greeting. Of all things, a transmigrator like me hates being called little. Silly Zhu's sister Qin? Straight to the throat. Her face fell on the spot. She shot a wary glance around, and only after confirming neither Mrs. Jia nor Jia Dongxu was in sight did she let out a breath, glaring daggers at me before turning and ducking back into her own courtyard. You want to spar with me? I gazed at that big gate of number 95, feeling rock solid inside. I'm not living in your courtyard. You bunch of menaces, you don't get to pick me. The neighborhood committee. I produced my letter of introduction from the steel mill and got in without a hitch. The old man at the front desk casually picked a clerk to handle my paperwork, and it went off smoothly. The doctor's identity, welcome anywhere. Come on, Dr. Jiang. I'll grab the keys and go over to the courtyard with you. The clerk, little Wang, was warmth itself, chattering the whole way about how a close neighbor beats a distant relative. That kind of silver tongue was just the thing for the neighborhood committee. Not like me. All I had was the cheat, the skills, and the powerful connections. Silver tongue? The only thing I'm good at talking is people into the grave. When we reached the courtyard gate, Li Tsohua was picking through vegetables, though her head kept craning over toward number 95 next door. At the gate next door, Mrs. Jia stood with her hands on her hips, pressing down on Qin Huairu's head and letting loose a torrent of abuse. Quite the show. Auntie, I got a place assigned. The comrade from the neighborhood committee's here to let me in. Oh, right business. Auntie Lee instantly dropped her appetite for gossip, turned her head, and bellowed into the courtyard. Jing. Little Wen's back. He's been assigned a place. Come give a hand. That voice of hers, loudest in the whole courtyard. A clatter of footsteps, and the whole courtyard came pouring out, not to grab the rooms, but to help. We weren't that kind of courtyard like the one next door. Gidge, gidge. My little sister Jiang Bei latched onto my leg, begging to be picked up. I swept her up in one arm, grinning ear to ear. The clerk unlocked the door and took the lock away with him. Public property. With the procedure done, I still politely walked him out. A little extra courtesy never hurt anyone. Son, my mom started directing. The westernmost room against the wall can be your bedroom. It's far from the gate, sunlight's a bit poor, but cut 2 windows facing the street and it'll do. The room next to the gate gets windows too, but we'll leave it empty for now. The gatehouse room, you can use for your medical books. How's that? Sure, we'll do it your way. I paused. But the room by the gate, let Jiangwu have it, he's old enough now. And the room the 2 of us would have shared, let little Bei have to herself. She ought to start getting used to it. My mom thought it over. No good. Once you get married, there won't be enough space. The light in my brother's eyes dimmed a little. I switched tacks, then let him take the gatehouse room. I don't need much space for reading anyway. Once he finds a master and learns a trade, things you'll work out down the road. This time my dad nodded. That works. We didn't have the means before. Now we can ease up a little. If there's not enough room when the eldest marries, we'll figure something out then. Dad, when the time comes, I'll move out. I swear I'll learn a trade in the next few years. Jiangwu jumped in, baring his teeth. My dad shot him a look. Learn a trade? How come you won't learn medicine from your brother? Huh? Dad, have mercy on me. Can't I start with something that doesn't take brains? Nonsense. Your old man's projectionist work is a technical skill too. My dad glared, and Jiangwu's neck shrank in like a browbeaten little chick. The whole table cracked up. Seemed like I'd inherited all the good stock in the Jiang family. What the 3rd kid, that little girl, was made of, still too soon to say. After dinner, I headed straight for the outer courtyard. From today on, I had my own place. Sweet. The back room already had a Kong built in, plus a 5-drawer chest, a chair, a small table, and a washstand. Simple furnishings, just how I like it. A quick tidy, and it was livable. I sat cross-legged on the edge of the Kong, lit a cigarette, and flicked the ash into an ashtray I'd made from a medicine bottle. Doctor, you know, I like things clean. These few days since I transmigrated, I'd gotten a feel for the rhythm. Food, clothing, shelter, all a little rough, but everything else beat my last life hands down. Last time around I had no cheat, no connections, no iron rice bowl. Now I wasn't short on a single one of them. The next day, I was woken by footsteps and voices out in the street. Check the watch, 6:30. Folks rose early in this era. A required course for any household in a Beijing hutong. Racing for the toilet. The sky was barely light, a thin frost still lining the base of the walls, and a long line had already formed outside the public outhouse. The old neighbors split into men's and women's sides without being told, an old custom worn in from years of living this way. A few people chatted in hushed voices, whose family had a row in the middle of the night, whose kid got a whooping. The day's first round of gossip, and pretty tempting. It'd be even better if I didn't have to be standing outside an outhouse to hear it. I yawned. Dr. Jiang, here for the toilet too? The voice was strangely familiar. I turned my head, a square face, glistening with grease. Not the kind that sweats out from inside, but the kind that gets caked on from years tending a stove. He used you. The crust of grease on this guy's face, you could probably scrape it off and fry up a dish. His collar and cuffs were so black they shone, like he'd been working a forge. Master he, can a man not use the toilet? I answered with a smile. He usually caught himself and smacked his own forehead. Listen to me, just woke up, huh? I figured the guy actually had a few brains. Shame I don't much care to chat with bootlickers, because Qin Huairu had just shifted over to the women's line, and he Yuzhu's eyeballs instantly locked onto her like radar. And the woman he was locking onto was Jia Dongshu's wife. Beautiful. Silly Zhu. What the hell are you gawking at? A short, dumpy old woman sprang up and jabbed a finger right at He Yuzhu's nose. Mrs. Jia. The line ahead happened to shuffle forward, So I took the chance to follow up a couple of steps. Best keep my distance. I always felt this hag's spit must be venomous. Auntie Jia, who do you think you're cussing out first thing in the morning? I just glanced over. What? A man can't even look now. He Yuzhu argued his case. What he cared about most right now was not trashing his reputation for the day. As for yesterday's business, nothing to do with today's him. I nearly laughed out loud, quickly stuffing a cigarette in my mouth and lighting it, to stifle the laugh, and to cut through the stench of the outhouse while I was at it. You motherf, ing silly Zhu, you're asking to die. Another voice. I turned. A smallish, decent-looking man came flying in from the side, landing a kick square on He Yuzhu's backside and booting him clean out of the line. Someone behind immediately filled the gap. Horse-faced, Su Damao. I didn't do anything. Bullshit. My ma told me everything. Jia Dongshu, you dumbass. The two of them started brawling right there in the street. Jia Dongshu only came out ahead on that first cheap shot kick. A moment later, He Yuzhu had him pinned. Mrs. Jia took one look. Oh, this would not stand. Head down. She shoved off her left foot and shot out like a rocket, ramming her forehead right into He Yuzhu's backside. Impressive. I watched, clicking my tongue in wonder. Throwing down in the toilet line first thing in the morning. Incredible. Thank God I wasn't living next door. Su Damao rubbed his stomach and looked itching to join in on the side. But the rumblings in his gut and what little sense he had left held him back. Take one hit, and he might just end up doing his business right there in the street. He still had his dignity. Dr. Jiang, I'm Su Damao, from next door. I'm a co-worker of your Uncle Jiang. He sidled over, smiling eagerly. Brother Damao, I know. We're acquainted. You don't slap a smiling face, and besides, he really was my dad's co-worker. Dr. Jiang, anything you need, just come find me at the propaganda section. I can help. He'd seen everything in the cafeteria that day. Even a deputy section chief couldn't get a word in. How could he not be buttering me up? All right, anything I need. You're the first I'll come to, Brother Damao. No harm in getting along with Su Damao. A genuine scoundrel always beats a hypocrite. And by that I mean the one up at the front of the line, Yi Zhonghai, who at that very moment darted out of the line to break up the fight and play rescuer. A perfectly good line, lined up for nothing. By the time I came out feeling refreshed, Yi Zhonghai, Mrs. Jia, He Yuzhu, Jia Dongshu, and Qin Huairu were all still standing in line. Qin Huairu hadn't kept her spot. Right before Mrs. Jia kicked off her assault, she'd first slapped Qin Huairu clean out of the line. Crushing force. This courtyard next door is like a cockfighting pit. I shook my head, honestly admiring any ordinary person who could survive in that place. Back in the outer courtyard, I started practicing my bagua palm. Roving bagua palm, a style of internal martial art built around walking, circling, roving with the body, palms following the steps, hard and soft combined. The footwork as nimble as a roaming dragon. Get tangled up with it? Wait to die? With that manual equipped, I had real form to my movements. Big bro, what's that you're doing? All slow and easy. Jiang Wu watched curiously as he waited for breakfast. Health exercise. I couldn't be bothered to explain. Couldn't exactly say this thing could kill a man. Then again, calling it health exercise wasn't wrong either. Regular circling strengthens the lower back and kidneys, gets the blood and qi moving, and limbers the joints. Strengthens the kidneys, you hear. 8 a.m., and the medical building was still quiet. Dr. Jiang. Morning, Dr. Jiang. You eaten yet? Greetings the whole way, and I returned everyone. Most of this courtesy was on account of my master. The more they did it, the more polite I had to be. Not making trouble for your golden connection is basic etiquette when you've latched onto one. 4th floor, Department 3. Su Jinsheng was boiling water. The two nurses had finished cleaning and gone back to their posts to wait for patients. Brother one want one? You bet. No tea leaves, but plain hot water tasted just fine. These days, it wasn't the time to be picky. I took out the 3 needle sets my master gave me. One set of stainless steel filiform needles, everything from 1/2 inch to 3 inches, every gauge thick and thin, all accounted for, with some to spare. A good master. He'd picked the most commonly used ones and stocked me with several sets. Brother one, what do these needles run? I've been studying new needling techniques lately, thinking of buying a set. Su Jinqing caught the scent and came right over. In our line of work, a good needle set is like a game item with a stat boost. Master gave them to me, so I'm not sure either. I smiled. If you really need them, just say the word. You're welcome to use mine. Once you've got the hang of it, just apply for a set at the mill. Thanks, brother one. I'll learn first, though no rush. Nicely put, but he didn't dare just accept on the spot. A man's got to read the room. The second set, 3-edged needles, for bloodletting. Run into high fever, heat stroke, or an acute sprain. Prick the shirxian, the jingwell points, or the ear apex to let a little blood, and recovery's quicker. The third set, plum blossom needles. 5 needles bound together is a plum blossom needle. 7 is a 7-star needle. The tips are blunt and rounded. You tap lightly on the skin to treat headaches and insomnia. But the most common thing at our mill is bone injuries, so this one doesn't see much use. Learn it slowly. Su Jinqing nodded like a chicken pecking grain. More skills, more paths. I'll keep at it. I taught him straight, no holding back. Teaching the apprentice doesn't starve the master. And besides, I'm not like other people. Done maintaining the needles, I opened up a copy of the Factory Health Workers Manual. The Barefoot Doctor's Manual was thorough enough, but extra learning never hurt, and this one recorded all the cases most common at the steel mill. Right on point. Knock knock. Come in. The door opened. It was Zhou Xiaoyan. Brother one, this one's yours. Su Jinqing dropped his voice with a grin. Dr. Jiang, the patient has diarrhea and abdominal pain, with rumbling and cramping, eased somewhat after passing stool. 5 or 6 times a day, watery and loose, no pus or blood. Aversion to cold, cold hands and feet, fatigue, dizziness, cold sweats, no taste in the mouth, no appetite, white greasy tongue coating. Zhou Xiaoyan delivered the report clear and organized. I gave her a mental thumbs up. Having a professional partner nurse is a blessing for a doctor. Master Zhang, is it? Have a seat. I'd already read the nurse's station notes, so I had a sense of things. The rest I'd ask in person. Zhang Jingguo, pale-faced, sweat beading on his forehead. Doc, is this easy to treat? Relax, it's nothing major. Give me your hand. Let me read your pulse. The original owner had a solid foundation, and with the Barefoot Doctor's Manual boost on top, pulse reading came to me effortlessly. Which workshop are you in, Master Zhang? The forging workshop, real hot in there. Overdid it on the cold stuff? He gave an embarrassed little chuckle. You're spot on. Knocked back some well water after my shift, then ate a plate of overnight cold pickled vegetables, and that night my bowels were running. Common in spring, and you indulged in the cold damp diarrhea, spleen and stomach deficiency cold. In today's terms, acute gastroenteritis. I picked up my pen and wrote the prescription. 3 doses of Huaxiang Jingqi San. Go home, decoct it, and take it. Doc, I'd rather not take leave. No need for leave. I shook my head. Afraid of needles? Lie down on the bed, and I'll give you a couple. What's a grown man got to fear from needles? The moment he heard he wouldn't need leave, Master Zhang perked right up. I sterilized each filiform needle with alcohol. Zhongwan strengthens the spleen, harmonizes the middle, stops pain. The needle went in. I left it for 20 minutes. I explained it to Su Jinqing on the side. Reading the book 1,000 times isn't worth doing it once with your own hands. Both Tianshu points. Regulate the intestines, treat diarrhea. 2 needles in, and a hint of relief surfaced on Master Zhang's pale face. Su Jinqing's eyes went wide. The big shot's disciple results the moment he made his move. Qihai warms and tonifies the lower jiao. Zusanli strengthens the spleen and dispels damp. Yinlinquin promotes urination and stops diarrhea. I left the needles in and waited. Su Jinqing handed me a cigarette, and the two of us stepped a few feet from the bed and puffed away. The patient didn't mind. Cure the illness, and he could do whatever he pleased. Master Zhang, doze off if you're tired. I'll call you when it's time to take the needles out. His eyes closed and he was out. After a whole night of running to the toilet, it'd be a wonder if he weren't sleepy. Impressive, brother one. Small stuff. I waved it off modestly. 20 minutes later, Master Zhang left carrying his medicine. He'd come in droopy and listless, chi and blood depleted. He walked out with his energy full and his step steady. Acupuncture, incredible. Near noon, the door opened. It was my master. Heard you treated an acute gastroenteritis case this morning and used needles too? Come on, let's eat. Tell your master about it. In the cafeteria corner, Du Weihua's eyes were sparkling. That's my disciple, all right. Tell me, what if you went with Western medicine? Sulfaguanidine, belladonna tablets, plus a vitamin B tablet, and have the nurse run a bottle of weak saline into him. Good. Saline's enough. No sugar. We don't have that stuff. He nodded. But your Huaxiang Jingqi sand plus acupuncture is plenty. Come summer, cases like this pile up. With you here, I've got nothing to worry about. Knock it off? Old Du, bragging without thinking it through. You can't handle good material like this. Give him to me. My orthopedics department's short exactly this kind of sturdy fellow. A familiar booming voice. My master didn't even turn his head, just glanced at me. Go on, what are you short of? That's your master's senior brother, from orthopedics, come to bring you a gift. His voice wasn't loud or soft, but pitched just right for that orthopedics director to catch every word. Old Du, you son of a. Master, what I'm short of is a wife. I know how to play along too. Asking for something would be inappropriate. Asking for nothing, also inappropriate. A line like that, perfect. Huh, this kid's all right. How do you know your senior uncle's got a few daughters at home? The burly giant plopped down beside me, and even the steel frame of the chair trembled. Was everyone in orthopedics this beefy? My master sighed. Foolish child, you picked the most unsuitable thing of all. Your Uncle Lee's daughters all married off long ago. He's pulling your leg. A weight lifted off my chest. No harm done, then. My master turned, calmly held out a hand. Senior brother, you've met the disciple. Aren't you going to cough up a meeting gift? Blunt, generous, asked straight out. My red on my master climbed another notch. When it comes to thick skin, I've still got things to learn. Old Du, you've still got the damn nerve of a brass plate. Li Chong cursed with a laugh and pulled out a handmade cowhide acupuncture kit, tossing it to me. Good thing I came prepared. Otherwise you'd corner me for something, and I'd have nothing to hand over. How humiliating. My master gave it a glance. Cheapskate. That's damn fine calfskin. You know nothing. The two of them squabbled and bickered, their bond rock solid. Good news for me. Both internal medicine and orthopedics were my people now, and from here on I could walk tall at the Mill Hospital. After lunch we headed back to the office, full and content, which naturally meant a quality nap. Su Jincheng had long since gotten his spot ready. Brother Wen, grab a few winks. Let's. Gotta be internal medicine. On my way up, I saw orthopedics run off their feet. Su Jincheng patted his pillow on both sides to fluff it soft, a seasoned napper. 3 p.m., the busiest stretch. 2 patients were brought in at the same time, and wouldn't you know it, we'd just woken up. One with a limp, one with a black eye. No need to ask, they'd been fighting. And it was those same 2 from the toilet line this morning. Su Jincheng took Hiyuzhu. I took Su Damao. Brother Damao, shouldn't this leg go to orthopedics? Orthopedics is swamped today. Somebody looked at it and said nothing's broken or cracked, just kicked till it swelled. Shoot me over to you. Su Damao casually rolled up his pant leg. Su Damao, you wait. Hiyuzhu bared his teeth. Slap. Su Jincheng smacked the table. This is a clinic, not your wrestling ring. Behave. Hiyuzhu immediately wilted. Picking a fight with a doctor in a clinic, not smart. I pressed on Su Damao's calf. Bruised purple, nothing serious. Hurts to walk. Doesn't hurt. Only hurts when you press it. Small problem. One treatment. A few taps with the plum blossom needle, then hot towels at home. 3 days of that, and you'll be good. Brother, does it hurt? A little. You want medicine? Su Damao waved his hands frantically. Forget it. Your sister-in-law and I are trying for a kid. I don't take medicine willy-nilly. I took him out to treat him. Inside, Hiyuzhu put on a thick-skinned face and asked Su Jincheng, Doc, can needles bring down this eye? Su Jincheng's pen paused mid-prescription. That spot of yours. Can I really put a needle right next to your eyeball? Take the medicine. Poke an eye blind, and who'd be on the hook? Medicine was the safer bet. The 2 of them were still glaring at each other as they left. Quite the temper on them. Brother Wen, those 2 from your courtyard? Next door? What? Su Jincheng spread his hands. These 2 come in here at least once a month, every time from a fight, either orthopedics or internal medicine. He clicked his tongue. If only it were a man and a woman, they wouldn't be reporting in month after month. Huh, a small scrap every 3 days, a big one every 5. This morning in the toilet line, that dopey Hiyuzhu you patched up got into it with Jia Dongshu's whole family too. I tossed in a little promotion for he Yuzhu on the side. Oh, I know about that. Heard he's got eyes for Jia Dongshu's wife. Su Jinqing caught the gossip bug. Our medical building is the biggest rumor exchange in the whole mill. What's known here, the whole mill knows. What's not known here, the whole mill might not know either. That Jia Dongshu's wife, is she really good looking? I stroked my chin and lit a cigarette. Honest answer? Average. He usually a dope who acts like he's never seen a woman. Someone a big fool takes a shine to. How good looking do you figure she can be? And think about his reputation at the mill. Besides being quick with a walk, has he got any other good points? HSSS. Su Jinqing drew in a breath. Right? The word reputation doesn't seem to apply to this guy at the mill at all. Plus, I spread my hands. There's an event over at our courtyard. What event? Next door, whenever a fight blows up, the elder in charge loves to call an all-hands meeting. Our courtyard? We love to lean a ladder up and climb the wall to watch the monkey show. He uses the monkey? Snap. I clicked my fingers. Congratulations, correct. That evening, I came home to my own normal two-section courtyard. The ladder was already propped against the wall, and a whole row was perched on top. Jiang Wu, my dad, Wang Taizhu, Li Kangzhan, Zhang Zhiguo, Wang Wenbin, all present. Hey, little Jiang, we've been waiting on you. Get up here. Wang Wenbin waved. The monkey show was about to start. Couldn't miss it. The drama next door beat the movies. The courtyard's women were chattering away. These men, climbing up to watch by themselves. Come on, sisters, let's just go right over there. Li Tsuehua gave a grand wave and led the group, including my mom and a wide-eyed Jiang Bei, straight next door. A heart for gossip, cultivated from a young age. The middle court next door. He Yuzhu had just set up the 8 immortals table, looked up, saw a wall full of people, and his face went black on the spot. Su Domao's reaction was the opposite. He waved at me eagerly. Dr. Jiang, my leg's a lot better. I'll come find you at the medical building tomorrow to keep up the needling. The whole row on the wall burst out laughing. Son, your skills are something else. My dad grinned. It's not easy for our courtyard to produce a doctor. We've got to look after him well. Li Kangzhan chimed in. Today, both Master Zhang and Su Domao had gone back to their workstations and talked me up for all they were worth. My reputation was climbing fast. Brother Domao, what's your all-hands meeting about this time? Su Domao, shameless as ever, ignored the black-faced Yi Zhonghai beside him, the frowning Lu Haizhong, and the smiling Yan Bugue, and blurted right out. Nothing much. Just that business this morning with silly Zhu fighting the Jia family. I tossed him a cigarette. Have a smoke. Thanks, Dr. Jiang. One wall between them. One normal courtyard, one beastly courtyard, and the two of us chatted away like nobody else was there. That's enough, Su Domao. This is our courtyard's business. Why are you blabbing everything to outsiders? Word gets around, and the neighborhood committee thinks poorly of us, and we lose outstanding courtyard this year. You planning to make it up to everybody? Yi Zhonghai erupted. Su Domao dug at his ear, didn't pay him the slightest mind, and went off to find his wife. Up on the wall, Wang Taizhu roared with laughter. Oldie, don't think you're such a big deal. That sorry business of you lot fighting in the toilet line this morning. The whole mill knows. Even the coal yards heard. What are you putting on airs for? I can vouch for it. Li Kangzhan raised his hand to twist the knife. Yi Zhonghai might be somebody next door, but in our courtyard, come looking for trouble and we'll bust your third leg. Yi Zhonghai, quit throwing your weight around in front of real men. We're up on the wall to catch a breeze. Whether your courtyard holds a meeting, what's that got to do with us? My dad rolled his eyes, not cutting him an inch of slack. One after another, the men on the wall ground Yi Zhonghai's face into the dirt. Lu Haizhong was struggling to hold back a laugh, and Yin Bugue watched the show beside him, grinning away. A chance to see Yi Zhonghai eat crow didn't come along often. Jia Dongshu stepped up. What breeze are you catching? You're up there in summer rain and winter snow too. Grown roots on that wall, have you? I was a little surprised. The kid had quite a temper. Made sense, though. The meeting coming up was about docking He Yuzhu's pay to subsidize the Jias. So how could he not be anxious? Jia Dongshu, quit your whining and get lost. I'm arguing with your master here. Wang Taizhu cursed from the wall. Others feared the Jia family. He didn't. Our courtyard was small and few in number, but there wasn't a single coward among us. Wang Taidan, what did you say? got the guts to come down here. Mrs. Jia couldn't sit still. Wang Taiju tilted his head back. Tui. A thick wad of phlegm landed with precision smack on Mrs. Jia's fat face. Get lost, you old hag. Watch it, or I'll report you for superstition. One move, opponent down. Mrs. Jia shut up on the spot. She really did believe in that stuff. Jia Dongshu also backed off a couple of steps, afraid the phlegm might fly his way. Are you lot done yet? Quit holding up our meeting. Yi Zhonghai caved, and just decided to treat the gang on the wall like a flock of sparrows, ignored every one of them. Up on the wall, they all chuckled away. Wang Taiju cracked open a pack, lit one for himself, and passed the rest back. By the time it went down the line, everyone had one, except Jiang Wu. If he'd dared smoke today, he'd probably have caught a few smacks across the face. Yi Zhonghai next door is the most fun. Li Kangzhan looked down at the courtyard, his expression less like he was watching people and more like how I used to look at pets in my last life. I got it. It's cricket fighting, the playthings being that pack of beasts next door. Marvelous. Looks like I've still got plenty of this craft to learn from my elders. Down below, the verdict came in. Zhu, you pay 5 yuan, and that's the end of it. Yi Zhonghai laid down the final word. See, told you I was right? In the end, it's still He Yuzhu who pays. Wang Taiju cackled. I said 5 too. 5 and 1 more. My dad sighed. I bet on 10. Damn it. I gave Yi Zhonghai too much credit for being a beast. The whole wall burst out laughing and climbed down. Yi Zhonghai heard someone curse him as a beast. 10 yuan? No way. That was close to 10 days of He Yuzhu's wages. He wasn't quite that rotten. Retaliate against my dad. One a fitter, one a projectionist. He wasn't a cadre. What the hell could he retaliate with? And besides, my family's eldest was a doctor. Offend a doctor and still expect an easy time? Yi Zhonghai was rotten, but not stupid. He Yuzhu gave a cold snort, paid up, and walked off, all in one smooth motion, nearly a reflex by now. But he didn't regret one bit beating Jia Dongshu this morning. A real man never regrets. The outer courtyard, my room. After dinner, I studied my cheat and noticed something. The 2 books in the inventory, the Barefoot Doctor's Manual and the Roving Bagua Palm, had faded in color. It was only after taking the books out that I realized, without the equipment boost, my understanding of these 2 was actually deeper than it had been a couple days ago, and my stamina had gone up too. HSSS, I fell into thought. Once these 2 books fade completely from the inventory, does that mean I've fully mastered them? It would. It definitely would. A couple of days' practice could never produce this effect. The only explanation was, once the time was up, my body would fully absorb the abilities in these 2 manuals. So, books, to me, were skill books. The Camphorwood chest was still sitting where it had been. Seemed like purely physical things, with no knowledge to them, couldn't be absorbed. Since I've got the time, let me test them one by one. I pulled a heap of belongings out of my personal storage space. A 10 yuan note, a 1 gene grain coupon, 3 needle sets, and a little wooden figure for practicing acupoints. Back when I was practicing needling at school, my dad had someone carve it from pine wood, heavy and hard. 3 slots still open. Money first. The 10 yuan went in, and I sensed carefully. Nothing happened. I quietly took the money back out. I was overthinking it. This is an inventory, not a treasure bowl. Next, the grain coupon. Money I wasn't short on these days. My wages were enough to spend. But coupons, those were the killer. Money without coupons, and you still couldn't spend it. The grain coupon went in. Hey, there it is. 1 gene grain coupon. Within 1 calendar week, produces 1 gene of grain through breakdown. All coupons can be broken down, with durations varying by type. Grain and cloth types, 1 week. Oil and non-staple food types, oil, meat, sugar, tobacco, liquor 2 weeks. Fuel types, coal, charcoal 3 days. Special industrial goods, such as the 3 big-ticket items, 1 month. I gave a thumbs up. This cheat was the real deal. Drop a coupon in and the resource produces itself automatically, time traded for goods. Some things you couldn't necessarily buy even with the coupon in hand. I dug out a low-grade jasmine tea coupon and stuffed it in, non-staple food type, 1 liang every 2 weeks. Better than nothing. Haven't had tea since I got here, and this one I swiped from my master's drawer at that. A man's got to count his blessings. Next, the needles. One set of filiform needles went in, and the response was instant. Filiform needles set. Man and needle as one. Needling mastered to a divine art. Can treat illness and save lives, or kill without a sound. I pinched up a single needle and flicked my wrist. The needle cut through the air without a sound, passed through the tabletop, and embedded itself in the floor. My sense of security shot straight to the max. Let's see about the wooden figure. I stuffed it in. Acupuncture wooden figure. Acupoint memory never forgotten. The body resists blows, hard as this wood. HSSS. I drew in another cold breath. If the needles maxed out offense, the wooden figure maxed out defense, with enhanced medical skill on top. Fists and palms clashed with no sensation of pain, yet my movements weren't slowed in the slightest. I drove a punch into the packed yellow earth of the floor. Bang! A clear fist print branded into the ground. Self-defense ability, maxed out. I lay back down on the Kong. From here on, this young fellow was good not just with the pen, but with the fist too. Open with the bagua palm, drive a needle into a death point, land a punch that rattles a man's brains. Sweeping that pack of beasts next door wouldn't be a problem. Anyone who wants to ruin my good days had better ask my needles and these iron cast bones first. And with that, all 6 inventory slots were full. The next morning at 6:30, I was right on time near the front of the toilet line, 10 minutes at most, and it'd be my turn. Looking at the line growing longer and longer behind me, I felt rather pleased. The early bird gets the outhouse. Morning, Dr. Jiang. Little Dr. Jiang. Greetings the whole way. My dad stood behind me, grinning so wide his mouth nearly reached the sky. The crowning achievement of his whole life was his eldest son. No beasts clawing at each other this morning. Calm and uneventful. I made it to the office without a hitch, boiled water, read my books. Got to needle Master Zhang and Su Demao one more time today, and once more tomorrow, then they're done. Here's hoping nothing new comes in. I sipped my plain hot water, somehow squeezing a hint of tea flavor out of it. The tea coupon was still breaking down, 14 days minimum before I could drink the real thing. Su Jincheng handed out cigarettes with a grin. Hard work, brother one. That silly Zhu cook probably won't come looking for me today. I prescribed him Chinese medicine. What an unreliable guy, actually wanting me to stick a needle right next to his eyeball. I laughed. I already knew about it, but his retelling was vivid as anything. That's small stuff. I watched the monkey show last night. Just listen to this. After I'd told the whole thing, Su Jincheng's eyes went wide and his nostrils flared. Holy hell, where'd this giant fool come from? Yi Zhonghai just hands it over because he says so? Anyone who didn't know would think he was a state banquet chef. Silly Zhu, the name fits. I understood his shock. The mess in that courtyard next door? In real life, not pulling a knife on someone was already being polite. Knock, knock, knock. Dr. Zhang, Master Zhang is here. Doc, thank you. I'm already a lot better today. Master Zhang strode in, color back in his face. He went to bow, but I stopped him with a light one-handed catch. The enhanced body, no effort at all. Master Zhang, take off your shirt. Time for needles. He grinned, not even surprised anymore. He'd already found out my address and planned to drop by this evening with a little something. Nothing valuable, just the thought. Repay a kindness. That's what makes a real man. Getting on good terms with a skilled doctor was a guaranteed win. Leave the needles in 20 minutes. Doze off if you're tired. Come back once more tomorrow to lock it in. I'll do as you say. I went back to my seat and read my medical books. A medic has to test upward. Physician, attending, director. All of it requires exams. You can't treat human lives like child's play. Jincheng, what year did you come on? Last year. Meant to push for grade 15, but didn't have the confidence. I'll push again this year. Make me grind 3 years just to hit grade 15, and I'm out. Brother Wen, you got any plans this year? Sure do. We'll go for it together, you and me. Up 1 grade, and the monthly wage hit 56.5, a solid step on my road as a medic. All right, let's work for it together. Su Jincheng perked up. 20 minutes later, I took out Master Zhang's needles, and he walked out even brisker than he came in. On pure acupuncture skill alone, I was already more impressive than my master. Open up a cheat, and still creep along, and the cheat's wasted. Near noon, attending physician Du hadn't shown, off making a house call for some big shot. Once I made attending, I'd get that treatment too. Knock, knock, knock. Dr. Su, patient. Su Jinqing's just lifted backside sat right back down. Brother one, how about you take this one? No rush, I'll wait for you. Watching's good for me anyway. Another upset stomach. The hotter it gets, the higher the workshop temperatures, and we'll have our hands full from here on. Su Jinqing grumbled as he washed his hands. Come on, let's eat. I'll fill you in over the meal. In the cafeteria, after he finished explaining, I felt a little like throwing in the towel. There really was a lot of work. Relax, it won't all dump on internal medicine, or we'd be worked to death. Su Jinqing smiled. He saw last year's self in my face. Last year I took on a health survey, tagged along with the main crew building files for active full-time workers. The work's not much, really, you just update it each year. Some retire, some get made permanent. Doesn't add up to many. I settled down. If someone without connections like him didn't find it tiring, I'd be even less burdened. How they assign things this year, we'll know once the bosses at the medical building finish their meeting. Come on, let's head back and rest. On the way back, he clicked his tongue. Say what you will, silly Zhu may be a fool, but his big pot cooking really is decent. Plenty of families in Nanluo Guxiang hire him for weddings and funerals. Apart from being short a few marbles, the rest of him's all right. I handed him a cigarette. That afternoon, full belly, nothing to do. Back to our posts for a nap. This was the life of immortals. 2:30, the two of us had napped ourselves into a body clock and woke right on time, washed our faces, and stood today's last watch. Knock, knock, knock. The nurses each brought one in. Brother Damao, here I am. Take a look at my leg today. A lot better, right? Su Damao rolled up his pant leg. Had to do the hot compress last night. How could I not follow doctor's orders? Now that silly Zhu, he went home and neither compressed it nor decocted the medicine. Said his body was tough enough to tough it out. Took one look this morning. Heh, eye socket's swollen, huh? The nurses, the doctor, even the patient with the upset stomach all paused to listen to his gossip. Why is the medical building's news so well informed? Because some patients have the quickest mouths around. Dr. Su, looks like the medicine you prescribed he usually went to waste. I chuckled as I needled Su Damao. Su Jinqing didn't even lift his head, just turned to the nurse. Next time he usually comes in, I'm busy. Understood, Dr. Su. Sister Xiaoyan, I'm busy too, just so you know. Any problem saying that in front of a patient? None. He usually was the one who disrespected a doctor's labor first. Besides, internal medicine had plenty of doctors, he'd still get treated. Treatment done, the two kings of slacking went back to the daily routine. Reading books, reading the paper, drinking water, waiting for the end of shift. Less than an hour before quitting time, word of a meeting came down. The two of us crawled up, thoroughly unwilling. Where to? Big conference room, first floor. Su Jinqing said listlessly. Time to hand out assignments. Here's hoping I land something easy this year. Every march was like surviving a tribulation for him. I slung my bag over my shoulder, everything I'd take home already packed, ready to bolt the second the meeting ended. Su Jinqing, the same. All the way downstairs, Dr. Su, Dr. Jiang, Dr. Wang, Dr. Li. I was on nodding terms with the whole internal medicine crew now. I didn't know the others, but as long as they knew me, that was enough. No big deal. Little Jiang, little Su, you two are in charge of mill-wide rat, fly, and cockroach extermination. Come in tomorrow morning and go straight to the security section to collect your people. They'll cooperate with you. Rat poison, fly swatters, 666 powder, and Lysol are all in the 4th floor storeroom. Go get them yourselves. Any questions? No questions, we answered in unison. This job was even cushier than Su Jinqing's file building last year. Hand out the poison, set the stations, tag along for a round, hand it off to security, done. Bad luck draws you the heat stroke supplies purchasing. Good luck? Well, each has its perks. For two rookies like us, it was plenty sweet. Ring, ring, ring. The end of shift bell, meeting adjourned. If every meeting were like this, I could get used to it. Ah, brother one, you've got a lively mouth. But meetings right at quitting time carry a risk too. You can run into family members who show up at the last minute in the office. Happens even more over in obstetrics and pediatrics. I got it. Internal medicine really was good. We'll meet up at the security section tomorrow, collect people and supplies straight off. Saves an extra trip up the stairs. Su Jinqing offered the idea. I gave a thumbs up. Spoken like the old-timer who came a year early. That evening, home. After a full day of work, I slumped into a chair and let out a long breath. Big bro. Jiang Bei threw herself into my arms. Jiang Wu was half a beat behind, crouching obediently to the side. The three of us together made the liveliest scene in the whole courtyard. Little Wu, figured out what trade you want to learn yet? Not yet. Dad said he'd help me look into it. I can read. Knowing how to read means I can do anything. Reading's about all you've got left going for you. I rolled my eyes. This brother of mine, honest, few words, can read. That's it. My dad came home wheeling that broken-down bicycle. Everything rattles except the bell. Looking cheerful. He parked it, locked it, and plopped down beside me. I talked to the section chief. Got this hopeless kid set up to learn projection from me. Huh. I blanked. Don't underestimate your old man. All these years at the steel mill. You think I don't have that much pull? Humble in his words, just a temp worker. But that non-existent tail of his was about to wag up to the sky. Impressive. I gave a thumbs up. Dad's impressive. Jiang Wu copied right along. Dad, carry me. Jiang Bei burrowed straight into his arms. My dad trotted happily inside to share the good news with my mom, and my mom's cheer rang out of the room at once. When the head of the household's happy, the whole family's happy. I closed my eyes, the evening breeze on my face, the corner of my mouth turned up. Dr. Jiang. It's me, old Jiang. I came to thank you. I opened my eyes and froze. Master Jiang? What brings you here? It was Master Jiang. Nothing valuable. A jar of his family's homemade pickled vegetables. He set it down and bolted, running off fast, terrified I'd chase after him and give it back. I cradled the jar of pickles, and something extra welled up in my chest. Get to taste these tonight. The old neighbors all came out and watched the whole thing. Old Jiang, your Dr. Jiang's really something. Li Kongzhan's booming voice rang out, and my dad's back went a little straighter. Come, come, everyone present gets a share, have a taste. My mood got even better. The sense of security a good courtyard gives you, it's right here. The same thing next door, and there'd surely be someone sour, someone cursing. Over here, it's all praise. Crunchy enough. Got a nice bite. Not too salty, just right for my old teeth. Old lady sure, Wang Tieju's mother, chewed away with relish. Those dentures of hers, bought by her driver's son, worked great. She was nothing like the deaf old lady next door, just an ordinary, warm-hearted old woman. There wasn't a single young person in this courtyard she hadn't looked after as a kid, me included. Granny sure eats slowly. Don't worry, too salty I drink water, too hungry I eat, and my head works just fine. The whole courtyard burst out laughing. The old lady was this courtyard's joy-bringer. In the back court next door, the deaf old lady gnawed on a wow too, so put off her food by the laughter on our side that she kicked her door open with a bang, hobbled to the base of the wall on her cane, and cursed. Hey, next door, quit the racket. Is there no end to it? Apparently she wasn't so deaf right now. Su Domao and Lu Xiaoyi poked their heads out the window. What's next door laughing about? Couldn't hear. Just envy and jealousy. The two of them ducked back in. They were trying for a baby, no time to get involved. Domao, that Jiang had a patient come thank him at home practically the day he started work. Should we go take a look too? We've had everything checked there is to check. You're fine and I'm fine. We can't just go on like this forever. Lu Xiaoyi rubbed her belly, her face drawn. Su Domao smacked his lips. All right, let's give it a shot. Chinese medicine's bitter and useless anyway. A little needling can't hurt. Get the hell lost, you old hag. Did my laughing inconvenience you? Don't like it? Come over and throw down. An even louder voice exploded. Old lady sure planted her hands on her hips, stood up on a stool, and let loose at the courtyard next door with a full chest of breath, not a trace of frailty. Vigor in old age. That's my mother, all right. Wang Taizhu laughed wildly. Pa, that's that old coffin filler next door playing deaf and dumb. One slap and her face goes lopsided. She's nothing. The older folks, when they cursed, actually returned to a kind of pure, no-frill sharpness. Get lost, you old thing. You're just envious and jealous of our courtyard. You bound-feet old hag. You dare cross swords with me? Childless old crone. Nobody'll see you off when you die. I spat out a mouthful of water and gave old lady sure a thumbs up. Impressive. With all this coming down, I didn't even need to go over to picture the deaf old lady's expression. You old never dying, sure, I'll die after you. Pa, die wherever you please. Son, get up on the wall. What are you standing around for? My dad had somehow already climbed onto the wall, the whole row up there with him. Little Jiang One, get up here and tell me what that old never-dying's face looks like. Old lady sure called. Run up, push off, up the wall, all in one fluid motion. Fine moves. Wang Taiju cackled. Our courtyard was only two-section and not as wide as next door, but it was long and narrow, and from the wall you could keep an eye on all three of their courts, front, middle, and back. Sit up on the wall, and every familiar face next door came into view. The deaf old lady, Yi Zhonghai and his wife, He Yuzhu, the Jia family, Yin Bugui. The deaf old lady's face was livid, like someone had aired her dirty laundry out in the sun. Old lady, sure. This old woman fights you to the death. Got the guts? Come over here. See if I don't kick that crippled bound-foot leg of yours clean off. As if old lady sure would ever back down. The beast courtyard was famous for infighting, but against outsiders, they were united. Yi Zhonghai lifted his head, face dark. Wang Taiju, you won't reign in your mother? You're making us a laughingstock. Who was the deaf old lady bound tightest to? Yi Zhonghai. She gets bullied. How could he not step up? Wang Taiju tilted his head back. Tui. A thick wad of phlegm landed at Yi Zhonghai's feet. Yi Zhonghai dodged fast, or it'd have caught him square in the face. Wang Taiju, you won't take the easy way, you'll take the hard way. Pa. Another wad, and this time it landed right on the bridge of Yi Zhonghai's nose. The air froze. Ha. Yi Zhonghai, you childless old bastard. Got the guts, come fight me. Don't think a grade 6 worker's so high and mighty. I'm a driver, you know. Wang Taiju was old lady Shi's son. All right. The cursing vocabulary ran in a straight line. Li Kangzhan laughed so hard the cigarette but shot out of his mouth, sailed across, and landed right at Yin Bugui's feet. Zhang Zhigua and Wang Wenbin exchanged a glance. Oh, if it isn't Teacher Yin, the one who pilfers the students' chalk dust. Now don't go picking up that, but to keep smoking it. Listen to you. That's not smoking it again. That's clearly being thrifty. The two of them sat up on the wall cackling, their laughter like slaps, landing again and again on Yin Bugui's face. He flushed red with rage, jabbing a trembling finger. You'd better not push your bullying too far. Pa, don't get into a war of words with us too. Go take a look at the kids you teach, dead last in their grades, every one. The flowers of the motherland, and their roots rot in your hands. Good grief, cultured folks curse even nastier. Old lady Shi against the deaf old lady, Wang Taiju against Yi Zhonghai, Zhang and Wang against Yin Bugui. A whole courtyard's worth of old scores, all dredged up today. It suddenly struck me that the kind of story I'd watched before transmigrating, where the protagonist single-handedly slaughters his way through everything, was too monotonous. For pure satisfaction, nothing beats our courtyard. Enough. Wang Taiju, and that never-dying mother of yours. All of you shut it for me. She's one old woman. What gives you the right to bully her? What's any of this got to do with first elder or third elder? He Yuzhu blew up. I spread my hands to show I didn't get it. My dad copied me and spread his hands too. Li Kangzhan had one virtue. When he didn't get something, he asked. He raised his hand and spoke slowly. Silly Zhu, didn't your dad He Daqing run off to Baoqing? How come you're out here defending Yi Zhonghai and Yin Bugui? Those two your dads too. And, are you short on love or something? You're this devoted to one deaf old lady, even calling her grandma? Why don't you call me grandpa? I happen to be short a grandson. Damn you, Li Kangzhan. He Yuzhu detonated. Screw your grandma. You cuss out my mother, come die. Wang Taiju roared, then leapt straight off the wall. Silly Zhu. Take your grandpa's flying sit-down strike. Bang. His whole body slammed down. My eyeballs nearly popped out. The men in my memory weren't this reckless. Don't just stand there. Don't leave Taiju on his own. We're going to. Next door's all beasts. Li Kangzhan laughed and jumped down after him, charging straight at Yi Zhonghai. Wang Wenbin and Zhang Zhigua exchanged a grin and tumbled over the wall like dumplings into a pot, making for Yin Bugui. My dad stopped being choosy too. Get down there first, sort it out later. Bang, one more down. I grabbed Zhang Wu by the scruff as he was about to jump. What are you joining in for? Your big bro'll take you when you're older. Hauling him along, I leapt back into our own courtyard. Mom, I'm heading over to check things out. I am a doctor, after all. Go on. My mom was all cheer, not the least bit worried. Her own son getting beaten up? Out of the question. I sprang up the wall and down again in another single bound, like a swordsman out of a storybook. Su Damao's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly waved me over. The fight in the back court was plenty heated and didn't need one more from me, so I walked over. Brother Damao, what's this? Don't get the wrong idea. I've got no wish to spar with you. You just cured me. I'm not that ungrateful. I want you for something else. He held out a cigarette. I took it. Watch the show, have a smoke. Nice. After a bout of muttering, Su Damao and Lu Xiaoyi were both red in the face. I didn't laugh. A doctor doesn't mock his patients. That's the rule. Brother Damao, Sister Xiaoyi, you trust a young one like me? We've had checked what there is to check, real causes and imagined ones. Not one missed, and there's nothing for it. Neither of us has any major problem, and we've just been taking medicine to regulate it. Su Damao crouched on the ground smoking. I was going to come find you tomorrow. Didn't expect to run into the chance today. Lu Xiaoyi, eyes red, gave him a shove. All right. Brother Damao's my dad's co-worker. No problem. If I can't handle it, there's still my master, Du Weihua, the head of internal medicine, a real heavyweight. Thanks, brother. Su Damao grabbed my hand. Lu Xiaoyi's eyes rimmed red. Don't rush. I'm not prepared today. Tomorrow morning, I've got to lead the extermination crew. The two of you come to my office in the afternoon, or wait till I get off, and I'll bring my gear home to examine you. Honestly, I couldn't stand watching Lu Xiaoyi get schemed into being He Yuzhu's wife in name only by that deaf old lady. The deaf old lady was no good, and given a real chance, I'd be happy to mete out a little justice on heaven's behalf. As for the rest, you treat me well, I treat you well, the rest is none of my business. I opened to cheat, I didn't become a saint. I'm just in it for my own satisfaction. Back to the center of the action, it had reached a fever pitch. Wang Taizhu drew power up from his dantian and drove a fist into He Yuzhu's chest. Bang. This, god of war, couldn't get his breath back and crumpled straight over. Over there, Yi Zhonghai had strength in his hands, but Li Kangzhan had strength in every inch of him. He sat astride Yi Zhonghai, hoisting him like a little chick, slapping away, smack, smack, smack. Yin Bugue had long since been pinned by Zhang and Wang. Poor dad, circling frantically at the edge of the battlefield, couldn't get a hand in, slapping his own thigh till it turned red. Zhu, Yi Zhonghai, and the deaf old lady wailed in unison. Wang Taizhu came back to himself out of his frenzy, looked at the crumpled He Yuzhu, and got a little panicky. No need to panic, brother Taizhu. I darted over pinching a filiform needle. He's just out cold, one needle and he's up. Want to keep going? Coming out of a doctor's mouth, that line was a touch out of place. Wang Taizhu grinned, his nerves settled. Zhang and Wang beat on Yin Bugue all the smoother, and Li Kangzhan swung his slaps all the merrier. They'd forgotten their own ranks included a military medic, and a military medic doesn't just save his own side, he can also revive the opponent, so his own side can keep on beating them. The needle went in, and He Yuzhu sucked in a sharp breath and woke. Good. Silly Zhu, your grandpa'll trade you a couple more rounds. I'd needled He Yuzhu awake, and Wang Taizhu immediately issued him another combat invitation. But Su Damao and Lu Xiaoyi, their eyes were lit up like they'd been wired to a current. Xiaoyi, I've got a feeling, Brother Jiangwen's definitely going to be able to help us. Damao, this time I believe you. The center was still chaos. He Yuzhu scrambled up, turned to me. Thanks, ya. Then with a holler he lunged at Wang Taizhu again, and the two of them tangled right back up. I went silent. I used to think saying thanks mid-fight only happened in novels. Never figured this silly Zhu would actually hit me with one. You're welcome, ya. I'm polite too. The words were barely out before Su Damao and his wife pulled me away. Brother Jiangwen, stay away from them. A clumsy bunch, everyone. Can't have you getting hurt. Your brother Damao's right. You're a cultured man. We've got to keep you away from them. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Great. I'd become this couple's protected species. But honestly, the feeling wasn't half bad. I'd come over to throw in and beat up next door, and ended up fishing a thank you out of the beast courtyard and being treated as a guest of honor. Where do you even begin to make sense of that? My dad stood off to the side practically drooling. Couldn't get into the fight, and didn't have my standing either. What did I even come over for? He tilted his head back and lamented, the picture of a man conceding to age. I climbed back over the wall, and Wang Taizhu, Li Kongzhan, Zhang Zhiguo, Wang Wenbin, and my dad all came over the wall one after another, leaving the courtyard next door in shambles. The women of our courtyard strolled out the front gate with total composure, leaving a trail of sneers behind. The men next door are real weaklings. Limp, every last one. And they dare arm wrestle with our courtyard. Aren't they afraid we'll pop their shoulders out? Every word landed in the ears of the men who'd just been in the fight, worse than another beating. He Yuzhu especially, self-styled god of war, knocked flat by Wang Taizhu twice. Well, Yuzhu was never as hard as Taizhu. Jade Pillar's no match for Iron Pillar. Su Damao hadn't joined the fight, so his reputation was intact, and he pulled his wife home in high spirits. Shall we buy a few things tomorrow, and wait till I get off work? We'll go next door to see Brother Jiangwan. It's not convenient for you to go to the steel mill. Better to see him privately, and if that really doesn't work, we'll beg his master. Got it. Spending a little more is fine. As long as it gets fixed, I'm glad to spend whatever it takes. Lu Shaoyi said it grandly. She was a certified little rich lady, after all. The next day, the steel mill's security section. Section chief's son, all smiles, had Su Jincheng and me sit down. Nobody likes to cross a doctor, and behind this one stood a heavyweight. Dr. Jiang, Dr. Su, how many men do you need? I can free up 20 full-timers and 40 or 50 temps. All sturdy young guys. Use them however you want. The section chief didn't put on any airs at all, gave whatever we asked. Su Jincheng glanced at me, his meaning simple. I just got here, not familiar with the process. Just arrange it however you've done it in past years. Then I'll send you the lot. More hands, more strength, faster work. We'll dig the steel mill 3 feet down, no problem. Su Jincheng took a sip of water. Last year, someone took only 5 full-timers and 10 temps and was busy for half a month. This year, 70 or 80 people right off the bat. Even the rat's ancestors would get dug up. Then thank you so much for your support of our medical section. I quickly shook his hand. Medical section? Who would dare treat that pack of ancestors as an ordinary section? Section chief's son knew it well. Those big shots were fought over by division-level units, and provincial and ministerial-level VIPs sent special cars to fetch them for treatment. What was one little section chief like him in comparison? Don't mention it. All in service of the steel mill. A smooth talker. Section chief's son gathered the manpower, held a short meeting, saw us off as we led the crew out, and even sent a deputy section chief along. Uncle, what's this for? A young man at section chief's son's side asked, curious. How many times have I told you? At work, use titles. He went back to the office and lit a cigarette. How long has Dr. Jiang been here? And how many people has he cured? No medicine, pure needling. That one skill alone is enough. And he's polite and humble. What would I target him for? That poor, prideful fool from last year. No skill and no backing. This year he got transferred to a township clinic. That's the reason. His master is Director Du Weihua. In a couple of years he'll be a deputy chief physician, waited on hand and foot wherever he goes. Jiang wins his disciple, and he's got real skill of his own. You stick with your uncle, watch and learn. There's a whole art to all this. Understood. Thanks for the hard work, brothers. Shall we get started? I smiled at the crew of fired-up men. No trouble at all. In perfect unison, like a military review. It made me a little embarrassed. The deputy section chief murmured a few words to me, then chest out, head high, went off to arrange it, split into batches, split into teams, deploying rat poison across the workshops. Su Jincheng and I didn't have to worry about a thing the whole time. We just had to wait for the inspection. Back in the office, the two of us stared at each other and drank plain hot water. Brother Wen, if only you'd come sooner. Had I known the security section would put on a face like this, I'd have dragged you out of that vocational school no matter what. Su Jincheng said with feeling. It's all on account of my master. My face today, solid gold. Us two sitting here while they do all the work. Is that not a bit off? Honest fellow that I am, never having enjoyed privilege before, I felt a little bad. You're overthinking it. You go over there, and they'll get nervous and work worse. I'll go make a round in a bit, that's all. Su Jincheng knew his position clearly. Bask in a big shot's glow, then do solid work on the big shot's behalf. All right, leave it to you. I agreed without hesitation. I've got a conscience, just not too much of one. That afternoon, only I was left in the office. Su Damao lay on the bed and let me needle him. Just you. Su Jincheng's overseeing the extermination. Can't leave the office empty. The needles went in one by one. The bruising on his leg was already invisible. Recovery was going well. Proof my medical skill was still online. Leave the needles in 20 minutes and you'll be good. Su Damao had no objection. In truth, he'd been fine after the first day's hot compress, then got in a round of high-intensity exercise on the second. But that order-defying silly Zhu, his eye socket hadn't healed, took another beating last night. Wanted to get seen. Some internal medicine doctors were busy, so he had to go to emergency, where he got shoot out again. I laughed out loud. This silly Zhu of your courtyard's kind of interesting. Foolish, truly foolish. Su Damao lowered his head. Everyone in Nanluo Guxiang knows our courtyard's got a famous silly Zhu. Right. Brother, should I prep in advance tonight? No need. I'll take out the needles and examine you first, then look at your wife in the evening. Remember not to eat. It affects the pulse reading. No problem. I can starve all day. No need for that. Just normal light eating today. These days you couldn't eat heavy if you tried. Su Damao grinned. That pack of beasts at the courtyard could pick his family clean. Su Damao's face flushed, his heart pounding like thunder. I handed him a cigarette and lit it. You can smoke. Take it slow. Don't rush. We'll read the pulse after you finish. Soothing a patient's nerves is part of a doctor's job too. The moment I took his pulse, I frowned slightly. Su Damao's heart leapt right up. Jiang brother? Brother Damao, sore lower back and weak knees, aversion to cold, icy hands and feet, the lower body especially chilled, right? He nodded dumbly. Listless spirit, easily fatigued, complexion gray and dull. I freed one hand and pinched his cheek. Roll your eyes up. He obediently let me lift his eyelids. Distended lower abdomen, the perineum cold and bearing down. HSSS, divine doctor. Liver chi stagnant, chest tight with sighing, irritable temper, insomnia, and too many dreams. Brother, save me. Yesterday, it was Dr. Jiangwan, then Brother Jiangwan, and now it had jumped straight to Brother. Brother Damao, isn't it inappropriate for you to call me that? He shook his head like a rattledrum. Each thing on its own terms. It's not shameful, it's fitting. His face, first-rate thick. You really want a child? Su Damao's eyes rimmed red on the spot. Brother, I really do. As long as we can conceive, from now on whatever you say goes. It's not untreatable. You've got a sense of your own troubles, don't you? I paused. Years of indulging in liquor, fond of raw and cold food, cold water at every meal, damaged your spleen and kidney yang. Reckless in your youth, excess in the bedroom, drained your kidney essence. Quick to hold grudges, liver chi knotted up, congestion in the lower jiao. Years of late nights, your spirits unsettled, quietly wearing down chi and blood. Am I right? Su Damao went silent, feeling stripped completely bare, without a single point to dispute. Brother, you're right, and you even left me some face. I'm a petty man, fond of scheming and intrigue. He gave a sheepish laugh. Can you change? Quit the liquor, quit the fighting, quit the temper, gently nurture your disposition. As long as it gives my Su family a child, I'll change. He gritted his teeth. Truly no regrets? Regret what? They're all bad habits. I've thought it through. No more reckless carrying on. I'll just stay home and live a steady life with my wife. This is heaven's punishment, and I accept it. All right. Your wife. You know there's no major problem too. Cooperate with my needling, and it can be treated. How long depends on you. I fixed my eyes on him. Remember, my needling is only an aid. If you pick those bad habits back up during this period, all the prior effort is wasted, and there'll be no hope going forward, either. Understood. Needle me. He nodded hard. Whatever else, he was a grown man, true to his word. Next time the cravings hit, he'd slap himself silly. All right, Brother Damao, you've changed my opinion of you. Come on, big brother, my whole bottom's been laid bare. Do as you see fit, with my full trust. Why did he trust me this much? He'd had this looked at before, but no one had ever spelled it out so completely. even reading his temperament and disposition clear as day. How is that any different from having opened a heavenly eye? Convinced, one word covers it. Can't needle now, has to be evening. Half an hour to quitting time, no time. Fine, I'll be home. Watch me perform. Stop calling me brother, you'll age me. Just remember what you promised, and leave the rest to me. Seeing as you came to me to be treated, I'll give it my all. Besides, you and my dad are co-workers. I added one more thing. But the environment in your courtyard really isn't good for recuperation. You'll have to put some effort into getting along with the neighbors. Tomorrow I'll take leave, drag my mom and dad over to deal with that pack in the courtyard, and Xiaoyi and I will focus on recovering and mind nothing else. A decisive man. I nodded. Then sorry to trouble Uncle Sue. I'm his son, trouble's only right. He said it with total conviction. Being Su Damao's father had to be genuinely hard. I only hoped my future kid wouldn't take after him. Though for now, I didn't even have a girlfriend. But that wasn't a problem. Let word get out that Dr. Zhang's looking to settle down, and the threshold of our Jiang household would get trampled flat. End of shift, and Su Damao walked home alongside my dad and me. Passing that whole pile of people, Yi Zhonghai, He Yuzhu, Jia Dongxiu. He didn't pay them the slightest mind, nor go over to tease He Yuzhu. He Yuzhu, or his own kidneys and his future child, which mattered more. Anyone not a fool could tell. Brother Zhongwan, I'll come find you the second I drop off my bike. All right, I'll wait for you two in the back room of the outer courtyard. My dad knew I was going to treat Su Damao and had no objection. Su Damao's reputation next door was poor, but he got on fine with my dad. And besides, the man had come to be treated. Why turn him away? In a doctor's eyes, patients are all the same. People who need help. Son, that condition of Su Damao's might be hard to treat. Use your own judgment. Don't worry. He's got problems of his own, but as long as he follows doctor's orders, a year or so of recuperation will pull him through. Whether it works, he'll know for himself the moment the first needle goes in tonight. Treating Su Damao would be a bit of trouble, but it was no terminal illness. Shame your old man hasn't even got an achy old leg, or I could have let you take a look. My dad was beside himself with joy. Next to him, Jiang Wu grinned foolishly. He was learning projection from dad now too. Had been in that crowd earlier, just nobody had noticed. I'll go wait for them in the outer courtyard. I'll come back to eat. No need. My dad waved a hand. Have your brother bring it over to you. Leave it to me, big bro. Running errands is way more fun than reading books. Bang! My dad planted a kick on Jiang Wu's backside. Get lost. Jiang Wu ran off with a string of dopey laughs. My dad and I looked at each other, lost for words. Dad, you'll have to put some effort into the second one. Just hearing that voice is enough to worry a man. Don't worry, leave it to your old man. Watching my dad go hopping and skipping after Jiang Wu, father and son, cut from the same cloth. I really couldn't put my mind at ease. Next door, Su Damao, shocked beyond shocked, recounted today's diagnosis to Lu Xiaoyi, wearing the look of a man who'd run into a living deity. Lu Xiaoyi drew in a deep breath and gripped his shoulders with both hands. Damao, this time you absolutely follow doctor's orders. I'm begging you. No need to beg. A man knows his own body. Relax. Su Damao grinned. There won't be a next time. If I really can't help myself, I'll slap my own face. And don't you stop me. Slap right along with me. He pointed at the heavens and swore it. A flicker of delight crossed Lu Xiaoyi's eyes. Wife, you get the things bought. She lifted a hand with a proud little air. When it comes to gift giving, the women of your family are formidable. Su Damao swept his eyes over the hall and sucked in a cold breath. Beijing's 8 treats pastries, Maotai, white rabbit milk candy, malted milk extract, 2 of everything. We don't have that much money or that many coupons. Dad prepared it. Dad said, as long as we're doing well, there's more where that came from. Father-in-law's a champ. Su Damao had no education, but he figured the word fit. Cold face, warm heart. Looks down on me on the surface, but deep down he still cares about us. He found some clothes to drape over the gifts and cover them up. Lu Xiaoyi wrapped her arms around him and said softly, let's just live our own life. Father's kind of life. Truly going off to live it with you would never let my heart settle. I know. We'll live steady. Su Damao didn't care about any of that. After being stripped bare of his dark corners without an ounce of mercy, he'd actually felt relieved. oddly settled. Someone understood him, and since someone understood him and genuinely wished him well, he wanted to be friends with that person. A man's mind, sometimes, is almost too simple. Arms linked, Su Damao lugged the things out the door with effort. Oh, if it isn't the dimwit? Big bags, little bags, heading off on a long trip? Finally figured out you can't cut it at the steel mill. He Yuju lounged against the corridor pillar with his arms crossed, taunting. Lu Shaoyi looked anxiously at her man. But, surprise, Su Damao was smiling. Any other time, he'd have charged right over. He Yuju, none of your business. Su Damao tossed out the line, neither warm nor cold, and walked off with Lu Shaoyi. Now it was He Yuju's turn to be stunned. Su Damao hadn't cursed him out? No, me. He Yuju's eyes went wide, a trembling finger pointing at himself, even his words stammering. At the courtyard gate next door, He Yuju paced in circles, frantic. Something's off, very off. This dimwit's been trading curses with me half his life. Then all of a sudden he stops. What's that supposed to mean? Could he have been struck by some evil spirit? Maybe I should find someone who treats hexes to take a look at him. He Yushue stood by watching her big brother, and suddenly felt Big Brother was probably done for. The truly done for kind. The outer courtyard, the back room. I held the gifts the Su couple had brought and rubbed my brow. Sister, this is far too valuable. It's nothing. As long as you get our Damao recovered, there's more rich gifts to come. Lu Shaoyi had the air of a heroine among women. Take it, brother. If you don't, my conscience won't rest easy. Fine, I'll take it then. I didn't dawdle. The moment they left, it went into the camphorwood chest in my inventory, where the King of Heaven himself couldn't find it. Sister, let me read your pulse too. To make sure of success, you need a look as well. Lu Shaoyi was even more decisive than Su Damao, sat right down and held out her hand. A doctor's eyes see no man or woman, and besides, Su Damao was right there. Pulse is steady, but your qi and blood are weak. You catch colds and chills easily. A divine doctor. Lu Shaoyi's expression was a match for Su Damao's. Sister, you can do needling, but I'd suggest you get more exercise. If that's no good, find a job, a temp position is fine, or go be a volunteer worker at the neighborhood committee. You're not short on money or coupons, so it's pure effort. Who'd turn you away? You'd even make a good impression. 2 birds, 1 stone. She blinked. That'll work. Anything's exercise, so why not get 2 things done at once? This dopey cute side of Lu Shaoyi was endearing, and I was glad to point her toward a good path. Her father would most likely run into trouble down the road, but a Lu Shaoyi who couldn't even count as a nobody. The more unremarkable, the safer. What they'd be after is a tiger, not a sparrow chick. Then I'll ask Dad tomorrow. Her eyes were bright. Don't say it came from me. I'm just a doctor. Understood. Su Damao chuckled with his arms crossed. I think it'll work. But brother, we doing the needling now. Take off your shirt, sit up straight. 3 seconds. Su Damao sat there obediently bare from the waist up, and he was still in a thick padded jacket a moment ago. I hadn't even finished wiping down with alcohol. Lu Shaoyi put a hand to her forehead, clearly used to it. Pure eagerness. Yours isn't inborn. It's too much pressure built up over time, until you couldn't hold up. As long as you manage yourself, there's real hope. Best not to break the rules even once. As I spoke, a filiform needle flashed in, sinking into the Guanyuan point. Su Damao gave a jolt. Hurts. Lu Shaoyi rose. Doesn't hurt, just startled me. Another needle, straight to Qihai. Brother, that needle of yours. So fast, so sharp. Su Damao's eyes lit up, and then I turned him into a little hedgehog. Zhongji, Mingmin, Shinshu, Siliao, Senyinjiu, Taishi, plus Taichong and Xinjiang to soothe the liver, Shuehai and Gashu to move the blood. In a few minutes, applying the tonifying needle technique, I'd studied every major point on his body. Leave the needles in 20 minutes. I'll write you a prescription. You can fill it and take it, right? No problem. I'm top-notch at decocting medicine. Prepared Rehmannia, cornus, Chinese yam, epimedium, morinda root, goji, daughter's seed, buplurum, cyperus, angelica, salvia. I've written down all the dosages. 1 dose daily. Warms and tonifies the kidney yang, soothes the liver and relieves stagnation, moves blood and generates essence. The prescription had barely reached Su Damao's hand before Lu Shaoyi, came charging in like a gust of wind and snatched it away. Forget tomorrow. I'm buying it right now. We're drinking it tonight. No problem with that. No problem at all, naturally. I had to hand it to this woman's get-it-done energy. I'm off, Dumao. Head home on your own once you're done with the needles. The two of us watched the lady general leave, then met each other's eyes. Your sister-in-law's just like that. Pardon her. Pardon what? Brother Dumao, you've got decent luck. Get yourself right and live a good life. It beats messing around with Hiyuju every day. I paused. Your wife's a simple soul. You watch out for her, especially that old deaf hag next door. Su Damao nodded and dropped his voice. Brother, I've got it figured. I noticed recently that old never-dying looks at my wife the wrong way. From here on, your Uncle Jiang and I are on the same team at the steel mill. We're all neighbors. Talking like that makes us strangers. I smiled. This guy's mind really was quick. Brother, can I ask why you're this good to me? Su Damao was curious. That question, the way he put it, gave me a start. You're easy on the eyes, that's all. Hiyuju and I have nothing to talk about. Besides, you're the patient and I'm the doctor. Treating you. Simple as that. Mainly, Su Damao wasn't a bootlicker. Befriending a bootlicker is too risky. Better to befriend a scoundrel. At least a scoundrel doesn't let his lower half run his brain. What about Yi Zhonghai? He grinned. I shot him a disdainful look. A doctor's eyes see no man or woman, but they do tell man from beast. Su Damao blanked, then burst out laughing and gave a thumbs up. True to a doctor. You can even tell something's off about Yi Zhonghai. You're insulting the whole profession. Those 3 managing elders of your courtyard, what decent person can't read them? Even a blind man could tell good from bad. That Hiyuju. Such a waste of all those years playing together as kids. He gave a wistful smile, then let it go. People change. Wasn't he himself about to mend his ways? HSSS. Su Damao suddenly sucked in a breath. Is your abdomen feeling warm and cozy? Not especially hot, but very comfortable? I had a sure grasp of my own medical skill. Magic, brother. I suddenly got a whole pile of confidence. I felt this drinking Chinese medicine before too. Turned out the brew was just too hot. Su Damao's facial composure was about to collapse. Anyone who's been wronged by a quack has stories. I understood. Before transmigrating, I'd been wronged by a quack too. An abdomen scalded warm and a warmth that rises naturally from within are 2 entirely different things. Quacks harm people. Su Damao sighed. Quacks kill people. I took the line. Then the man went red in the face and got all coy. Doc, tonight, can I, share the bed? Share my foot. We finally got the spark lit, and you've got to have your one good round. Su Damao got lectured into looking like the lowliest little grandson and gave up entirely. Ahem, just asking. No good. I'll forge an iron chastity belt and lock it, and leave the key with you. The veins on my forehead throbbed, and I nearly went hands-on. You've got a horse face. You're no delicate little maiden. Why on earth would a future doctor with a bright road ahead take a liking to you? Su Damao chuckled sheepishly and slipped off quick. From here on, 1 needle a week, 1 dose a day, warming and nurturing the kidneys, round after round. Looks simple, but run into a quack, and there's no saving you. On the way home, Su Damao acted like a thief, careful and cautious, terrified someone would read something on his face. He knew that if he really did have a child with Lu Xiaoyi, that childless old never-dying Yi Zhonghai would surely have designs. But Dr. Jiang had said it. He could tell man from beast, and a beast like Yi Zhonghai had no shot. Why are you acting like a thief? Lu Xiaoyi came over with the medicine. Drink. Su Damao took it, shut his eyes, and gulped it down. Drinking Chinese medicine, you could do it blind. How's it feel? Amazing. After the needling, my abdomen's all warm. Real comfortable. I don't even know how many years it's been since I felt like this. He looked at his wife's sparkling eyes and immediately clapped both hands over his crotch. Don't start. The doctor said this is a spark. No matter how eager, I've got to wait until after the 2nd round of needling. Having had her fun teasing Su Damao, Lu Xiaoyi was in a great mood. All right, just messing with you. I can tell a moment from a lifetime. With that, she went off to the kitchen to make dinner. The young lady's cooking was passable, edible. Truth be told, she and Su Damao were 6 of one, half a dozen of the other in the kitchen. Neither could turn up a nose at the other. Xiaoyi, I'll have something light. Don't worry, There's nothing fatty in the house anyway. Su Damao gave a helpless smile. He'd meant to say next time we'll go, but changed course halfway. He wouldn't ask for things anymore. Given, he'd take it. Not given, so be it. He didn't want to let down his future child, nor disappoint this person who might just become a friend. Teasing Hiyuju and taking beatings all day, that life was pointless. In the kitchen, Lu Xiaoye's smile deepened. Had I known this foolish man was this easy to fix, I'd have gone to Dr. Jiang ages ago. A divine doctor, treats the body and the heart both, just like that psychiatrist out west. What are you muttering about? Saying you should have gone to young Jiang when ages ago. Oh, and don't spread it around. He wants to live a quiet life. Understood. I'm planning to take leave tomorrow and call my mom and dad back to hold down the fort. You know the situation in our courtyard. Brother Jiang told me to mind my mood and not let it get affected. My dad's fierce. Bringing him back is just the thing. Sure, you call it. Lu Xiaoyi supplied the emotional support in full. The next day, clear skies. Still March, yet pedestrians on the street could already feel the sun's warmth. Of course, in another couple of months when the yellow dust winds kicked up, no amount of sun could keep its heat. Fourth floor of the medical building, Office 3. By the time I got there, Su Jincheng had already swept the room clean. I'd thought a new hand would lighten his load, but cleaning was still his job. Morning, Jincheng. Brother Wen's here, water's just boiled. Perfect timing. I chatted with him as I changed clothes. Want to take a stroll and do the inspection in a bit? Got to at least make a show of it. Just don't be too outrageous about it. That'd be great. Let's go around 10-something together. Finish the inspection right in time to eat. Su Jincheng's little abacus was clacking away. Now you're thinking like me. I gave a thumbs up. When things weren't busy, being a doctor really felt fine. After the day's first cup of water, a patient came. One sprain, one diarrhea. I took the sprain. I looked down at the case the nurse had written up. Organized, neat handwriting. Far better than the chicken scratch of some doctors. Wang Daqiang, 36, hot rolling worker in the steel rolling workshop, 12 years on the job. At 10 this morning, he'd been steadying a 120-kilo billet that had shifted, twisted, and bent to put his weight into it, and felt a clunk in his lower back. Severe pain and stiffness in the right lumbosacral area, couldn't straighten up, and was carried in by 2 co-workers. Acute lumbar sprain. Master Wang, find a position that doesn't hurt and sit down. Let me take a look. The nurse and I helped him slowly get settled. Can you walk upright? Master Wang gritted his teeth and shook his head, both hands bracing his lower back. No, can only hobble bent over. Hurts to look up or down. Can't even breathe heavy. I lifted his shirt and pressed a finger near the shunshu and dechangsha points. He sucked in a cold breath. No need to ask. Acute lumbar sprain, tear in the lumbar muscle fascia. Doc, is it serious? Master Wang looked apprehensive. Made sense. A serious injury meant taking leave, and these days every household had several mouths waiting to be fed the moment you opened your eyes. Not serious. I'll give you a couple of needles to ease it first. My guess is you'll be able to walk upright after the first one. Then once a day from here on, and in 3 days you'll be about right. Doc, thank you. Sometimes I really wished my cheat were the medical rewards type. Get a patient's heartfelt thanks and earn a bonus. Sadly, no. But a man should count his blessings. This cheat I had now felt plenty solid in use. Master Wang went to instinctively stand again, and Zhou Xiaoyan jolted to push him back down. Mustn't move on his own and worsen the injury. Su Jincheng lunged forward too. I struck last, but landed first, pressing him gently back onto the stool. Doc, I got a little excited. Sorry for the trouble. It's fine. Sit tight. I'll needle you now. The filiform needle drove into the back of both his hands. One CUN below the wrist crease, between the 2nd and 3rd and 4th and 5th metacarpals, the lumbar pain points, bilateral. Before he could react, I added one each at Hoshi 2. The last needle landed at Renzhou. The due meridian connects to the lower spine, indispensable for acute sprains. HSSS, Master Wang gasped sharply. Huh? It doesn't hurt anymore. He nearly leapt up for joy, only to be pinned left and right by Zhou Xiaoyan and Su Jincheng, like 2 guardian deities. Don't rush, sit tight. I placed another needle each at the Ashi point and Weizhong. For Weizhong, I used the 3-edged needle, drawing 3 to 5 drops of blood. Dispels stasis, stops pain. Magic. I really don't hurt anymore. The life came back into Master Wang's eyes. Nurse Zhou, fetch a few cupping jars. Cup Master Wang once the needles are out. There's cupping too? This Master Wang was a chatterbox. Most likely he got distracted at work and tweaked his back. When I asked later, that was exactly it. 9:30, having seen off the talkative Master Wang, I slumped onto the stool. That one, mouth never stops. Su Jincheng laughed. Got distracted at work and wrenched his back, no doubt about it. But brother Wen, that acupuncture of yours is something else. I've got to learn it from you properly. The eager, earnest spark in his eyes made it hard to refuse. Teaching one more doctor is a good thing. Want to learn? I'll teach you. When have I ever shut you out during a treatment? In a while, when a stable, mild case comes in, I'll watch from the side and you'll do the hands-on. I paused. Reading 10,000 books isn't worth walking 10,000 miles. Great. Su Jincheng clapped. 10 o'clock, the two of us shed our white coats, changed into everyday clothes, and headed straight for the security section, then on to the cafeteria. There was a shortcut from the medical building to the security section, quite near. The mill leadership had most likely factored the doctor-patient headache in long ago. Not only was the path short, every floor of the medical building had a guard on patrol. Last time, Hiyuju, told his eye socket couldn't be needled, hadn't dared throw a tantrum, precisely because of this. Make a scene in the medical building? The guards won't be giving you any factoring in. The deputy section chief was reporting the mill-wide extermination progress. Quite competent. Really appreciate it, Section Chief Zheng. You've been a huge help. Yes. Thank you, Deputy Section Chief Zheng. Su Jincheng echoed from behind me. One difference in form of address, and the gap was plain. Deputy Section Chief Zheng's regard for me climbed steadily. Dr. Jiang, are you free at the moment? Getting to the real matter, he suddenly turned bashful. Good thing I'd lived 2 lifetimes and knew this type of middle-aged man inside out. Understood in a flash. I glanced at my watch. I'm free, go ahead. Deputy Section Chief Zheng glanced at Su Jincheng. Su Jincheng beamed a big bright smile back at him. Old Zheng was momentarily at a loss. Plan 1, counting on Su Jincheng to tactfully step away, was a bust. No matter, he had a plan B. It's like this, Dr. Jiang, I have a friend. I nearly couldn't keep a straight face. The classic, I have a friend. Section Chief Zheng, it'd be best if I could meet this friend of yours. Here's the plan. This afternoon I'll be alone in the office, so bring him straight to me. If you run into a patrolling guard or a nurse on the way, just say so. No one will stop you. I winked at him. Old Zheng caught on instantly. Then thank you so much. Only then did Su Jincheng pat his chest. Brother Wen's right to remind us. I happen to need to go inspect the stations this afternoon. Leave the office to Brother Wen, and the outside to me. Deputy Section Chief Zheng looked at Su Jincheng and suddenly relaxed. This fellow truly didn't read social cues. Made sense too. Medicine's a high-pressure field, and it draws all kinds. Lunch was a pleasure all around. Su Jincheng left with the security section team leader and Deputy Section Chief Zheng. After a beat, hurried after me straight to the medical building. What friend warrants this much face? For the sake of future happiness, charge. I smiled and didn't blow his cover. In truth, one look at his face and I had it figured. It's the most common ailment among middle-aged men. The spirit's willing but the flesh is weak. Chinese medicine speaks of observe, listen, inquire, palpate, and my cheat happened to have all 4. Deputy Section Chief Zheng was sallow and weary, dark circles around his eyes, his gaze dull, signs of depleted vital essence. Around 40, long toil had harmed the kidneys. The original owner's attainment in internal medicine far surpassed his cohort, or his teacher wouldn't have kept him on as an assistant after graduation. Add my whole array of cheats, and treating this was more than enough. In Office 3, I read Deputy Section Chief Zheng's pulse carefully. I could observe it, but the finer details still rely on the pulse, and I'm a professional. Dr. Jiang, my condition. Treatable. I let go, not mentioning that I deliberately held the pulse a bit longer. Doctors need connections too, and this security section deputy chief was very well suited to take the top spot in my network. Relax, it's not serious. Phew. Deputy Section Chief Zheng let out a long breath. Acupuncture too. Acupuncture is ancient, but it never goes out of date. It strengthens the foundation and nurtures the root. treats the cause, more lasting than Western medicine's quick fixes. What matters most for you right now is warming and nurturing. In a few words, I had him steadied. Ask me where I got this gift of gab in my last life. 2 lifetimes lived, plenty of books read, and a knack for reading people, that's all. HSSS, Dr. Jiang, I can feel the vitality. Once the needling was done, Deputy Section Chief Zheng sprang to his feet. Vitality he hadn't felt in ages. How could he not be thrilled? From this moment on, old Zheng was Dr. Jiang's man. I wiped down each needle with alcohol cotton and sterilized them. Maintaining your weapons is a doctor's required coursework. Section Chief Zheng, don't rush off when you get home today. Come back next week for a follow-up, then once a month from here on. You know your own situation. You need warming and nurturing. Understood. Adults know what's important, and at his age a man has an even surer grasp of his body. How long does the nurturing take? He was already handing me a cigarette, reflexively. This is the standing of a good doctor. However mighty you are, there's still birth, age, sickness, and death. A year, once a month, 12 times. As long as you don't overdo it, it's all manageable. Understood. Then I'll go check on how those rascals are handling the assignment. Anything you need, find me anytime. If old Zheng can do it, there's no second word. He paused. Dr. Jiang, if you don't mind, call me brother. Let me claim the seniority. Brother Zheng. Brother Jiang. Deputy Section Chief Zheng left, and I gained myself a fine big brother. That afternoon, I went back to slacking and was in the thick of it when my master arrived. Master, you came without a word. I'd have gone to meet you. I shot over, all flattery. Du Weihua took the cigarette and hot water I handed him, sat down broad and easy, thoroughly pleased. Having a disciple to wait on him, that's comfort. Came to see how your assignment's going, didn't expect you in the office. Just saw little Zheng, looking good. These old bones of mine won't bother wandering around, then. Don't worry, the security section's been very cooperative. Su Jincheng inspects daily, and I tag along in the mornings. We'll never drag the medical section down. The more he looked at me, the more satisfied he got. Little Zheng's complexion is good. You treated him? I know your acupuncture's not bad, but I didn't expect it this good. Lately, I've even heard the name Jiang One Needle going around. When someone praises his disciple, no master enjoys it more. It's all because master taught well. You taught acupuncture back at school. My interest is here, and I dug deep into it. Flattering my master. Eyes closed, mouth open, it just comes. A master in this era can support you into old age, and one like Du Weihua all the more. All right, I brought you a pack of tea, drink it slow. He rose. We doctors, it's all right not to know something, but never let on you don't, and above all never be a quack. Understood. Quacks all deserve to die. I bared my teeth. Du Weihua winked. You're right, but as young as you are, no need for that much venom, huh? Somewhere in the countryside. I told you Damao's still young. Well, not all that young anymore. But look at the kind of people in that courtyard of ours. We can't rest easy. Mother Su argued at Su Fuguei with full conviction. This time Su Fuguei didn't dig in his heels. You're right, let's go back. Since Damao and Xiaoyi can be set right, a father's got to escort his kids through it. That pack of beasts in the courtyard. It'll take me going back to deal with them. Other things he might not manage, but dealing with the beasts of the courtyard, no problem. Come on home. Oh, where's our girl? Smack. Su Damao caught one to the head. Your sister's at school. Once she's on break, we'll move her into the courtyard. The back rooms in the outer court are still empty. I'll go to the neighborhood committee and rent too. Even after the smack, Su Damao stayed cheerful. His own dad, after all. Renting? The Su family wasn't short on money. A lifetime of Su Fuguei's projectionist savings, plus what Mother Su had saved early on working at the Liu household. And that was the fortune of Liu half the city. Son, how do you feel now? You came back with way more spirit than before. Su Fuguei circled his son, studying him closely. Who says men aren't attentive? A father's love is silent. It shows right here. Don't worry, Dad. Brother Zhongwan, he's this. Su Damao proudly stuck up a thumb, as if it were his own skill on display. You foolish boy, decent luck you've got, getting on good terms with young Jiangwan. Don't you dare offend him. And quit being so smarmy all the time, like the way you provoke silly Zhu. He's an orphan. Who taught him any better? You carry on with the likes of silly Zhu, and the moment real trouble hits, he's the first to bolt. Su Fuguei paused. A true friend is the one who'll dirty himself to pull you out when you've fallen into the mud. Understand? Su Damao nodded earnestly, for once not finding his old man annoying. Just understanding's no use, go do it. Right now you get your body right, carry on the Su family line, then work steady and provide for your family down the road. Let your father-in-law see. Our Su Damao's a capable man too, and don't you let that girl of his suffer. Got it, Dad? All right, enough talk, let's move. Auntie Su packed the luggage in a flash. Old Su, swing by the school tomorrow and tell our eldest girl, so she doesn't come up empty. I pick up Malon every time. How could I pass? Fine, fine, fine. I'll do as you say. Su Fuguei threw up his hands in surrender. A man spoils his own wife. Su Damao had a younger sister, Su Malon, called Daniu, Big Girl, as a pet name. The big brother's pet name was Damao, Big Cat. The family of 3 pushed the bicycle toward Beijing. 3 people plus luggage was too much to ride, so they could only push. The beast courtyard, the back court. Lu Xiaoyi was getting dinner ready. Her in-laws were coming today, and they'd back up the young couple from here on. Her heart was glad. Xiaoyi, what are you up to? Granny will help you. The old wretch hopped out, ruining the mood. But Lu Xiaoyi didn't let it show. She was an outsider in this courtyard, with no standing. In a real dispute, she'd be the one to suffer. She had it figured, steady the other party first, and once the in-laws arrived, hand it off to them. Old lady. Lu Xiaoyi met her without a flicker of feeling, even supporting her arm. Anyone who didn't know would take them for real grandmother and granddaughter. My in-laws are coming back tonight, so I'm making some food. The deaf old lady's heart gave a lurch. She'd always looked down on Su Damao and helped He Yuzhu work him over plenty, all to pave the way for her grandson. Qin Huairu would never divorce Jia Dongxiu, so rather than let He Yuzhu hang half-dead on Qin Huairu, better to break up the Su couple and have Lu Xiaoyi go to He Yuzhu. But that was before. In front of Su Fuguei and his wife, this old wretch didn't dare. However worthless Su Damao was, he was still the Su family's line. Ah, that's a good thing. Xiaoyi, not that granny's saying anything, but once a woman's married, if she can avoid living together with the in-laws, best not to. Daily friction. The man of the house has it hard, and we who marry and have it hard too. The old wretch's mouth was full of high-sounding talk, her belly full of poison, sowing discord. But could Lu Xiaoyi's in-laws really scheme to push her toward He Yuzhu? Put a green hat on their own son? Who's good and who's bad? A glance tells you. She was just slow in certain spots, not truly a fool. Probably a day or two, Damao didn't say. Lu Xiaoyi went along, smiling, and casually had the deaf old lady help her sort the vegetables. No way she'd play this scene with you, you old coffin filler, for nothing. She had to collect a little interest one way or another. Toward evening, before quitting time, the 3 Su arrived. The moment they stepped through the festooned gate, they saw that old never-dying blocking the daughter-in-law's window, those old thin lips flapping up and down. Lu Xiaoyi, smiling stiffly. One look from Su Fuguei, and Auntie Su charged out at once. Daughter-in-law. Mom's here, put down the work, let Mom do it. That's what she said, but she went straight for the window, shoved the deaf old lady aside with her hip, and slammed it shut. On the way down, she even winked at Lu Xiaoyi. Lu Xiaoyi smiled from the heart. Oh, look at my head. I should be going inside. Auntie Su patted her own forehead, didn't spare the deaf old lady a single glance, and breezed off home on her own. Targeting her? No, naked indifference is what cuts this old wretch deepest. Su Damao and Su Fuguei watched the whole thing. The look on the deaf old lady's face was like there'd been a death in her family, but her family had long since died down to just her, truly awkward. On the way over, Su Damao had spilled all the courtyard's mess to his parents, especially the business with the back court's deaf old lady and Lu Haizhou. He knew he was no match for that pack of old foxes at playing mind games, but with his parents here it'd be easy. A man's own mom and dad can't very well sell him out. Su Fuguei and his wife quickly reached a verdict. Among those in this courtyard targeting the young couple, the one most deserving of death was the deaf old lady, next He Zhonghai. Then He Yuzhu. A fool, not worth a big fuss. In the kitchen, Lu Xiaoyi poured out everything the deaf old lady had said today in one go. Auntie Sue's heart ached, and she pulled her into an embrace. Xiaoyi, don't worry, Mom and Dad are here now. No one can bully you too. That old hag next door, just wait. Tomorrow your dad goes to the neighborhood committee and rents the 2 back rooms in the outer court, and your dad and I will live in this courtyard. Day in, day out, anything at all, come find Mom and Dad. Yes. Lu Xiaoyi was truly happy now. Living together? No. But with the in-laws right in the courtyard, her sense of security was full. Under the eaves at the gate, Su Fuguei swept a grim glance next door, his mind starting to turn. Lu Haizhong came over, plump and round like a fat Buddha. Old Su, what brings you here? Nothing to do. Came to see my son and daughter-in-law. Stay a few days. Su Fuguei rose to exchange pleasantries. Su Demao couldn't be bothered with this useless lump and turned to go inside. Lu Haizhong had been no help at all during the all-hands meeting, and to think his parents had entrusted him with looking after them before going down to the countryside. This guy could look after nothing. Spent all day swinging a rolling pin at his 2 sons, Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu. Would a real father lay into them that hard? Rain or shine, he beat the kids. Clear skies, he beat them too. Someday you and me, let's drink. Sure, tomorrow. You don't stand on ceremony, old Su. What of it? I asked you to keep an eye on Demao. What kind of eye did you keep? Su Fuguei curled his lip, his face full of disdain. Lu Haizhong snorted. That foolish son of yours provokes silly Zhu every single day. A small scrap every 3 days, a big one every 5. Yi Zhonghai takes sides. The never-dying old lady in the back court backs him up, and that yin fellow in the front court only sees money. How am I supposed to manage that? Stay a few more days, and you'll see for yourself. Failed to help is failed to help. Lu Haizhong was shameless about it too, dragging everyone else down with him along the way. Fine, let's not talk about it. Dinner's ready at my place. I'm heading back to eat. Come eat at our place tomorrow. Next door, the 2-section courtyard. After work it got even livelier, kids tearing around the whole courtyard. Done eating, Jiang Wu and I crouched at our own doorway, eyes on my little sister as she dashed about, scared she'd knock into something. Number 2. How's it going learning from Dad? Jiang Wu scratched his head with a dopey grin. I got it. Progress wasn't great. Slow learner. Haha. Still things you haven't got down? Haha. Fine, just stick with Dad and learn projection steady. You've got to have a trade. Don't worry, big bro, I'll definitely learn it well, as long as you don't make me learn medicine. Seeing I hadn't scolded him, Jiang Wu perked right up. Brother, it's not that I look down on you, but with the little bit of ink in your belly, in our line of medicine, you'd be no different from an illiterate. Jiang Wu's grin froze. No, at least I can read. Is medicine really that cutthroat? Come on, my illiterate little brother, just learn projection steady. Down the road I'll be a doctor, you'll be a full-time worker. We'll both have bright futures. I clapped his shoulder, the picture of earnest sincerity. This feeling really wasn't half bad. Illiterate's second brother. Jiang Wu went silent. I couldn't hold it and burst out laughing. Jiang Bei, hands clasped behind her back like a little grown-up, walked up to Jiang Wu and delivered that finishing blow in her milky baby voice. The Su household. Once the young couple had laid out the courtyard business point by point, they went off to sleep, free of worry. Su Fuguei and his wife exchanged a look and smiled. This kid, he really knows how to set people up with tasks. Su Fuguei lit a cigarette. He'd figured that, getting on in years, he couldn't be much help to his son anymore. Never expected there'd be a day he was needed again. The feeling really wasn't half bad. I can see it. That old hag next door, her whole mind set on our child. We've got to find a way to make her give up the idea. Auntie Su rose to clean up. Don't worry, leave it to me. Su Fuguei had a plan in mind already. Figure out the why? No need. Find a chance and just bring her to heal. Simpler that way. You think he, Su Fuguei, was some great saint? Right? Don't you have someone you know at the neighborhood committee? Set Xiaoyi up as a volunteer worker. Got it, I'll handle it. The Liu family could do it, but the moment the Laos handled it, it'd feel off. It had to be the Zus doing it for it to seem natural. The next day, the steel mill, 4th floor of the medical building. I was back at that little office loyal to me, on desk duty. When a doctor has no work, it really is freedom. Brother one, I'll go do the inspection first. Go on. We'll eat together at noon. Su Jincheng knew his position clearly. The errand-running small stuff was his, while a technical job like desk duty went to the more technically skilled one. Besides, no way I'd teach him for nothing. The office was left to me alone again. Open a book, pour water, brew tea, settle in, blissful. Knock, knock, knock. Dr. Jiang, a patient's here. 9:30, work arrived. Zhou Xiaoyan brought in the chatterbox Master Wang from last time. Master Wang, how are you today? No airs from me. A lot better. I did as you said. Didn't do any work that strains the back. Walking's no problem. Slept soundly last night. Just a twinge when I got up this morning. Sit down. Let me take a look. I lifted his shirt and saw. No worsening. Already improving. Doctors love patients who follow orders. Unlike Hiyuju, blacklisted by this office, who had it coming. It's fine. You got up too fast this morning and pulled it. From tomorrow, ease into it after you wake before standing. 7 or 8 needles glided into the points. I didn't even have him lie down. No need. Leave them in 20 minutes. Come once more tomorrow and you'll be about right. A hot towel compress before bed works even better. Understood. Compress the second I get home tonight. Then straight to sleep. No wandering around. Zhou Xiaoyan signed the case record. These get filed, so next time Master Wang comes I can pull it for comparison. Treating illness is meticulous work. A careless doctor is a quack. 20 minutes later, a glowing Master Wang was led away. You don't notice it when you're healthy. Only after being sick and getting well do you learn how much your body matters. My reputation had already spread in his workshop. Jiang one needle. A reputation takes time to ferment, but it's a good thing. Ordinary patients can't pick their doctor, so I'm not worried about treatment cutting into my slacking. Once the name gets big, anyone who can request me by name has to be at least deputy section level, and anyone lower just goes where they're assigned. Half an hour or so later, Su Jincheng came back. 11 o'clock. Hang on a bit. They don't serve until 12. Perfect. Catch my breath then. He plopped down. Inspected the cafeterias today. Some cooks really don't keep clean. That silly Zhu. I could smell him just passing by. And boy was he uppity. No doubt about it. Hiyuju had prepared him a surprise. Then a different cafeteria today? I closed my book. Different. Cafeteria 3 is the cleanest. There's a cook named Kai Yongqiang. His cooking's decent, and his clothes are spotless too. Not like that silly Zhu. Like he's been working a forge. Cafeteria 3 then. Anywhere's fine to eat, as long as the taste passes. These days we're in no position to be picky. Su Jincheng downed a big cup of plain hot water, lit a cigarette, and recovered. My rice jar's near the bottom again. Gotta make a run to the black market tonight. These days, thank goodness I became a doctor, or it'd be truly hard to get by. The black market. The original owner had plenty of memories of it, having gone a few times with my dad. A ghost market that opens before dawn and disperses at first light, dealing in second-hand goods and the coupon ration scarcities. These days, that more than half the people could pull through owed no small part to the black market. My family's about due to buy grain too. There really isn't enough to eat. I joined the grumbling. The biggest shared language in this era is whether you can eat your fill. Gotta get hold of some coupons too. Grain coupons were hard currency at the black market, known as the second currency. Nearly every necessity in Beijing was coupon rationed, and grain coupons most of all. Oil coupons, meat coupons, industrial goods coupons, all traded there too. You're counting entirely on that little book at home? Heh, brother Wen, want me to go with you? I go often. No need. I'll just keep my old man company. There's a closer one over by Nanluo Guxiang. Come on, let's eat, or we'll have to line up. Cafeteria 3 had a fair crowd. Lucky we came early. The security section just called out Cafeteria 2 at noon. Gave them a whole loudspeaker broadcast. Who's going to Cafeteria 2 now? No kidding, the Cafeteria 2 director's probably about to catch hell, and after he catches it, he'll go back and chew out that silly Zhu who got named, huh? Carrying our meal trays past the line, hearing all this chatter, the two of us couldn't keep the corners of our mouths down. Dr. Jiang, Dr. Su, some called out greetings. Su Jincheng got some too. Not bad, Dr. Su, quite popular. I teased. SOSO, SOSO, still a notch below Jiang one needle. He cupped his fists, hemming it up. Having a goofball coworker has its perks. Having a dumbass coworker has its downsides too. like Cafeteria Two's back kitchen right now. Hiyuju, manhwa, along with a few others caught in unclean attire today, were taking a baptism of the cafeteria director's spittle. So many were being baptized that today they had to send temps to the windows to dish out food. Luckily, Cafeteria 2 had fewer patrons and could manage. Hiyuju, I'm talking to you. Lift your head. What did the security section comrades say? These cuffs and collar of yours are like you've been working a forge. A fly landing on them would break its legs. You come to work like this every day? This is where we cook for over 10,000 workers, and you're this filthy. How's anyone supposed to eat? Hiyuju lifted his head, the picture of indifference. Catch it chewing out? Hiyuju feared that. Seeing his unimpressed look, the director got angrier and cranked up the output. The others quietly breathed easier. Thank goodness there was a hardhead to take the fire for them. When the security section came in this morning, they'd seen Hiyuju wiping his pitch-black cuffs on the cutting board, and the deputy section chief's face had gone dark on the spot. And so the director got called in for his scolding. You done? If you're done, I'm leaving. There's food to dish out front. Dish out my foot, you good for nothing. Hiyuju, you shouldn't be in our cafeteria at all. A disgrace. You're a stumbling block, a black sheep, dragging the whole of Cafeteria 2's face into the dirt. Director Liu finally erupted. This Hiyuju was a privy stone that took neither soft nor hard. By this point, he didn't care anymore. Curse him out first and worry later. A bear commander with no father, no mother, no wife, no kids. An ordinary leader truly can't get a grip on him. Full-time workers can't be fired in this era. The dismissal process is brutally strict, requiring the mill director to propose it, the Workers' Congress to deliberate, then reports to the supervising authority and the Labor Bureau, and approval from the local government. What power does a mere cafeteria director have? Transfer him out? Hiyuju had a bit of skill at least, so he couldn't be transferred either, which made Cafeteria 2's director the most aggrieved of all the cafeteria directors. Screw your grandma. Hiyuju drove a fist into the director's face. Pinned with all those labels, even a fool knew it boded ill. One wrong turn and it could cost him. So he struck first, catching the man off guard. The people around were unfazed, used to it. Even his apprentice manhwa didn't dare step in. A Hiyuju in this state couldn't tell who's who. Whoever comes near catches a fist. Even a passing dog gets a kick. Docking your pay? Finding you. Silly Zhu. I'm telling you, as long as I'm still director, you can forget about ever advancing in this life. 10 minutes later, the director left sporting a pig's head face, limping. Hiyuju sat there broad and easy, drinking water and smoking, comfortable as could be. Docked pay. Didn't care. His wages were enough to spend. No father, no mother, no wife, no kids. Nothing could get a grip on him. He'd nearly forgotten he even had a little sister. All he was after was a single breath of spite, one moment of satisfaction. The director's threats? Not afraid. Precisely because the director didn't have the standing to fire him. This was the backbone of his fearlessness. Manhwa, go check how things are out front. I've dressed like this for years. Nobody's ever gotten sick eating my cooking. So what gives the medical section the right to inspect on a whim and demand changes on a whim? How come nobody said anything last year? Hiyuju fumed. Manhwa silently went up front. A master he'd chosen for himself. What could he do? Once you're on this leaky boat, you rot on it. He hadn't the means to get off. Lulan came in smiling and teased. Oh, our cafeteria's big hero. You even beat Baldy Lu off to the medical building. How about that? Hiyuju shot her a sidelong glance. Got nothing to do. Get lost. Quit being an eyesore. Lulan was passable looking, but he had no interest. His heart held only his sister Qin, even if Sister Qin was another man's wife. Lulan, snubbed, left cursing. Never seen such a dead-lost man. Got the gall to pine after someone else's wife and offend the leadership too. Pig-brained. I'd have to be out of my mind to chase after him. Hiyuju's standing among the people at Cafeteria 2 was truly poor. The medical building, Office 3. Those who'd only heard about it at noon saw the man himself by afternoon. The fellow before us, the Cafeteria 2 director nicknamed Baldy Lu, was in a sorry state. True, the two of us planned to take it easy, but with a patient this pitiful coming in and cursing about Hiyuju, no less. How could we not see him? Deputy section level at least. We had to give him face. Dr. Jiang, Dr. Su, take a look for me. Pardon the sorry sight. Our cafeteria twos produced an unruly bad element. Swollen like that, and he still couldn't mask the grief and indignation. The two of us choked back laughter. Facial composure is the secret to the doctor-patient relationship. I'll needle you to bring the swelling down. Try to get some of it down before the end of shift. Dr. Su will write you a prescription to decoct internal and external cultivation both. Thank you, Dr. Jiang. Su Jincheng had the prescription done over there, and the nurse had already gone to fill it. He's the famous medicine-filling king of internal medicine, lightning fast. Over here, I'd only just finished sterilizing the needles. Baldy Lu left much lighter, looking in the mirror over and over. The swelling really had gone down, and he booked the next 2 days with me on the spot, exceedingly courteous. You see, hold a skill in your hands that others don't, and you can succeed. What's the easiest secret to getting things done? A threshold. Make the threshold high enough, and if you happen to be able to step over it, you win. Either by talent or by skill. He Yuju's kind? Call it playing himself into ruin. Mother dead young, father run off early, sister estranged, in love with a widow, hot-tempered and irascible. He had the whole set of bad luck. And to top it off, no brains. One hand at the walk couldn't save him. Besides, that skill of his wasn't even top tier. People like that you could grab by the handful in Beijing. Who'd be willing to manage him, to give him a leg up? No value. Brother Wen, this silly Zhu's got real nerve, daring to come down that hard on his own direct superior. Su Jincheng said with feeling. Every new stunt of He Yuzhu's refreshed his understanding. Normal. As someone from the courtyard next to his, no exaggeration, He Yuzhu's name is famous all over our Nanluo Guxiang. I sat with one leg crossed, diligently filing my nails with a little file. A doctor's hands have to be clean, and nails are the easiest spot for grime to hide. Nail clippers? A rarity right now. Domestic production had just started, output low. A file was easy to get, standard issue for the department. At the steel mill, they could fix you up with a small metal file in no time. Right up our profession's alley. Shame my family's not over that way, or daily life would definitely be lively. For sure. Every time next door holds an all-hands meeting, our courtyard loves to lean up a ladder and climb the wall to watch the monkey show. Now that's real living. Anticipation lit up in Su Jincheng's eyes. That evening, the West Wing. The family had just finished eating, sitting and rubbing our bellies, savoring the moment. In this era, eating to 70% full was no easy thing, and the most satisfyingly full stretch right after a meal was especially precious. We were still in the time of hardship. Old Jiang, the rice and flour at home are down to under half. Got to make a run to the black market these next few days. My mom reported on the family finances. In the past, she wouldn't have said it in front of the kids, but now with the eldest a full-time worker and the second an apprentice, there wasn't much left to hide. Then I'll go take a stroll. My dad agreed at once. Dad, let me go today. I smiled at my parents. You even got money? The two of them said it in unison. Wages aren't out yet. Give me a little first. I'm grown now. I'll have to make this trip sooner or later anyway. My son's right. I'll get you 20. My dad backed it. The eldest was reliable, and now with the Jiang One needle name ringing at the mill, even he, Jiang Dashin, got greeted wherever he went. Security section, propaganda section, the cafeterias, welcome everywhere. Nobody likes to cross a doctor with backing and skill, and the family members ride the same coattails. Then you go? Tell us before you head out, and we'll count the time and wait for you to get back. My mom, uneasy, relented in the end. Number 2 raised his hand. Too young, nobody paid him any mind. Woo, you're still little. When you're older, big bro'll take you. I pinched his cheek. 15, and in another family he'd count as a man. But in ours there was no need yet to send him to the black market. Lips with no fuzz, work you can't trust. 20 yuan wouldn't break the bank either, so better to let me practice. Dare to let go, and you train up a man. Big bro, I want to go in the future too. Number 3 came butting in again. Sure. When the time comes, big bro, and number 2 will take you. I scooped my little sister up onto my lap. Sisters, in the end, are cuter than brothers. Jiangwu. 2 in the morning, I was already dressed and ready, all in dark colors, a black cloth over my face. My dad saw the outfit and grinned. Good lad. All kitted out. Want me to open the gate for you? No need. Forget what I can do. I took the money, pushed off the wall with a foot, and vaulted out clean and crisp. Impressive. That's my son, all right. My dad, without a shred of modesty, credited the whole thing to himself, then ducked into my back room to smoke and drink tea, the tea my master gave me, no less, and wait for me to come back. A bit over half an hour later, outside Chongwonmun, the black market, I jogged over with barely a sweat. My physical condition was rock solid now. I kept low and made a circuit, clicking my tongue. Without coupons, grain really was expensive. Official price rice 19 cents, white flour 18, but the black market multiplied that by dozens of times. Coarse corn flour at 1 yuan 50 a jean, pork 6 to 10 yuan, a single egg 8 cents to a yuan. Anything imported, nothing came cheap at the black market. Why come to the black market? The house was out of grain. In this era, coupons or no coupons, you couldn't buy it on the open market, so this was the only place. I'd brought coarse grain coupons. Fine grain coupons were more precious, and the Jiang family had none, and even if we had, we couldn't afford to eat that way. An ordinary full-time worker made 30 or 40 a month. If everyone really bought grain at the black market, nobody could hold up. My family coming today was purely to top off the jar. Holding out till the start of the month wasn't impossible, but there was no need. Spend a little to buy the whole family some peace of mind. Worth it. I bought 13 jean of corn flour, and the money was about spent. The rest would have to wait for the first month's wages, 10 some days off. Out of the black market, I cut into the inner city district within Chongwonmun. Now was when the real danger began. Patrols, and those with ill intent, both about. Grain stowed in the camphorwood chest, I pinched 3 three-edged needles in each hand, the bloodletting kind, and stuck in the right spot they truly can kill. Carry a sharp weapon and a killing edge rises on its own. You always need to be on guard. A bright moon hung overhead, the road easy to walk, but that made it easy for the patrols to spot people too, so I gave them a wide berth. Freeze. Put your stuff down, or taste your grandpa's big stick. In the next alley, someone was robbing the robbers. I tapped my toe and swooped up onto the wall like a giant bat. A cloud happened to veil the moonlight, helpfully hiding me. I looked down, old acquaintances. The first elder from next door, Yizhonghai, Jia Dongxiu, and He Yuzhu. This silly Zhu had nerve, beat his boss in the daytime, and came to the black market at night like nothing happened. The two highwaymen were dressed all in black, faces covered, much like me, holding only thick, heavy wooden clubs, no guns. Made sense. Rob an ordinary grain buyer in the capital and actually pull a gun, you'd be a pure idiot. Don't be rash. Zhu, give them the grain. Yizhonghai dropped his voice. He Yuzhu's clenched fist slowly opened, and Jia Dongxiu had already readily flung his grain sack out. Smart. Eat the big stick and miss work, and you'll owe more. Your grandpa's kind-hearted. Just want the grain, now scram. The three flung down their sacks, raised their hands, backed out of the alley, and bolted. He Yuzhu, not worked up now, was scared too, and shot off head down fast. Fear is instinct, nothing shameful about it. I'd quietly swapped the three-edged needles for filiform ones. Knocking them out was enough, simpler than killing. I'm an angel in white, a lifesaver, not a life-taker. 2 filiform needles cut through the air, sinking precisely into the robbers' necks. NGH. Thud, thud. 2 of them hit the ground. I dropped off the wall and happily hauled away all 3 grain sacks. I didn't rob Yizhonghai. I robbed the robbers who robbed Yizhonghai, with a clear conscience. Return them to their owners? Nonsense. An angel in white has to eat too. Don't let the angel in white eat, and watch how fast he changes into black. HSSS. Yizhonghai's got money. 10 jean of white flour. I was shocked. Living up to his billing as one of the notable rich in the original story, stingy elsewhere, but generous when it came to food. Made sense. A fitter does heavy physical labor, and you've got no strength on an empty stomach. Who wouldn't value his own neck? He Yuzhu's sack held 2 jean of pork, good stuff. Only Jia Dongxiu was a tightwad, 5 jean of corn flour. Whatever, He Yuzhu and Yizhonghai are pleasant surprises, and Jia Dongxiu's a throw-in. In a fine mood, I quickened my steps home. The outer courtyard. Whoa, Son, you've got luck like this. My dad's eyes shone. I didn't say I'd robbed robbers, just that I'd run into people getting swept, who'd dropped their things in a panicked scramble and fled, and I'd pick them up. Perfectly reasonable. There's always such a lucky soul. Only, others rely on luck, while I rely on skill. SOSO, SOSO, good luck and quick feet. Very modest, me. Next time run as fast as you can, and it's fine if you don't pick anything up, safety first. If it doesn't work out, I'll go in the future. You getting caught would look bad. Smack. My mom landed a slap on my dad's back. Pa, dad's wrong. My dad caved instantly. Mom will make you a big pot stew tomorrow. I was thoroughly looking forward to it. Old Jiang, don't you go blabbing on the loudspeaker. Don't worry, wife. I'm no fool. My dad pointed at the meat and flour and rattled it right off. These are all what we stored before New Year's, the old grain at the bottom of the chest, and the cured meat. Eat them now, or they'll go bad. My mom, satisfied, pulled my dad off. Nearly 4 o'clock, and the son's a doctor who heals and saves. He's got to sleep well. After they left, I passed the 2 filiform needles through a flame. Couldn't leave them in those 2 bumbling thieves. What a waste. Early the next morning, the courtyard came alive again. Someone next door was cursing first thing, and ask all you like, nobody would say. You could hear how furious he usually was. Anyone who didn't know would think he'd eaten the big stick last night. Close enough. There was a stick, just not on his body, and that much I could vouch for. Another beautiful day. I sighed on the way to work. Last night was a thrill. Hope I keep bumping into bumbling thieves next time. Among that crowd of gunless bumbling thieves, I'm a master running into street punks. Invincible. Rob ordinary folks? No, I'm an angel in white. Rob bumbling thieves? Yes, that's robbing the rich to help the poor. Morning, Jinsheng. How'd the haul go last night? Had to have a haul. Door shut. Su Jinsheng told it like a storyteller serial, and I loved listening. The black market grain prices really are frightening. No kidding. I brought a whole month's wages and got wrung dry. Su Jinsheng lamented. The black market earned more than a doctor. Got to keep working to advance, or we'll soon be unable to afford grain. That ambitious heart of his pounded away. In the time of hardship, it counted as a kind of motivation. The 2 of us picked up our medical books and buried ourselves in them. In medicine, you review the old to learn the new. Noon, Cafeteria 3. Cafeteria 2 was off the list for now. Going there knowing better would just be irritating. In Cafeteria 2, he usually still wore that forge worker outfit, refused to change come hell or high water, hard-headed. Everyone else had cleaned up. Damn that silly Zhu. If I don't make his life hell till the day he dies, my heart won't rest. Baldy Lu walked off clutching his chest, truly unable to stand the sight of Hiyuju. He was scouring the whole mill for an angle. Report Hiyuju for taking food home? That was a cafeteria open secret. Hiyuju just flaunted it too brazenly in his string bag. But the evidence was still too thin to finish him off. Director Lu, leave the needles in 20 minutes. Come once more tomorrow and you'll be about right. You've got a good constitution, you'll recover fast. Director Lu smiled, reflexively touched his head, then awkwardly withdrew the hand. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Doctors, is there any way to treat my hair loss? Su Jinsheng was completely out of moves. That, I really can't do. Director Lu immediately turned to me. Su Jinsheng was just a tag-along. Otherwise he'd have gone straight to Jiang one needle. There actually is a way. I gave a modest smile. The 2-piece set of the middle-aged man, kidney deficiency plus hair loss. I can handle both. Truly? Dr. Jiang, save me. One sentence, and a middle-aged man was begging me. The feeling of being needed soared. Let me take out this round of needles first. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I had a premonition I was about to become the most popular man among the steel mill's middle-aged and elderly men. Lie down, Director Lu, I'll needle a few points. Come back next Monday, 1 course a week, and in 2 or 3 months you'll be about right. Wind or rain, I guarantee I'll come. Knives falling from the sky, and he'd still come, as long as it works. Bai Wei raises the yang, secures the hair. Feng Qi treats seborrheic hair loss and alopecia areata. Feng Fu unblocks the meridians, regulates qi and blood. Turnover, Shun Shu tonifies kidney essence, treats kidney deficiency hair loss. Gan Shu soothes the liver and regulates qi, the go-to for late-night hair loss. Shuehai moves the blood and nourishes it. Each time I named a point and set a needle, Su Jinsheng beside me answered fluently, seamless teamwork. You could tell his acupuncture had improved a lot lately. Did Director Liu have any objections? None. He couldn't afford to cross Jiang one needle. So would he dare cross through the medicine bag? Any doctor at all, he couldn't afford to cross. Leave the needles in 20 minutes. Just wait lying down. The neighborhood committee, Director Wang's office. Su Fuguwei smiled, kindly and benevolent. Director Wang shook her head helplessly. Fine. With you here, old Su. How could I, a director, not agree? It's no big matter anyway. Comrade Liu Shaoyi having this idea is a good thing, and the neighborhood committee should do real things for the masses. Starting tomorrow, she can come to work, volunteer worker, no official slot, mind you. The rooms you want to rent are approved too. Now hurry off, don't hold up my work. Will do, won't trouble you further. Su Fuguwei turned and left, business done. Don't ask what leverage Director Wang had handed Su Fuguwei. The ugly affairs of that lousy courtyard, Director Wang had always worked hard to cover up. And to keep a lid on things, you've got to be prepared to bear the blowback. You can't expect to reap all the benefits for free. After Su Fuguwei left, Director Wang's face fell, then smoothed out again at a second thought. Whatever, Liu Shaoyi coming on as a volunteer worker, a free pair of hands, and done well, it could even count as a bit of an achievement for me. Worth it. She was an achievement chaser. Otherwise, she wouldn't work so hard to keep the lid on. The only thing irking her was Su Fuguwei's way of getting things done, but she had no other recourse. That lousy courtyard, a breeding ground for bad seeds. Director Wang spat and bent back to her work. Not a single person in that courtyard met with her approval. The back court. Auntie Su was packing the luggage, getting ready to move to the outer court. Forever trailing behind the young couple wasn't right either. Everyone needs a little private space. Get it done. Done. Don't you know who I am? Su Fuguwei grinned. Devil may care. No wonder Su Demao turned out the same way. Liu Shaoyi's eyes shone. Dad? Really? Of course. Starting tomorrow, just go steady. Don't do anything too tiring. Dr. Jiang said exercise has to be in moderation too. You. Just treat it as keeping fit. Don't stand out, but don't drag your feet either. Liu Shaoyi nodded hard. Understood, Dad. This is the doctrine of the mean. Su Fuguwei laughed. True to my daughter-in-law. Tonight Dad'll go buy a roast duck to celebrate for you. Then let Shaoyi off cooking tonight. I was so busy packing I forgot. Auntie Su laughed awkwardly. Small matter. Wait till I'm back. Su Fuguwei's legs gave a wobble, and out the door he went again. That evening, the two-section courtyard. After a full day's work, I finally got home. Deputy Section Chief Zheng's kidneys, Director Liu's hair loss, both still in cultivation in my hands. No haul for now, but the moment they got well, the name would surely blow up, and by then both of them would have backup gifts ready for me. Recovered and still preparing gifts? Of course. Who can guarantee they'll never have a problem down the road? So I wasn't in a hurry. I'd be at the steel mill for who knows how many years anyway. The family's one and only grain problem had been solved last night by a kind soul, too. At dinner, it came up. Son, there's just one thing left for our family. No rush to do it, but you've got to give us a word. My mom got in first. Under the table, my dad's leg caught a kick, and he stopped his chopsticks at once. Oh, right, your mom's right. When in truth, he hadn't heard a thing. Tonight was big pot stew, pork stewed with cabbage, so fragrant his tongue was about to fall off. He'd hardly eaten meat since New Year's. Mom, you mean finding a partner and getting married, right? That's it. My mom beamed. Son, you got someone? Eat your food. My mom glared at my dad. Get one bite of meat, and you go foggy. Off to the side with you. My dad lowered his head and silently shoveled rice. That's how a man is, when he's of no use. Best to find a corner and savor his happy time. Mom, I haven't even hit the legal marriage age, no rush. There'll be plenty of time for you to fuss over it down the road. For now, just sit back and enjoy your son waiting on you. Settle down to spur the career, build the career to spur settling down. The older generation all thinks this way. I'd seen enough of it not to be annoyed. Mom's not rushing, just a reminder. If there's really a good prospect, snap her up quick. My mom clenched a fist and gestured, cracking up the whole room. Don't worry, If there's really one I fancy, I'll knock her out and haul her home for you. Uff. Jiangwu sprayed a mouthful of water onto my dad's face. Dad, I didn't mean to. My dad wiped his face. It's fine. Next time get your projection steps perfect for me, or this master and father is going to give you a good thrashing. Next door, the Su household. Dumao, how have you felt these last few days? Su Fugue kept fretting over his son's health. Real good. Not drowsy getting up early. And riding out to the countryside the other day, I even felt strong. In a couple more days, it'll be Monday. I'll go to Brother Jiangwen for another needle. I've got a feeling this time it'll definitely work. Su Dumao brimmed with confidence. No liquor. Truly none. His head shook like a rattle drum. The doctor had said it. Break the rules, and it's ruined. Ruined, and he'd be Yi Zhonghai of the back court for the rest of his life, getting by only on scheming against others. He had no such plans. Even when the logistics department leaders called him out to drink, he didn't go. Worst case, be a projectionist his whole life. Didn't his dad come up the same way? Trade a hazy future for a child of his own. That account balanced out. I see you haven't been running around with that silly Zhu lately. Good. Now even when silly Zhu curses me, I can't be bothered. I learned a move from my wife. Treat him like air. As long as I don't get angry and don't engage, the one who ends up miserable is him. Su Damao said it smugly. This was the rough prototype of emotional cold shouldering. He Yuzhu had real luck, getting to sample even this in an era like ours. The middle court, He Yuzhu sat at his doorway stewing. He didn't get it. Why had Su Damao stopped coming to needle him? Why was his own needling getting no rise anymore? What had gone wrong? Inexplicably, he had that same neither here nor there taste he got from Sister Qin. Qin Huairu's play hard to get routine, Su Damao's cold treatment. He Yuzhu had missed neither, sampled them all. Lovely. Yu Shui, tell me, why is it that with Su Damao, I get the same taste I get from Sister Qin? The baffled He Yuzhu sought out his sister. He Yushui laughed. Are you out of your mind? Someone ignores you and you've got a reaction to it? Come on, I want to rest. She was still in high school, only 16 this year, but poor folks' kids run the household early. She'd long since seen it. This blood brother of hers was probably done for, the unfixable kind. And today she'd even been dragged out to be asked a question like this. What decent person could make sense of it? Bang! She shut the door, sat down at her desk, and started writing and sketching. Her own matter, she'd asked a woman teacher she was closest to, who'd given her a few plans. She'd kept them pressed deep in her heart, and now it was time to get familiar with them. This brother was truly at the end of the line. 1. Sit the national exam for an out-of-province university. Fill every preference with out-of-province schools, never a local one. And the moment the acceptance letter came, transfer her residence registration, her grain and oil relationship, and her student status all out of Beijing. Rely on the grant and vacation work, and aim never to come back in this life. 2. Actively answer the call to go up to the mountains and down to the countryside, off to settle in a production team far away. It wasn't yet compulsory, but if she got truly desperate, the neighborhood committee would send you off with gongs and drums. She didn't want that for now. She still wanted to try for university. 3. Sit the exams for an out-of-town vocational school, nursing school, or normal school. Graduates get unified job assignments, landing straight in an out-of-town county town or township with a proper official slot, respectable and stable. And one last move, the big one. Enlist in the army straight out of high school. You, He Yuzhu, got an objection? Take it to the conscription office, if you can stand up to the People's Liberation Army's iron fists. These days, she'd quietly cut down how often she asked He Yuzhu for money, never opening her mouth unless she truly couldn't make ends meet. And silly Zhu, far from sensing anything off, had even counted himself lucky back then that his sister was growing up fast and sensible. How could that be a good thing? He Yuzhu scratched his head, couldn't figure it out. He had one virtue. Can't figure it out? Don't bother. Next time just corner Su Damao and ask. Compared to using his head, he far preferred using his fists. The back court, the old deaf one's room. Staring at the cracked corn porridge, pickled vegetables, and wowata before her, the old deaf one set down her chopsticks and counted off the days on her fingers. 1 day, 2 days, 3. No, today I'm supposed to eat the meat Zhu brought. How'd it turn into wowatu? What's that foolish wife of Yi Zhonghai's playing at? Did she pocket my meat? Other things she could endure, but no meat? Not happening. She lived on a thick face for exactly that one mouthful of food. She grabbed her cane and headed out. The middle court, Yi Zhonghai was out for a stroll, and the moment he saw her, he hurried over like a dog. He only felt he was respecting his elders. Old lady, what brings you over? Just call, and I'll come help you. Zhonghai, didn't we agree today that Zhu would cook a meat dish? How'd it turn into pickled vegetables? Yi Zhonghai spread his hands. He'd known this old lady was a glutton. It's really not that we're not preparing it for you. Zhu's been like he's lost his soul these last few days. Today Yushui came home from school to nothing to eat. He didn't cook at all. He was puzzled too, just beat his boss. Was that worth being this out of sorts? First he'd ever seen of it. The old deaf one went quiet, then turned to worrying about her grandson. Should we go take a look? I was just about to. Well, lucky to run into you. Let's go look together. Zhu's door's unlocked. Maybe something's happened. As first elder, I've got to help the courtyard's young ones out of their confusion, don't I? The old deaf one wanted to laugh, but the thought that she'd still be counting on Yi Zhonghai to see her off when she died kept her from cracking it. Zhu, it's me, and your granny. We've come to see you. Yi Zhonghai's faked kindly voice, paired with the old deaf one's whole, worried about her grandson look. How did he usually come to ruin? These two couldn't be left out. They absolutely had a share of the credit. He Yushui watched the two of them through the window, taking turns consoling He Yushu, and before long silly Zhu was all cheerful again. Beyond saving, just wait to die. She spat, shut the window, out of sight, out of mind. Come, Granny'll go avenge you. The old deaf one tugged at He Yushu, making to head to the back court, to vent the grievance of Su Damao snubbing him. But she only said it. In the back court, Su Fugue and his wife were watching like tigers, and she didn't dare actually go. Bully someone's son in front of his own mom and dad. Did she really think they were dead? She dared say it because she knew Yi Zhonghai would stop her. Hey, old lady, you're just like a child. I know you want to vent for Zhu, but we can't really go. Next time, next time. Yi Zhonghai intercepted successfully. The old deaf one had never planned to go. But He Yushu didn't know. And the fool felt even more grateful to the two of them. Starved of love, starved of parental love, starved of every kind of love, and a bootlicker on top of it. A natural, prime target to be played. Beyond saving. Granny, listen to First Elder. You haven't eaten yet, right? I haven't either. Let's have a meal. You wait. First Elder, you come too, have a drink. He Yushu excitedly pulled them inside. Yi Zhonghai went in, satisfied. Right, has Yushui eaten? Call her over. What's the point of minding her? Hungry. Can't she figure out to come eat? He Yushu couldn't care less. The old deaf one nodded along. Zhu's right. Yushui's grown and she's no fool. Zhonghai, you mind too much. Yi Zhonghai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Great, his fault again. Such a fine girl. That Yushui, what a shame. He said no more, found a spot to sit and smoke. He'd picked Jia Dongshu for his old age. He Yushu was the spare tire. A spare tire's feelings have to be tended to as well, like keeping a whole flock of spares, tossing out a sweet morsel now, and then to keep them dangling till they die. As for the fish's feelings, not within his consideration. The next day, the steel mill, the internal medicine director's office. So, you little rascal, you've got your eye on my bronze figure now? Du Weihua's face was streaked with black lines. There'd been no bronze figure last time he came. I'll swap you for it. No need, take it. Having checked over my recent learning progress, he gave a grand wave and handed it over without a second thought. A mere external object. How could it compare to a favored disciple? Master's generous. Tell me, any troubles in life lately? None. I didn't even think. Money was enough, wages nearly out, no shortage of cigarettes, since Deputy Section Chief Zheng and Director Liu each brought a pack every visit. No important coupons to buy either. As for taking a wife, no rush. I'm no lecher, and I'd certainly never be like some who fix their eyes on Qin Huiru the moment they transmigrate. I'd seen her, not the peerless beauty the legends made her out to be. Then get lost, work hard, and find me if you're short on anything. I carried off my beloved bronze figure, found a spot with no one around, and packed it into my inventory. A power more surging than the wooden figures, a body more solid, mighty. Office 3. Su Jincheng had gone out on inspection, with several days still to go, so the office was left to me alone again. Boil water, brew tea, smoke, read the paper, a plain, unadorned day. Knock, knock, knock. 3 in the afternoon. Come in. A greasy, half-bald, middle-aged man came in carrying a crucian carp. Director Liu. Why bring a fish? Lately he'd hardly lost any hair washing it, and when his wife felt his scalp, fuzz had actually sprouted from the bald patches. What did that mean? A divine doctor, a divine doctor. A doctor this impressive was bound to be a figure down the road, like Director Du Weihua. He'd love to have Director Du take a look, but did he have that rank? Director Du's patients were the mill director, the deputy directors. What was he? Nothing. Dr. Jiang got lucky today, came by a fish, take it home after work and eat it. It's fresh. Then it'd be rude to refuse. I won't hide it from you. My sister's thin, and as her big brother my heart aches for her. So I'll take advantage of you. I took the fish, over 3 Gene. Where he got it, how he got it, don't ask. For a cafeteria director, getting hold of a little something is simple enough. What a coincidence. I knew we had a connection. Director Liu beamed. The gift giver happy, the gift taker happy, win-win. Sit tight, I'll sterilize the needles. I gave a light flick of my fingers, and one filiform needle after another dove into the alcohol bottle like fish, all gathered, a wipe of the hand, and the silver needles were in my grip. That sterilizing trick alone. Nobody in the whole mill hospital can do it. Director Liu was truly impressed. You flatter me. Acupuncture's about all I'm good at. Modest as ever. Swish, swish, the needles went in, and Director Liu shut his eyes to savor it, his scalp warm and comfortable. Leave the needles in 20 minutes, I know. Right. From here on, use a hot towel on your scalp before bed. Works even better. Got it. I'll boil water the moment I'm home. He knew his nickname, Liu the Baldy, so he planned to quietly put in the work and dazzle everyone. Trade up for a new nickname, say, Liu the Forest. With the hair growth working, he'd lately not even bothered with Hiyuju, only pinning the blame whenever leadership came nitpicking. Cafeteria too short-staffed, poorly kept, missing a fish today. All Hiyuju's doing, none of his. A cook who doesn't pilfer, the crops don't come in. Reasonable enough. He left rubbing his head, having even put on a hat. These days, with a head full of hair, it was precious. The Mediterranean ring. Too painful. You wouldn't understand if you hadn't been through it. I tossed the fish into the camphorwood chest. Inside was a vacuum. No rot, no spoilage, steady. A cheat sure is convenient. Back in the office, Director Liu cradled a little mirror admiring his fuzz, in great spirits. One fish and he'd hooked a divine doctor, a killing. What good thing should I send next time? Shame the leaders haven't had any private meals these days, or I could add some meat for Dr. Jiang. His sister's so thin. What's vision? This is vision. Using public goods to grease private connections. Generous, yet costing him nothing. Beautiful. He refused to believe that Deputy Section Chief over at Security didn't get this principle too. Knock, knock. Come in. It was Hiyuju's good-for-nothing apprentice, Manhwa. Director Liu, I'd like to take leave and head out early. There's something at home. What is it? My dad sent word. My second uncle's come to the house. Told me to go back for a bit. Approved. Don't be late for work tomorrow. Director Liu signed off. Right? You've been learning the trade from Silly Zhu 2 years now. How's it going? Can you handle a big pot dish yet? He looked at Manhwa with a hopeful sort of gaze. Manhwa gave an awkward smile and oddly felt a touch of guilt. Director Liu saw it. Didn't even need to look to know Manhwa had learned diddly. Of course, you expect Hiyuju to be willing to teach an apprentice? He'd just found himself a pair of hands to do the grunt work. His asking was purely to needle and to drive a vicious knife into this master-apprentice bond besides. Killing doesn't require a real blade. I understand you young people. Study hard. The cafeteria needs fresh blood. Any problems, find me anytime. If I can help, I surely will. A gentle knife is the hardest to guard against. His calculation was simple. If Manhwa had ambition, he could help. But Manhwa had to prove his value first, and then he'd lift Manhwa up and kick Hiyuju aside. A skilled Hiyuju was hard to fire, but with a better young man for contrast, Hiyuju became dispensable. Even if Manhwa couldn't surpass him, no matter. Today he'd spent only a bit of spittle, casually tossing out a chess piece. Manhwa walked out, and he Yuju sidled up. Did that Lu the Baldy approve it? If not, I'll go beat him. Purely wanting an excuse to keep pummeling Director Lu. Master, he approved it, I'm off. Manhwa was thoroughly disappointed inside. He Yuju really treated him as an excuse to go beat the leadership? Absurd. He gathered his things and left. Behind the door, Director Lu let out a breath and wiped his glistening forehead. Damn it. So he Yuju's lying in wait for me here? I don't approve and he beats me? Full-time workers being this hard to fire. The position I spent the first half of my life gifting my way into is worth a fart. He went back to his seat and poured tea to cool his temper. A cafeteria director. He had tea at least. Give me a chance down the road, and I'll damn well let this idiot know what I'm made of. That evening, the two-section courtyard. I came home with the fish-eyed jungled up and got unanimous acclaim from the whole family. A 3-gene carp, fresh. My mom set a pot on to stew it right away. Jiang Bei wasn't actually pitifully thin, but that greedy look of hers was endearing. Big bro's amazing. Naturally, I held my head high, basking in my siblings' adoration. Son, it's not going to be a problem, is it? My mom pointed at the pot. Won't come to that. A patient's gift, and thanks. Anyone with an objection can take it up with every doctor in the world. Full of confidence, me. My dad grinned. Relax, the son keeps a low profile, didn't let many people see. Not like that silly Zhu next door, who pilfers a bit of mill food and flaunts it to the whole world. Dad's right. Who's made of iron, never sick a day all year. Step out, and let me have a look. My mom couldn't be bothered to fuss anymore, and stewed the fish. Heaven and earth are vast, but eating is the greatest of all. My dad leaned against the wall with a cigarette, lazy and content. Ever since I became a factory doctor, he'd plainly felt the load on his shoulders being taken over, bit by bit, by his eldest son, from buying grain at the black market to bringing meat home today, all of it me. As a father, he was proud. But one glance at number 2, and he felt the load come back a notch. An illusion, he muttered, looking at his own shoulder, then at Jiang Wu. Not an illusion. Had he known back then, one would have been enough. He planted a kick on Jiang Wu's backside. Dad? What's wrong? Nothing, just felt like kicking. Ah, I thought you'd found out I botched a screening today. Jiang Wu patted his chest, relieved. The room went quiet. I gave a wry laugh, scooped up my little sister, and walked off. This number 2, truly a number 2. The plain days flew by, and before I knew it, payday had arrived. Nobody doesn't look forward to wages, and neither did I. Our health technician wages were calculated separately from administrative ranks. They wouldn't merge until 81. Although there were whispers of pay cuts this year, my master had said those were for party members at administrative grade 17 and above, unrelated to the health system. So my base wage of 50.5 was still sweet. Brother one, the wages are out, right? Su Jinqing pushed the door open, beaming. Paid out. I waved the bills. The subsidies weren't small either. 2 yuan for washing and grooming, 5 for winter heating, 3 for the summer high-temperature subsidy, and 50 cents for night shifts. Shame internal medicine's night shifts had nothing going on. This month, it added up to 57.50, 7 more. Double-check your grain and oil coupons, and the ready food too. No slip-ups, Su Jinqing reminded. 24 gene of grain coupons, half fine and half coarse grain, plus 2 gene of national grain coupons, 2 liang of oil coupons, 1.5 gene of pork, 1 gene of eggs, half a gene of white sugar, 2 bars of soap. That's right. Shame you didn't come last year. At year's end, our grade got 20 chi of cotton cloth too. You'll definitely get it this year. A medic's benefits went far beyond that. 20 chi of cotton cloth a year, 300 gene of heating coal in winter, delivered to your door by logistics. Housing. 2 rooms if married, 1 if single. I claimed family housing but registered as single, with another room added once I married. Full labor insurance medical reimbursement for yourself, half for immediate family, free care for your children, full pay for sick leave within 3 months, free schooling for your children through middle school, and every 2 years a month of public-funded convalescence. Beidai, Qingdao, wherever you like, with a 50 yuan subsidy if you don't go. 2 sets of work clothes a year, 2 towels a month, 1 pair of gloves a month. Tallying it up, even a transmigrator like me sucked his teeth. Truly lavish. Full-time workers' treatment wasn't bad either, but it depends who you compare with. My dad had toiled the better part of his life, and a month's gain still fell short of my first month. The so-called 8 kinds of staff, sorry, Dr. Jiang doesn't recognize them. The truly good jobs never advertise themselves. Brother Wen, how's it feel, first payday? I could do this till I die. I hope to become a medical big shot soon. The benefits will be even better then. True to Brother Wen, thinking just like me. Su Jinsheng gave a thumbs up. Going home today, my spine's iron cast for another day. Knock, knock, knock. I glanced at the calendar. Busy today, both my regular patients showing up at once. One for hair loss, one for kidney deficiency. Come in. Su Jinsheng tactfully left. Leadership coming for treatment. They don't want outsiders present, and he knew this drill cold. Director Liu, Section Chief Zheng, rare guests. Enough visits, and I could joke with these two. Nearly friends now. Dr. Jiang, it's payday today. I'll add a dish for you. Director Liu lifted the rabbit in his hand and shot a glance at old Zheng. How could Deputy Section Chief Zheng stand for that? He'd taken hold of the say-so at home now, his complexion better by the day. How could he not show something? He pulled out an item. Dr. Jiang, take a look at this. A binaural stethoscope from the Shanghai Siling Medical Instruments Factory. I'm a doctor. How could I not know my stuff? Section Chief Zheng, this is far too valuable. Deputy Section Chief Zheng smiled, so wide his gums showed, and glanced at old Liu. The gap was plain. Director Liu rolled his eyes. Old Zheng really was no good, pulling off something big without a sound. Should have said so. He'd have brought a couple more rabbits. A fine sword for a hero. I didn't buy it. My wife's older brother works at that Shanghai factory. If you don't take it, I won't rest easy tonight. My wife said if I don't bring this stethoscope back, I'm not allowed on the comm. Deputy Section Chief Zheng laughed heartily. An excuse, but with a man having said all that, I couldn't very well make him sleep on the floor. Word was the security section chief was about to retire, and barring surprises, Section Chief Zheng was set to be made permanent. Then I'll thicken my skin and accept it, but don't bring anything this pricey next time. Yes, 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 doctor's orders. That line cracked all 3 of us up. Director Liu first. The rabbit tossed aside. He lay down on the bed like an old hand. Section Chief Zheng dutifully found a stool and sat. An hour later, the 2 of them left refreshed and bright. I sterilized the needles, didn't wait for Su Jinsheng, and carried the stethoscope straight to the director's office to honor my master with it. Mainly I figured my master didn't seem to have a stethoscope. Du Weihua gave it a glance, disdainful. Take that and play with it yourself. Your master's got one, just doesn't use it much. With that he pulled an even better one from his drawer. I silently took the stethoscope back, tilted my head up at the ceiling and hummed a tune, not the least bit embarrassed. Huh, you little rascal, you're a riot. Your master may have no use for it, but you've got the thought, and that makes your master happy. Considerately, he gave his disciple a step down. Right, I got paid today too. Come on, see if there's anything you urgently need, your master'll get it. I took the step down, my master had money. One look, and I had my pick, plucking out a peony cigarette and flashing him a brilliant smile. Thanks for the reward, master. Get lost. There are 2 boxes of pastries too. Old Yang gave them. Take one, I'll bring the rest home for your Shermu. Then I won't take it, bring it all home for Shermu. Forget it, your Shermu's a glutton. She'll polish off 1 box in a day, 2 would burst her. I gave a wry laugh, scooped up a box of Zhengming's 8 treats, and left. Today truly lived up to being payday. Du Weihua watched me go cheerfully, then quietly opened his drawer and pulled out a tin of premium Dianhong black tea, cradling it carefully. Good thing I was quick and hid it, or that scamp would have made off with it too. That tea was a gift from Director Lee of Logistics. Beijing 8 treats? You think Director Du treasures those? Who hasn't had them? Nothing for it, but to bring them home to his wife. The kids weren't in Beijing anyway, so better given to his precious disciple. Oh, and the old yang from his mouth. That's the steel mill's director. To Director Du, just 1 old yang. That's all. My master had no taste for Zhengming's flaky crust 8 treats. I did. They were the top-tier pastry that only cadres and high intellectuals enjoyed. I'd meant to give my master something, and ended up netting a box instead, hauling the cigarettes and pastries back to the office all at once. Su Jinsheng still wasn't back. Usually he'd circle around and return in an hour. How come there was no sign of him by now? Co-workers after all. I went out to look. In the steel mill, What could go wrong? Easy to say, but the mill had no shortage of unusual figures, and there really was a chance of trouble. A corner somewhere. He Yuju, one hand on his hip, jabbed a finger at Su Jincheng and bellowed, "Speak. What gives you the right not to treat me? Am I not a patient? Just because I didn't drink the medicine you prescribed back then, you blacklisted me? Su, you say it, isn't that right?" Righteous indignation. Cornering a doctor by name. Is that something a normal person does? Su Jincheng couldn't be bothered to explain. He'd come out to keep his distance. How'd he run into a scoundrel like this? Fortunately, he'd just run into an acquaintance, and someone had already gone to fetch the security section. "Speak. Out with it." He Yuju stepped forward, the very image of workplace bullying. Su Jincheng laughed in anger. "Fine. He Yuju, I guarantee you'll regret today. So I blacklisted you. Internal Medicine Office 3 won't treat you. Got an objection? Wait till I get back, and not one of Internal Medicine's 6 offices will be willing to treat your illness. Believe it. Even a clay figure has 3 parts temper. You're a full-time worker. Is he, Su Jincheng, not? He could go his whole life without eating at cafeteria too, but he didn't believe He Yuju would go his whole life without catching a cold. The veins on He Yuju's forehead throbbed. But Su Jincheng grinned. "What? Want to beat me too? Come on. I'm not a leader, but I'm a doctor. You dare lay a hand on me today, and just wait for every doctor in the steel mill to charge your front gate. Come, let me see your nerve." Watching He Yuju press closer and closer, Su Jincheng wasn't the least bit afraid. "Hit me? Got the guts? Then hit me. You hit a leader, the leader's too embarrassed to deal with you. You hit him, and he'll tail you. He Yuju, 24 hours a day. Got the nerve? Then never get sick your whole life. Zhu, stop. He Yuju, stop right now. On him. Subdue him. He Yuju, you dare lay a hand on our medical section's people today? Just try it." 4 furious shouts from Yi Zhonghai, the cafeteria director, the security section deputy chief, and the orthopedics director. What a coincidence. I'd gone out for a stroll and run right into my senior uncle, and the 2 of us had set out together to find Su Jincheng. As for Yi Zhonghai and the others, He Yuju and Su Jincheng's row in the little woods had gotten loud, spotted early by some helpful soul, and word spread from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, and the crowd gathered round. Who was fastest? The security section comrades eager to make merit. Plus, there was the deputy section chief's order. A burly fellow flashed sideways, closed in face-to-face, and slammed a big roundhouse into He Yuju's gut. And this courtyard god of war became a rolling gourd on the ground on the spot. What kind of people are in the security section? More than half are demobilized veterans, everyone a fighter. A courtyard brawler. Could he afford to throw himself into that? Reporting, section chief. The ruffians subdued. The fellow saluted. Deputy section chief Zheng bared his teeth in a grin. Good. I'll mark you down for a merit later. A moment to shine. No leader backing him? Orthopedics director, the internal medicine director's beloved disciple, Dr. Zhang's co-worker. This brimming web of goodwill. Which part doesn't count? And we'd have to thank He Yuju for his self-sacrifice. Director Liu. So this is one of your cafeteria's people. Director Liu. So this is one of your cafeteria's people? And you? Li Chang pointed at He Yuju. Deputy section chief Zheng. What were your security section's patrols doing? Today Dr. Su didn't get beaten, but if one day this man privately retaliates against our medical section's doctors, where am I, a director, supposed to put my face? I clicked my tongue. The orthopedic senior uncle's aura was this ferocious, dressing down Director Liu and Deputy Section Chief Zheng like they were his grandsons. I quickly turned myself into an invisible little nobody and hid behind him, sense of security maxed out, and winked at Su Jincheng on the side. If it weren't for my junior brother's disciple happening to run into me today, and he'd come alone and stumbled on this man assaulting our doctor for no reason, what then? Why's everyone gone silent? Director Li seized the chance and went all in. In the past, nobody dared provoke that pack of ancestors at the medical building, and there was nowhere to plant your authority. Today, He Yuju obligingly provided the opening. Yi Zhonghai's heart lurched, a leader going after the troublemaker himself. Maybe that's nothing, but this was indiscriminate carpet bombing across the board, big trouble. In the courtyard, he still counted as somebody. In the steel mill, he was nothing. Faced with the questioning, he couldn't get out a single word. Su Jinqing shot his big brother a grateful look, then caught my wink, and the corner of his mouth turned up. This big brother, he was sticking with. Who the hell wants to beat our internal medicine doctor? Step out. Another furious roar, Du Weiwa. The man hadn't arrived, but the curses had, aimed straight at Hiyuju. Smack. A big slap landed, stunning Hiyuju, who staggered a couple of steps. The director's mighty. The medical section doctors and nurses surging up behind cheered. Who doesn't want a leader who protects his own? You? You want to beat our internal medicine doctor? Old Zheng. Wrench him up. I'll take him to see the director. Daring to corner our internal medicine people in the steel mill. I'd like to see just how mighty a cafeteria cook is. Director Du didn't spare the cafeteria director a single glance. Deputy Section Chief Zheng gave a shudder, took hold personally, twisted Hiyuju's arm, and followed Director Du straight to the mill director's office. Yi Zhonghai's vision went black and he nearly toppled, caught by Jia Dongxiu, who'd hurried over. It's over, Zhu's done for this time. I can see it now. Master, silly Zhu really is a fool. Jia Dongxiu played the straight man feed, struggling to suppress his delight. You expect him to have any goodwill toward Hiyuju? The whole world knew Hiyuju pined after his wife Qin Huairu. He wished Hiyuju would just drop dead. He was no fan of green hats. Jia Dongxiu supported his master toward the workshop. Follow them up? Don't be ridiculous. Those big shots wouldn't deign to glance at you. Count your blessings. All workshop workers who doesn't get hurt sometime go up against this pack of doctors? Forget it. And Hiyuju? His head a total blank. However domineering, that swaggering bluster from cornering Su Jinqing moments ago had now vanished like smoke. Perhaps only now did he understand. An individual's brute recklessness, crashing into the real rules, gets ground to nothing. Su Jinqing was nearly moved to tears. They all said the medical section protects its own, and today he'd seen it with his own eyes. I summed it up in my heart. Two great Buddhas personally holding court, top-tier backers entering the fray. With a fuss like this, never mind Hiyuju. Even a section chief would shed a layer of skin. And that's not counting the countless little punishments down the road. Hiyuju's fate? Getting fired was probably a stretch. After all, he hadn't actually thrown a punch, but he certainly wouldn't get off lightly. The director didn't want to offend every doctor in the mill hospital either. The mill director's office. Director Yang was nearly sprayed full in the face. Du and Li had at least left old Yang a little face and not cursed at him. The director Li Huaid, who'd be quite well known down the road, was also in the crowd, his eyes at Hiyuju like he wanted to flay the man alive. Disgraceful thing. And the cafeteria happened to be under him, so if today went badly, he might be implicated. That director Liu was his man, so he knew exactly what kind of goods Hiyuju was. Having waited, Li Huaid had a plan. He'd take this hit, but not for free. A perfect chance to chuck this bomb called Hiyuju out of logistics, to blow up wherever it pleased. Director Li, this comrade Hiyuju is a cook in your logistics cafeteria, yes? You're his direct superior, you tell us. Director Yang flatly passed the buck. Li Huaid had it ready and rolled it right out. Fire him. Thud. Hiyuju sat down hard on the floor. The crowd didn't even bother hiding their scorn. Now you know fear? Where was the bluster of swaggering and threatening to beat a doctor just now? Director Yang was drinking water and nearly choked. Cough. Director Li, isn't that too far? You know full well what a hassle firing a full-time worker is, and besides, to err is human. He didn't even raise a hand. Considering it's a first offense, transfer his post. Transfer his post to the toilets, and I'll agree, otherwise no deal. Director Du took a drag, looking Director Yang dead in the eye. Our doctors brave the wind and rain to treat people for the mill, and if I can't protect them when something happens, then this director, may as well go home and read books. This time, if you want to consider it a first offense with no blow landed, then Du Weihua, tender my resignation. Count me in too. With my junior brother gone, I couldn't be bothered to stay either. Junior brother, come with me to the newly built Soviet hospital? Their head reached out to me not long ago. What would I do there? I'm planning to go to the Beijing hospital. The two of them started chatting right in front of Director Yang, embarrassing him to his face. Li Huaid nearly laughed out loud. Serves you right, old Yang. Fine, I agree to Director Du and Director Li's proposal. No good, there's one more condition. The orthopedics director didn't know how to spell push your luck. A mere director, thinking he could get a grip on two heavyweights? Dream on. Please go ahead, Director Lee. Director Yang drew a deep breath. His face was already utterly gone. As for why he was protecting Hiyuju so hard, a certain someone had a bit of a connection to a certain old lady. We'll get to that later. This Hiyuju may not be transferred off the toilet front line by any leader, for any reason, for 5 years. Director Lee pointed at Hiyuju with a smile, and facing those baffled, terrified, resentful eyes, wasn't the least bit fazed, only brimming with mockery. Protect your own. Protect them all the way. Fine. Director Yang agreed without a second thought, and only then breathed easier. Li Chong looked at Hiyuju. I know you don't accept it, but the moment you cornered our doctor and tried to beat Su Jincheng, the ending was set. Don't accept it? Come at me. Come at Director Du. Either's fine. We two senior-junior brothers will take you on. But if you ever dare touch a medical section doctor again, I, Li Chong, would rather quit the steel mill than not cripple you. That last line, a naked threat. Hiyuju gave a shudder, his eyes clearing up considerably in an instant. I'd seen it plainly. Not one good thing in that courtyard next door, and especially this protagonist. A bootlicker. Can his head work right? The matter wrapped up here. Everyone pleased except the troublemaker Hiyuju. From today on, he was no longer a cook, but a member of the toilet cleaning crew. Were it not for the special era, he'd have packed up and cleared out long ago. Thank you, Director Lee. Thank you, Director Du. Thank you, everyone. Su Jincheng sincerely thanked every co-worker who'd come to help. The two great directors waved it off indifferently and left. To them, this didn't even count as a small matter. And the two weren't bluffing either. The Beijing Hospital, formerly the German Hospital, now the Central Leadership's Healthcare Hospital, and the Soviet Hospital, the Future Friendship Hospital, had both extended olive branches to them. A good doctor never wants for a place, wherever he goes. Back in the office, Su Jincheng thanked me over and over. This time he'd truly felt the power of co-workers helping each other. Big brother, I'm sticking with you. Whatever you ask of me down the road, I'm the first to step up. It won't come to that. We're co-workers and friends to begin with. Lending a hand when something comes up is only right. I clapped his shoulder. The deeper reason? I had grounds to suspect the two golden connections were backing me up by proxy. If they protected the medical building doctors like this, then had Hiyuju's target today been me, his fate would have been even worse. Study the medicine well. This year the two of us advanced together. No problem. The steel mill was no windlass wall, and before the end of shift, what Hiyuju had done today had spread through all of Nanlo Guxiang. Before the incident, people still acknowledged him on the street. Now, no more. He used to be able to pick up the odd wedding and funeral job. From here on, probably not. His standing was poor to begin with, and now worse. Hiyuju drifted toward the courtyard listless, like a lost soul, not even able to muster anything when he ran into Su Damao. Su Damao didn't mock him. Following doctor's orders, he was serious about it. But that didn't dampen his good mood one bit. If anything, he was even merrier. His arch-nemesis had utterly bottomed out. How could he not be happy? His complexion even glowed. Tonight I, Su Damao, am going to put this stretch of progress to a proper test. He pushed his bike, eyes bright, gazing toward the courtyard. His wife was waiting. They'd been married only a few years, no rush to have a kid, but it was a thorn after all, and if it could be pulled out, how could he not be willing? Go play somewhere. Quit holding up me learning to cook for mom. Lu Shaoyi wrenched her hapless man's ear and chased him out. Su Fuguwei grinned and laughed. Damao, remember, when a woman's in the kitchen, we don't go in and add to the chaos. I know, I'm heading next door. Lu Shaoyi had just whispered, red-faced, for him to go ask that doctor. Even though they'd gotten through the second course of treatment, you keep everything steady to be safe. Su Fuguwei smacked his lips, suddenly feeling abandoned. Auntie Su pushed open the window and shot him a glance, tickled pink. As for that business with Hiyuju, the whole family knew, but none of them cared. Do whatever. Living your own life well is the hard truth. Next door, I was sweeping the outer courtyard. A wanderer home gets emperor's treatment the first 3 days, ordinary treatment the middle 3, and by the last 3 has to find his own work. I, a permanent resident, knew it cold, so I tossed the benefits home and came to sweep. leaving my mom thrilled, my dad outmatched by comparison, number 2 scolded, and number 3 doted on. All set. My wages, handed home and refused. I simply pressed into the camphorwood chest to take out when needed. Dr. Jiang. Su Domao came shooting over without even taking off his blue work clothes, like a blue rat, trying to startle me. Shame I was steady as anything. Brother Domao, not well hidden. I pointed at the doorway, and the two of us sat down, one on each side. He pulled out 2 packs of zhonghua and tossed them to me. Whoa, zhonghua. Keep it low. My wife brought them back from her parents' place today. Now that my father-in-law knows Xiao is a volunteer at the neighborhood committee, he's in great spirits. He probably gave these on purpose. I'm still recuperating, so he didn't give more. Once I bring him a big fat grandson, I'll clear out the whole Liu family's smokes and liquor. A bit of the old Su Dumao flavor coming back. I split 1 pack to him. Keep a pack. Next time you've got good stuff, remember to bring it to me. Can do. He agreed readily, then suddenly went tongue-tied, his face reddening. I had a flash of understanding. After the second course, no problem. We're all grown men. What's there to be shy about? But remember, between the second and third courses, twice at most. More than that won't do. This condition has to be nurtured. Nurture it well, and you're a normal man. Nurture it poorly, and Yi Zhonghai is your fate. Understood. He nodded briskly, his face no longer red. Embarrassing. I shot him a disdainful look. Hey you. And here I was planning to have my old man find you a good wife. Forget it. When would I, Jiang Wan, have any trouble getting married? I stuck out my chest, head held high, the picture of pride. Su Damao studied my profile carefully, then left, dropping 1 line. Just hate being friends with you good-looking types. Step out the door, and I'm forever getting compared. I laughed heartily. Big bro, dinner's ready. Coming. April should be all flitting birds and growing grass. But for Beijing folks, it's a time to step up your guard. High winds. Yellow sand whipped along on the gales, howling and sweeping across every corner. Stepping outside was a real treat. 4th floor of the medical building, office 3. Su Jincheng and I had 1 patient each. Both heat stroke. Nothing to do with the sand, just plain heat. The steel mill. You know, heat stroke cases were especially many. Finally finished another one. No kidding. Good thing emergency set up a heat stroke station, or the 2 of us would be even busier. Su Jincheng downed a big mug of plain hot water. A whole morning without a break. Not even time for a cigarette, and interspersed with relatives' colds and chills. Inexplicably feel obstetrics has it good. Let's not go to obstetrics. Singles like us, we'd take off running at the sight of that obstetrics crowd. See how mighty the director is? 1 look at obstetrics and he's gone. The orthopedics one's the same. Only the emergency folks aren't scared, and they're rushed. Su Jincheng laughed merrily. After the He Yuzhu incident, the medical building was united as never before. The 4th floor internal medicine had openly blacklisted He Yuzhu, and the mill director, knowing it, didn't dare make a peep. Make a peep. And what if this pack of ancestors blacklisted him? Even Yi Zhonghai got caught in the dragnet. A while back he tweaked his back, and walking from the east end of the 4th floor to the west, not a single one had time for him. Either the door was locked, or they shut the door in his face and left. He'd come to office 3 once, when I was needling Director Liu and Section Chief Zhang, and before I could open my mouth, a director and a deputy section chief teamed up to drive him out. Grade 6, grade 7 worker? Get lost, we don't recognize that. How many did you take this morning? 7. I counted the case records. 6 for me. This workshop crowd insists on gritting their teeth and toughing it out. Can you tough out heat stroke? I don't even dare imagine summer. We'll be run off our feet. It won't come to that. People don't learn their lesson. It's like this every year. Once this April batch of heat stroke cases gets treated, they'll remember, and summer might even be slow. I also heard logistics is going to sign a contract with the popsicle factory to safeguard the workshop environment. That director Li Huai really does come up with ways to look out for the workers. The medical building's got plenty of gossip, well informed. My tea was on semi-stable supply now. The tea coupon refreshed once every 2 weeks, and the other day I'd gotten a 1 Jean Jasmine tea coupon off a certain director, so drinking it sparingly, I could even stockpile. Director Liu was generous. Right? Big brother, you seen He Yuzhu lately? That mutt circles around over by the toilets all day. Bring up He Yuzhu and Su Jincheng got excited. Watching an enemy suffer, delightful. Seen him a few times. The man knows shame now, sees an acquaintance and turns to leave, leaves fast. Had he known it'd come to this, why bother in the first place? Hadn't smoked all morning. Now with no one around, I lit one to reward myself. He's a pure idiot. Agreed. Right? I hear Cafeteria 2's got a new master chef. Come on, let's give it a try. Let's go. Change clothes. No wandering around in white coats. Cafeteria 2, packed to bursting. Director Liu stood in a corner gazing out with satisfaction, ran a hand over the bristly hard fuzz on his head, and his back straightened up a fair bit without his noticing. Dr. Zhang's treatment, mighty. Old Liu, rubbing your head again. Deputy Section Chief Zhang came over. Oh, old Zhang walking without bracing your back now? Now that's the bearing of a security section deputy chief. Pa, you lot who used to swing the big ladle, now you swing it in the toilets. It's nearly mealtime, don't sicken me. Heard you dug up a champ chef. Your buddy's here to show support. Dr. Jiang, Dr. Su, you're here too. Deputy Section Chief Zhang had a sharp eye. No white coat, but the handsome Dr. Jiang still stood out brightest in the crowd. Old Liu, fix up some food. No problem. Old Zhang, take Dr. Jiang and them to find seats. Director Liu set right off. This was him treating. The two of us couldn't stop him, and Section Chief Zhang held us back. Let Director Liu do his host's duty. They changed chefs. We're here to show support. How could we let you spend money? I'm riding the coattails too. Director Liu carried over several plates himself, rather harried. Old Zhang, you didn't even help. I'm busy. For plates of big pot dishes, wow, it's stacked into a little hill, a bowl of cabbage soup each. Looked simple, but the aroma really wasn't bad. Director Liu was still chattering away with his introductions. The three of us exchanged a look and just dug in. Hey, you three are too much. Director Liu hopped over and joined in. Four men, guarding clean plates and bowls, gave a synchronized belch. I told you, the cafeteria turns no matter who leaves. No need to let one fool hold it hostage. Deputy Section Chief Zhang cursed the cook the moment he was full. Get lost. You're not in the cafeteria. You understand my troubles? Most of the leader's private meals used to be silly Zhu's work. Without something big, would I dare swap him out? Leaders don't eat well, and they nitpick me. Director Liu dropped his voice and grumbled. Now with Song Dashin, the whole cafeteria's tasted his cooking, and my heart's finally at ease. When a man's future is on the line, who could not take it to heart? Song Dashin he dug out of a guest house with great effort, nearly offending the man's work unit. But this one meal made it worth it. A bright future ahead, and no more grief. This man knew to respect leadership. You give me a foot, I give you 10. How nice. It was precisely this principle he usually didn't understand, and who could he blame? Old Liu's life will be much easier from now on. Come on, can't compare to your promotion, old Zhang. Nothing's set yet. Section Chief Zhang waved it off again and again. I'd figured it out. His promotion was a done deal. 4th floor of the medical building, the internal medicine director's office. Found a good acupuncture book, study from it, master it through, and you'll about graduate from acupuncture. I looked down, 100,000 golden prescriptions, acupuncture volume 1. Internal medicine, good stuff. Thanks, master. An opportunity to advance, absolutely not to be missed. The barefoot doctor's manual was broad but not deep, plain and unadorned by design. By now the one in my inventory and the roving manhwa palm had both nearly turned transparent, meaning I'd nearly absorbed them. So even if my master hadn't offered it, I'd have come asking. Study hard. Ask freely about anything you don't get. Once you've mastered this through, I'll teach you to prescribe medicine. Director Du gave a grand wave. Right, Su Jinxing in your office has a nickname. Su the medicine bag. He's got a hand for prescribing lovely sovereign minister assistant courier formulas. Learn from him too. Understood. I'll seek instruction humbly. Now that's a doctor's proper duty. Learn steady, work steady, and down the road your platform won't be confined to this steel mill. Will do. Right? You can't finish all these peony cigarettes. Let me share the load on these 2 packs. I shot off fast. Director Du smiled and didn't mind. After I left, he shut the door, paced back to his seat, and pulled open the drawer, chock full of fine cigarettes. Foolish boy, what I took out was meant for you, wasn't it? Don't give you 2 packs, and you'd set your eyes on my good smokes. He unwrapped a pack of Panda and lit one, blissful. Panda, the highest grade special supply, near impossible to find on the market, only at state banquets and foreign guest occasions. This pack was a gift to Director Lee from some patient. Not many, but absolutely fine. That evening, the outer courtyard. The first 2 slots of my inventory, the barefoot doctor's manual and the roving manhwa palm, vanished completely. A jolt ran through me, fully comprehended. Bones and muscles clacked against one another. Both body and spirit took a step further. Everything in the manuals, in a single thought, all came back and clicked into place, like an extension of my own arm. I went to the outer courtyard to practice that set of health exercise manhwa palm I'd once used to fool the kid. The manhwa mother palms flowed in my hands like drifting clouds and running water, formed like a roaming dragon, turning like a circling eagle, faintly carrying the sound of cleaving air. Jiang Wu's jaw nearly hit the floor. Big bro, how is that health exercise? Whose health exercise is this fierce? Bit fast is all. You flail your turtle fist, flail it fast, and it'd look like this too. Really? I haven't read much. Don't you lie to me. He looked dead serious. Holding back a laugh, I nodded. Only after he'd actually flailed a round of turtle fist, all bluster and wind, did he cheerfully believe it and walk off. A little dim is fine, brother. You've got me, your big bro, looking after you. Back in the room, I packed 100,000 golden prescriptions, acupuncture volume 1 into the first slot, looked at the empty second slot, and had an idea. Tonight, the black market, to feel around for a Marshall manual. These old things were going to get harder and harder to buy in the open going forward, so better to feel them out at the black market directly. With one of the 3 internal fists, the manhwa palm, on me, plus a deadly hand at acupuncture, 3 to 5 big men couldn't get near, safe enough. Just as I was about to read a while and rest. Little Jiang. Quick. The Wang family's 3rd boy ate too fast and choked his windpipe. A jolt ran through me, and before my brain had even reacted, I'd kicked the door open and shot out like a ghost. Li Kongzhan, who'd come to fetch me, swallowed and hurried to keep up. In the courtyard, Wang Taiju was frantically pounding the 3rd boy's back, the kid's face gone purple, not a damn bit of use. A life's on the line. I kicked Wang Taiju aside and hauled the kid in front of me with one hand. Everyone back off, don't get in the way. In an instant, 5 meters around me cleared. The Heimlich maneuver, just do it. I stood behind the patient, feet split front and back, both arms around his waist, one hand in a fist pressed above his navel and below the xiphoid process, the other wrapping the fist, thrusting fast inward and upward. One thrust, another. Let the impact jerk the diaphragm sharply up, driving the obstruction out of the airway. Force and speed are the keys. Whoosh, a jet of air, and Wang's 3rd boy spat out half an egg. The culprit. He came to, a forehead full of cold sweat. Wah, Dad, Mom. Crying now, he knew. Everyone breathed easier. Dr. Jiang. Wang Taiju looked at me like he was looking at a deity. Brother Taiju, go ahead and hit him, won't hurt him now. Wang Taiju shot over, scooped up his 3rd boy, and walloped his backside, smack smack. Get lost. I'm not your dad. Scared your dad to death. Today I'll teach you a lesson. Mom. Calling dad not working, Wang's 3rd boy turned to beg for maternal love. Old Wang, give him a good thrashing. Beat him too hard, and we'll have Dr. Jiang take a look. Auntie Li glared, maternal love gone too. The whole courtyard burst out laughing, a crowd of onlookers' eyes drifting toward their own kids. Old Li's 2 sons shot off and vanished with a yelp. Zhang Zhigua and Wang Wenbin, the 2 unmarried ones, set their sights on other people's kids. Jiang Dashan looked at Jiang Wu, itching. Bro, Dad's gonna beat me. Jiang Wu took a big leap straight at me. He'd just seen the print of my foot still on Wang Taiju. His big bro could surely protect him. In the end, Jiang Wu didn't catch a beating. My dad was too busy being proud to bother with that simpleton number 2, occupied with the back and forth of declining gifts with the Wang family. They'd come over to bring something. In times like these, every household had it hard, and economy cigarettes and ergo-2 were already a rarity, but 3 declines and 3 offers was the proper etiquette. After a round of polite back and forth, everyone was pleased. A bit past 1 in the night, I changed clothes and vaulted over the wall. This was the advantage of living alone in the outer court, up and gone whenever, without disturbing anyone. The moment I left, the gate next door creaked open. The gatekeeper deity Yin Bugue opened it, with Yi Zhonghai, Jia Dongxiu, He Yuzhu, and Lu Haizhong behind. The trio robbed last time had gained a new member, making it a foursome. Payday today, exactly the time to spend. Only Yin Bugue weaseled out, refusing to go for anything, just asking them to bring things back. What fine risk shifting. The black market. I hadn't seen them when I left, but circling around here I spotted them, heads down, backs hunched, deliberately stooped. But that build, that bearing, was as glaring as a candle flame in the dark to a doctor's eye. I had no time to mind them. I was haggling fingers under the sleeve with an old man selling used books. 5 minutes later, a thin little volume was in hand. Having practiced bagua palm, one glance told me it was the real thing. Xingyiquan, one of the 3 internal fists, also called Sini Lioha Quan, drawing on the 5 elements and the forms of 12 beasts, striking hard and pressing forward with nothing in its way. Bagua palm leans towards speed, grappling, and the sudden vicious strike. This Xingyiquan bores straight through everything. For fighting, more satisfying. Home, into the inventory. The boost surged in at once. I struck a Sani stance. Chicken legs, dragon body, bear shoulders, eagle claws, tiger leopard head, shoulders loose and elbows dropped, chest hollowed and back pulled. With a bagua foundation already, this horse stance was no challenge for me. Master one method and all methods follow. Opening up, the 5-element fists, splitting like metal, crushing like wood, drilling like water, pounding like fire, crossing like earth. Closing and reopening came the 12 forms: dragon, tiger, monkey, horse, snake, chicken, swallow, sparrowhawk, water lizard, tai, eagle, bear, each taking the form of a beast. 1 round through, and my spirit surged. Miscalculated, should have practiced after a nap. I sat on the Kong with a wry smile. Now I couldn't sleep. Whatever, close my eyes and rest, ride out the night. The one downside of being single, not even someone to keep me company. Early morning, I was woken by bird song and flower scent. Li Tsuohua cursing at the top of her lungs. The 2-section courtyard's people came surging out. Wang Taizhu took one look and his face went black. His wife had been doused in dirty water. Yin Bugue, are your dog eyes blind? First thing in the morning. If you're not awake, yet don't come out and disgrace yourself. Wang Taizhu shielded his wife behind him, all guns blazing. Number 1. Number 2, fetch the chamber pots. Today I'm going to splash that miser Yin right in the face. A way of protecting your wife, real down to earth. The old neighbors said nothing, but as if by prior agreement, curled into a half circle, blocking Yin Bugue at the doorway. Li Tsuehua had plenty of faults, but in the courtyard she was genuinely well-liked. This time Yin Bugue had hit an iron plate. 2 chamber pots in hand, no small stink. Yin Bugue's eyelids twitched wildly, and he waved his hands again and again. Old Wang, calm down. I really didn't see your wife come out. How about you give me the clothes and let my wife wash them for you? Screw you and your ancestors. If this was on purpose, I'll wring your head and pour 2 pots of piss down it. Let your family wash them? More like the clothes shrink by half once they reach the Yin household. The whole courtyard burst out laughing. Even Yin Bugue's old neighbors from next door laughing out loud. The stereotype, rock solid. Yi Zhonghai came out pinching his nose. Old Yin, pay up. Nonsense. You flap your lips, and I've got to pay? Is the Yin family's money blown in by the wind? Mention money, and Yin Bugue blew up on the spot. Head may fall, blood may flow, but money never goes out. He'd rather take a pot of piss than eat a pot, on me. Wang Taizhu, decisive, flung the chamber pot straight into his arms. Yin Bugue reflexively caught it and got drenched in yellow soup, dry heaving on the spot. He probably couldn't fathom it. Shouldn't this be the haggling part right now? Whose game of fight the landlord opens by slamming down the 4-of-a-kind bomb? Run? Old Wang's lost his temper. The 2-section courtyard crowd, while next door hadn't reacted, slipped into the toilets and queued up, and ahead of a crowd of gawking passers-by, no less. A great success. The storm passed, everyone back to their own business, except Li Tsuehua. When had she ever taken such humiliation? After cleaning up and finishing the cooking, She grabbed a bucket of water and went back out. The old neighbors, afraid she'd get into trouble, hurried to follow. There stood this leading lady of Nanlo Guxiang, planted broad and easy at the gate of the beast courtyard, a bucket of water at her left foot, an enamel mug in her right hand. She took a sip, opened her throat, and let loose. Dumping yesterday's foot-washing water on a neighbor first thing in the morning. What kind of intentions are those? Picking the exact time folks head out to splash it. Out to spite people on purpose. Are you? Don't think Hudong neighbors are easy to bully, and don't see me fond of chit-chat and take me for a soft persimmon. Living in a courtyard's all about neighborly harmony, 3 parts courtesy at a nod, and you go using your wicked hearts on the neighbors. Hide inside and play dead. You can dodge the 1st of the month, but not the 15th. If I don't pin you down in the street and curse you all night, I'll write my surname Lee upside down. HSSS. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Impressive. I gave Wang Taiju a thumbs up. My auntie there is this. Serves them right. Who told them to dump filth out with their eyes shut. Don't teach them a lesson, and they really think us old neighbors are soft persimmons. Wang Taiju, a driver, had a nimble tongue too, firing off string after string at the other side, thoroughly satisfying. Li Tsohua gulped down a whole mug, wet her throat, and kept up the assault, cursing so fiercely the passers-by heading out to work all gave the place a wide berth. Before transmigrating, what I watched was always the male lead outwitting a pack of beasts alone. Never figured that after transmigrating, it'd be team battles and group brawls. Made sense. Live next to the beast courtyard without a little skill, and that pack of menaces would have wrecked you long ago. Knock knock. Come in. The nurses each led in a string of patients. The 2 doctors' eyelids twitched, not even an hour of peace into the shift. Zhou Xiaoyan and Wang Xiuli briskly set down case records, queued patients, handed out stools, busy yet orderly. The 2 of us exchanged a look and got into the zone. Acute cases I needled, slow ones Su Jincheng prescribed. 1 needling, 1 prescribing, seamless teamwork. These patients had also been triaged by the nurses first before being brought in. Nurses these days had many skills, able to lend a hand with aches and fevers. Who doesn't want to advance? Nurses' and doctors' wages differed by quite a bit. 11 o'clock, the 2 near-burnt-out doctors slumped and rehydrated. I was fine. Su Jincheng wore a face of despair. I want to apply for more manpower. Next life. I rolled my eyes. Come on, it's too exhausting. Office 6 still has only 1 doctor. They've got it worse over there. How did Su the medicine bag skill get trained up? Last summer, his door never closed all day, workers and relatives queuing. Nothing to it, just practice making perfect. Rested half an hour and recovered. The 2 of us changed clothes and headed straight for Cafeteria 2. The new master chef, Mighty, a cut above Hiyuju, and then some. Cafeteria 2 had come back to life, and Director Liu was probably about to be promoted. In this era, being able to win over a leader's stomach is so important. Cafeteria 2's director's office. The new fuzz-sprouting Director Liu was carefully waiting on a guest, the administrative secretary of logistics top man. Director Liu, tonight Director Li is hosting the logistics chiefs of a few sister units. You'll need your master song to show his stuff. We won't bring up that silly Zhu. I trust the steel mill's cafeteria doesn't grind to a halt for the loss of 1 privy digger, understand? Understood, understood. Rest assured, leader. Director Liu bent at the waist, promising again and again, his eyes sweeping the ingredients in the corner, and his heart gave a start. This spread was no small grade. Let Master Song open up and show his stuff. Once the leaders eat to their satisfaction, down the road. The secretary left the half-sentence hanging meaningfully and breezed off. Director Liu trotted off to see the chief secretary out, came back, and inspected the ingredients. A soft-shell turtle, an old hen, a slab of evenly marbled pork belly, a 4 or 5 gene carp, for pork knuckles. Good grief. Top grade. That soft-shell turtle alone was a treasure that gave many people pause. And this was 1960. This time no skimming off the top. Let Master Song do it right. Once I'm past this test, next time I'll save Dr. Jiang some good stuff. When he could pass a hand through the oil, and when he couldn't, Director Liu knew it cold, or he wouldn't sit steady in this post. He rubbed his hands and headed straight for the back kitchen. Song Dashin was making his rounds among the temps and full-timers dishing out food, quite satisfied, The steel mill's rank and file were far more honest than that bunch of slick old hands at the guest house. Half the reason he'd let himself be recruited was the guest house's style. The oil and water ran thick, but that swarm of vermin would help themselves to anything, and he had no backer. Who doesn't want a golden connection to latch onto? Besides, the price Director Liu offered was enticing. Old Song Dashin saw Director Liu hurrying over in 2 steps as 3 and quickly went up to offer a cigarette. What's workplace culture? This is workplace culture. What he usually did was bullying. Director Liu, what is it? Putting out a fire. A private banquet. Master Song's eyes lit up. Got the ingredients and I can cook it, no problem. Seeing you this frantic, I thought you were going to make me cook on an empty pot. This is the steel mill, you know. Director Liu gave a wry laugh. Soft-shell turtle, carp, hen, pork belly, knuckles. You put together a side dish, make a soup. You good for it? Listen to you. Give me the goods, and it's done. Settled. Right? That manhwa's quick on his feet. Leave him to help me out? No problem. I'll help you out even. Master Song grinned. That? You'll help me wrangle things? Director Liu laughed. Fine, snubbed again. Wait, I'll fetch you someone you won't snub. Snubbed or running errands for the master chef, he was glad to do it. You respect me a foot, I repay you 10. Beijing's grown men care about face. Chewed out every day by that privy digging he usually. Even the gentlest temper would snap. Knowing how to handle people and not knowing. It's a yellow river apart. Director Liu's office. Manhwa, this is an opportunity one went to great lengths to beg Master Song for you. You're no fool these few days. You can see Master Song's cooking is better than that privy digger's, and he's a better person too. Seize this chance. Work well with today's private banquet. If Master Song takes a shine to you, I'll vouch for you and let you cut ties with that privy digger directly. Master and apprentice, one body, one heart. I've never seen he usually care about you once. As for whether he actually taught you the trade, I needn't spell it out, right? Director Liu wasted not the slightest opportunity, missing nothing above or below. Whether the credit went to him or not made no difference to Manhwa. Master Song asked for Manhwa by name. So the conclusion was right, and the rightness or wrongness of the process didn't matter. Even sages have selfish motives, let alone old Liu. Manhwa drew a deep breath and slowly let it out. Young people, who doesn't want to advance? Really burn 5 years on a privy digger? Who could guarantee anything 5 years later? He usually had offended every doctor at the medical building. Now there were Director Li and Director Du, and down the road there might well be Director Su, Director Jiang. Young people can't gamble their lives on someone else's passing whim. Thank you, Director Liu. Watch me perform. Director Liu smiled and tossed him a pack of Diqianmen. Sweeten your mouth a bit. Your hard work and grit I know about. The rest is up to your skill. If Master Song really takes to you and wants you, come find me. Manhwa gave a 90-degree bow and left. He use you. Oh, he use you. Let me see what skills you've got left after 5 years of digging dung. Director Liu sneered toward the toilets. People who hold grudges often remember kindnesses too, avenging every slight, repaying every favor, clear on both. Near the end of shift, the cafeteria got busy. Leaders coming, the private kitchen had to bring out its best. Director Liu wiped his brow, smelled the meat's fragrance, and felt much more relaxed. Secretary Wu, you've arrived. Li Huaida's secretary drifted out like a ghost and gave him a start. Secretary Wu handed him an economy cigarette. The cigarette didn't matter. Who handed it did. Back when he arranged he Yuju's private kitchens, he never got this treatment. With you here I'm at ease. This new master chef of yours, Director Liu, is quite something. Director Liu was so pleased he was nearly blowing snot bubbles. He Yuju, oh good riddance. He almost wanted to go thank he Yuju. Workplace culture isn't all that profound. Sweet mouth, picking the right side, getting the job done. Most important is picking the right side, stand firm with it, and everything else is easy. After the leaders finished eating, the 3 in the back kitchen gathered for the leftover scraps. Master Song's cooking seasoned. Working with me, anyone could do it. Manhwa praised in a roundabout way. How's it just anyone? I recommended myself, and Master Song didn't want me. Director Liu said, gratified. The 3 of them all laughed. On the way out, Master Song had Manhwa take the leftover food home to fatten up on. Manhwa was surprised. Was this a perk he got too? What are you standing around for? I'll have a word with the security section, that's all. Director Liu shot a look. Thank you, Director Liu. Thank you, Master Song. That evening, a row of people sat up on the wall, lively. Wise next door holding a meeting again. Li Kongjian had an unlit cigarette in his mouth. He'd light it once the meeting next door got going, no waste. What else but this morning's water splashing by Yin Bugue? My wife pinned him down and cursed him all day. Cursed till the neighborhood committee's ears went numb, and they ordered his courtyard to hold a meeting and make Yin Bugue write a self-criticism. Wang Taizhu held his third boy, grinning brilliantly. The people setting up the 8 Immortals table in the middle court next door heard that familiar, grating laugh, looked up at the wall, and they knew. No good people in that courtyard next door. The Su family watched the show from a corner, even waving at me. His complexion had improved a lot lately, with energy to spare getting up early, his standing at home rising in a straight line, and Lu Shaoyi was delighted. The whole Su clan greeted me in unison, face maxed out. My son's really something, greeted wherever he goes. My dad lit a cigarette, so pleased that even Yin Bugue's self-criticism couldn't draw his interest. The Beast courtyard, the meeting opened. Only 2 stood by the 8 Immortals table, Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong. Yin Bugue didn't rate standing there, too shameful. Lu Haizhong took a sip of water and cleared his throat. This morning our courtyard had an incident that shouldn't have happened, dragging the whole neighborhood's name through the mud. As second elder, my heart aches. Left hand over his chest, right hand pointing straight at Yin Bugue, grief and indignation. That acting could carry an Oscar. Old Lu's overdoing the performance. Zhang Jigua offered his review, the crowd on the wall chiming in. Not quiet at all, every word landing in the ears of those next door, the Beast courtyard's natives turning up the corners of their mouths one by one. This commentary was livelier than the main show. But I'm enjoying watching Yin Bugue take a loss. Real satisfying. Wang Wenbin lit up. Co-worker? More like rival in the same trade. Yin Bugue's face went darker, like a monkey surrounded and gawked at. He lifted his head and roared at the wall. Are you two done? Are we listening to you, or to me right now? A righteously delivered cowardly line, doubling a row of people over. Zhang Jigua and Wang Wenbin cupped their fists again and again. Sorry, Teacher Yin, please continue. He grumbled out his self-criticism, and the crowd on the wall lost all interest. That cigarette of Li Kongjian's, to light or not to light, agonizing. Should have lit it earlier. This self-criticism isn't deep at all. This teacher's not up to par, probably teaches math. Makes sense. Having finally finished, Yin Bugue couldn't hold it, dry heaved it up. He stood right beside him. That smell, marinated to the bone. Ha ha ha. Nobody laughed at Yin Bugue's self-criticism, but this dry heave doubled the crowd over. He square face dropped. Third elder, you looking for trouble? Herc. The moment he opened his mouth, Yin Bugue heaved harder, pinching his nose and fanning frantically, legs scrambling backward to retreat. The redder He face got the more he talked. There'd been people standing beside the two of them, and now within 5 meters not a soul drew breath, the very image of a street-clearing tiger who emptied the place wherever he went. Lucky we're sitting up high, or we'd suffer too. Wang Taizhu, He arch-nemesis, mused, not forgetting to stomp him while he was down. Look at that teacher Yin, truly pitiful. First elder, aren't you going to do something about Yin Bugue? Pushing things too far. He stamped his foot, looking to Yi Zhonghai. In his daze, Yi Zhonghai seemed to see a cloud of green miasma rushing at him as He opened his mouth. Herc, Zhu, you're right. Herc, first elder will surely help you. He went silent, covered his mouth and nose with both hands, and breathed out a puff. Staggered 2 steps, and thud, keeled over. The crowd. What did this guy do? Knocked himself out. Don't tell me he got stunned by his own breath. Nobody noticed that I, up on the wall, had already vanished. He not saving him. Stunned by his own breath. That needling environment. Best not. I didn't see it, so it's nothing. My dad smiled at my retreating back. My youngest boy's got an upset stomach. I'll head off first. And over the wall he went. The others caught on, vaulted the wall in tacit agreement, gathered at the front gate at last, dropped the bolt, and lined up to block the entrance. Open up. He Yuzhu's passed out. Yi Zhonghai's shout came from outside the gate. Our Dr. John's out on a house call. Not in. Go find someone better. Wang Tiezhu's voice carried an edge. Don't pound the door. Break it, and I'll crush your egg buns. The pounding stopped at once. Yi Zhonghai was no fool. No need to offend people over He Yuzhu. Just go fetch another doctor, wasn't it? Stunned by his own breath, he'd come around with a little time. See, offend a doctor, and there's no good end? Wang Taizhu spread his hands, grinning ear to ear. The taste of being on good terms with a doctor he knew all too well. His own son still owed the man a life. I quietly poked my head out. Mainly it's that He Yuzhu's too stinky. Plus he offended everyone at the medical building. I'm not about to offend my co-workers by proxy over him. Understood. Dr. Jiang went off to treat someone the moment he got back. Doesn't know a thing. I can vouch. King of Heaven himself shows up. Today little Dr. Jiang's not home. My grassroots base, quite broad. Half an hour later, cursing came from next door. A doctor woke He Yuzhu, took the money, and left grumbling. From that day on, He Yuzhu got famous. Stinky silly Zhu. Not cute, descriptive. The security section, the deputy chief's office. Secretary Wu, Director Li wants me? That's right. Then let's hurry. Mustn't keep the leader waiting. Deputy section chief Zheng perked up. This year the security section chief should be retiring, and by rights he, the deputy chief, would move up. But here, not everything goes by rights, and he feared someone might be parachuted in to snatch the spot. Lately he'd been scheming to find a connection. Without one, hard to climb. Secretary Wu smiled. Lately doing things for the leader had gone exceptionally smoothly. The people he met, all clever ones. He'd also heard Deputy Section Chief Zheng had that doctor tune up his body, and Cafeteria 2's Director Lu too. Other things he didn't know, but seeing Director Lu's head full of new hair, he dared conclude Director Du's disciple really had the goods. Looks like what his own leader wanted, he'd found. The logistics department, the director's office, far bigger than a section chief's. Secretary Wu saw the man in and withdrew, shutting the door. A secretary's duty is to spare the leader trouble, not add to it. Li Huaid poured a cup of tea and pointed with a smile. This year's new tea, give it a taste, old Zheng. Deputy Section Chief Zheng sprang up like a spring, cupping the cup in both hands, not even feeling the heat. Who'd mind his own future being hot to the touch? Fine tea. He looked Li Huaid over. Young, flamboyant, an overpowering presence, eyes frighteningly bright, his expression carrying arrogance and an edge. Put him in that chair at this age, and he'd be even more arrogant than Li Huaid. But without the arrogance, how to suit the bearing of a young, brash man wielding great power? This flavor, right? Glad you like it. Have little Wu bring you to Liang when you leave. Thank you for the reward, leader. Those two lines settled Deputy Section Chief Zheng's future. Li Huaid threw out an olive branch. Deputy Section Chief Zheng took it. From now on he was of Li Huaid's faction. We're all comrades. That way of putting it isn't right. Yes, Director, I'll self-criticize. I won't hide it from you. Old Zheng. Calling you here this time, there's something I want to ask. Li Huaid suddenly switched to a different face. In that instant, Deputy Section Chief Zheng felt Li Huaid finally seemed like a person. The state he'd been in moments ago was like a political machine, unsettling. Deputy Section Chief Zheng left, never expecting that the divine doctor who'd saved the latter half of his life's happiness had a surprise in store for him too. From today on, fellow patient +1. The logistics office, Li Huaid sipped his tea, quite moved. There's no 40-year-old man without his moments of inability, and besides, he played around plenty. But he couldn't summon that doctor. He had to call in person. For someone with high medical skill, the proper respect must be there. Besides, the man's connections didn't even give Director Yang face, and he was still angling to climb into Director Yang's seat. The contrast was plain. Little Wu, come here a moment. Secretary Wu Flash appeared. A round of murmuring. Understood. Shall we go then? Let's. The fewer who know about this, the better. He had little Wu draw Su Jinqing away first. First time, you've got to save a little face. Internal Medicine, Office 3. Su Jinqing was called off by Secretary Wu, and I was puzzling over it when the door pushed open and Li Huaid came in smiling. Only then did I understand Secretary Wu's unspeakable difficulty. Turned out it was Li Huaid. So roundabout. Connections +1. Dr. Jiang, I'm Li Huide. Not feeling well. Came to have you take a look. No problem. Raise your hand. I'll read your pulse. Utterly professional, me. I didn't even ask what ailed him. To make someone submit, you bring out real skill. The Deputy Section Chief Zheng and Director Liu of before, the Li Huide of now, all the same. I also didn't ask why he hadn't gone to my master. No need. Even old Yang going to my master for treatment had to first inquire whether my master was holding clinic that day. Face. The moment I started, I diagnosed a stretch of it. Liver qi stagnation, excessive worry. Director Li, don't overwork yourself. As for the deeper reasons, narrow-hearted, fond of scheming, heavy suspicion, quick to anger, this was Li Huide, not Su Damao. I'd never say it out loud. Read the person and serve the dish accordingly. Dr. Zhang's right, but I'm logistics top man. I've got to put work first. An excuse. The thing adults' mouths never lack is excuses. You're short on exercise, fond of tobacco and liquor, heavy-flavored tastes. Love it salty, oily, spicy? Exactly. And I hadn't said a thing yet. Light sleep, easily startled awake. Yes. Switch hands. I went on diagnosing. Migraines, throbbing temples, dizziness, and a foggy head. Worsening the moment your emotions flare? That's right. Li Huide's eyes lit up completely. He'd come to treat kidney deficiency, never expecting his other ailments to all be named. A bonus surprise too? Distension in both flanks, chest tightness and belching, bloating after meals, irritable and quick-tempered, too many dreams and hard to sleep, with marked neurasthenia. Long sitting stiffens the neck and shoulders, aches the lower back, chronic tobacco and liquor, bitter mouth, heavy morning breath. Liver stagnation overacting on the spleen, so the spleen and stomach are weak too, and over time it turns to fire, with liver fire and heart fire besides. Middle-aged bodily deficiency, with a touch of liver and kidney insufficiency on top. Gulp. Before coming, Li Huide truly hadn't felt himself riddled with ailments. But early discovery's always a good thing. Dr. Jiang, my condition, the backbone that power brings seemed to vanish in that moment. Treatable. Divine doctor. A divine doctor. This Li Huide, so much theatrics, tickled me. Dr. Jiang, I'm just so happy, pardon me. It's fine. Watching patients get better one by one is the greatest happiness for me. This vision of yours, formidable. He gave a thumbs up. All right, Director Li, onto the bed, time for needles. Both Taichung, both Zisanli, both Naguan, Tanzhong, both Shinmin, both Taiyong, both Fengqi, Jianjing, Dazui, both Shinshu, both Xinjiang, both Xiuqi, both Gongsun, Zhongwan. 24 needles in all, every one precise. With each needle Li Huide loosened a degree, and by the time I'd finished, he'd already fallen asleep. The draining method to soothe the liver, even tonifying and draining to strengthen the spleen and calm the spirit, needles left in 20 minutes. A body of minor ailments takes 7 or 8 tunings to about right. The tonifying ones, take it slow. Look at Deputy Section Chief Zheng and Director Liu. Cured, and still coming every week without fail. Want to lock it in? Then lock it in. A firmer foundation, just more expense. 4 middle-aged men getting on in years. The organs are the top priority. I sat back to brew tea and read the paper. Few patients today, a good thing, couldn't be bothered. More people, more work, fewer people, more slacking. That's Dr. Jiang's work principle. Dr. Jiang, sorry, too comfortable, I dozed off. Li Huide came over rubbing his sleep-reddened face, a touch embarrassed. I pushed a cup of water over. Drink lots of water. Dozing off is perfectly normal. You haven't rested this soundly in ages, right? And it doesn't affect me. He drained it in one go. His color softened considerably, rose to stretch his arms and legs. And the more he moved, the deeper his smile. Divine doctor, I don't deserve it. Come once a week, not too often. Haste makes waste. Tuning the body is slow work. No problem. Smoke less, drink less, less spice, more warm water. Also, I've tuned your kidney qi too. Stay away from women's company for 2 weeks. Once the tuning goes deeper, arrange it freely. Don't overwork yourself. I'll do exactly as Dr. Jiang says. Li Huide agreed readily. Someone's doing right by him. He had to know good from bad. As a man, you can't be too he usual. Not long after seeing Director Li off, Su Jinqing came back cheerful. Clearly his time at the secretaries hadn't been wasted either. Done treating. Done. Director Lee's a real, decent sort. Had Secretary Wu take me to buy a whole heap of pastries. Yours and mine both. He pulled out 2 boxes of Daxiankin. Decent. I laughed. Next time Director Lee comes, I'll run faster than anyone. Su Jinqing chuckled. 2 boxes of pastries each time he stepped out. This little life. Fabulous. That evening, I came home from the hunt. The family's eyes lit up. Ever since the eldest took up medicine, the Jiang family's days had climbed in a straight line. Last batch of pastries isn't even finished, and here come 2 more boxes of Daxiankin today. Truly a happy headache. My dad got the goods and still played coy. Off with you. Finish the last batch first. Save these 2. I'll take them to the grandparents on the rest day. My mom glared at him. 2 boxes, 1 per family, and you send a box to your side too. The 2 of them looked at me. I gave a belch. I'd eaten too fast just now, swallowed the pastry. No objection to sending some to Grandpa and Grandma, and to Granny and Grandpa on Mom's side. You 2 figure it out. My mom didn't know whether to laugh or cry, poured a cup of water, turned around, and found my dad had joined the battle to wipe out the pastries too. Whatever, too sentimental to eat them and they'd spoil, which would be the real waste. Better to finish them off quick. The family finished the pastries and drank porridge to fill the gaps. Without a little porridge, it never feels like you've eaten. Anything fun next door? What? Ate too much and want to climb the wall for some exercise. Idle anyway. Come on, up the wall. Take a look and you'll know. So they treated next door like a zoo, idle or not, first climbing the wall for a stroll. Fine, an amusement at least. Whether the beasts next door liked it or not had nothing to do with them. The normal folks in that courtyard couldn't even be bothered to leave the house once home, sparing themselves being targeted by the beasts. Hey, why are you climbing our family's wall again? The crowd looked down, an 8 or 9-year-old snot-nosed brat, with a smug look. I thought it was somebody. Isn't this next door's little thief Gag? The one who spoke was our number 2, Jiangwu. What? Since when did this wall the 2 courtyards share get stolen into your Jia family's hands? I don't see your Jia family's name carved on this wall. The crowd roared with laughter. Jiangwu didn't like using his head or studying, but his tongue was nimble. After learning projection from his dad this long, he'd trained it up some. Projectionists need a slick mouth. You're talking out your ass. The little thief Gag's small face flushed crimson, jabbed at a sore spot. I'm talking out my ass. You dare point at the heavens and swear you've never stolen anyone else's things in the courtyard. Seeing him about to actually swear, Jiang Wu changed tack. Just messing with you. You swear, and I'll still call you the thief Gag. Naya. Got the nerve, climb up and fight me. He stood on the wall, hands on hips, laughing like he didn't know the height of heaven. The adults laughed harder. Kids' business. Kids handle it. Nothing to do with this gawking crowd. Besides, Jiang Wu wasn't wrong. This small and already daring to say, our Jia family's wall. Grown up, he'd be claiming all of Beijing belonged to his family. What's that little brat of yours saying? Mrs. Jia squeezed her fat frame out the doorway, hands on hips, opening fire. Pa, thief Gag. Cry and you call for Granny. Shame, shame, shame. Jiang Wu rolled his eyes, ignoring Mrs. Jia entirely, focusing his fire on Jia Gong. This had even the people in the courtyard next door laughing. Mrs. Jia, the kid's right. Your darling grandson steals, and you always say he's just a child. Don't hold it against him. How come when Jiang Wu's a child too, you hold it against him? Not shameful enough. Mrs. Jia got even fatter with rage, like an angry pufferfish. My hand reflexively pinched up a needle, then held back. She's no real pufferfish. Prick her, and she won't deflate, and it'd expose my flying needle skill. No need. As for helping my brother, watching this, he had the other side pinned down and roasted, no problem. Dad, are all you projectionists this slick-tongued? This is nothing. My dad shot me a sidelong glance. Your old man could curse Mrs. Jia to tears. Believe it? I shook my head, didn't believe it. Mrs. Jia, with that thickest skin. My dad grinned and spread his hands. You guessed right after all. That skin of hers, I really can't curse to tears, huh? The whole row on the wall cracked up. Old Jiang, you're really something, even teasing kids. Dr. Jiang's so fine. How can you bear it? If my family had a suitable girl, marrying Dr. Jiang would be living the good life. Old Li, take a look at yourself too. Dark as soot. Don't go ruining little Jiang. Talking out your ass. I'm at the coal yard all day. You think I'd come out fair? Flash a mouthful of big white teeth in the middle of the night, and you'd scare a kid to tears. Puffed. I couldn't hold it and sprayed my cigarette, but into the courtyard across the way. Li Kangzhan's line was a bit poisonous, but truly lively. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted on both sides of the wall. Mrs. Jia sat down hard on the ground, pounding it and laughing. That body of lard, not an ounce of it grown for nothing. Li Kangzhan, is that human speech? The good-natured Yi Zhonghai was thoroughly set off, his face livid, jabbing a finger at Li Kangzhan and cursing. Getting Yi Zhonghai angry enough to spit profanity was a scene that didn't come along often.